The cloud is rumbling as the lightning is about to strike, ladies and gentlemen, out here in Europe as we are watching the Thunder Division MEC qualifiers, MEC Fall 2025. It's another day. Again, we all are ready for all of these amazing games out here, but we can't start the day off without our amazing casters out here. You've got Kronos, my man, who's shining brightly like anything out here. What's happening in your background, first of all? There's a lot of light coming in, my boy. It's reflecting off of your face.
I mean, it's actually, to be honest, that's even closed up, but then it's just the sunlight that's there. But at the same time, how did you even know there's a thunderstorm brewing around where I live, man? Because there's actually a thunderstorm, and that, you know why? It started actually this morning. Just because it's a reminder to me that, hey, the Thunder Division is on today. And for the rest of Europe as well, we are in the MEC qualifiers, of course. And then again, don't forget, it is best of 2 matches. We got 4 matches coming your way, and they're going to be absolutely intense. You're going to see the predictions of the casters, prediction of the talents at the same time. And I think there was some heat last week, so hopefully they bring it forward this time. And you already saw the pre-show as well with Synth and Nish to see what they discussed and what teams they wanted to put forward and who they were looking to highlight. And yeah, I heard something about, you know, somebody not doing their job right for not highlighting a few players. Hey, man, I'm just putting it out there. I was scared. What are you thinking?
You know, I've got the right to remain silent out here right now. Won't speak anything until I talk to my lawyer. But guess what? First of all, we're going to talk about the teams in front of us. Stolen Angels, Revenant Order. Amazing record for both of them. Yes, they've been stumbling recently. One of the biggest fumbles for Revenant Order was in the matchup when they faced up against Void Kids, when My Lobby was owning the entire lobby. But after that, yes, they had their own fun time, trying to bounce back in their game against Method Black as well, where I must say, I was really hoping for Revenant Order to close that series out, but Method Black, they actually bounced back pretty well too in their game right now. So you know what? I'm kind of leaning in a bit more towards Stolen Angels with the way how things have been going till now.
Revenant Order, Stolen Angels. Some would call these mid-carders, some would call them tournament favorites, but also at the same time, I feel like these are players that have been there before. They've proven what they can do, especially the ones from Stolen Angels, right? We know Enzo, we know Levi, we know Kyo. Goes by the name Kyo Kite, for those of you who don't know. I don't know if it's Kyo Kite or Kyo Kite, but yeah, you know, these are some familiar names that we know of, and I think we're already deep into the Thunder Division. So if you don't know them, you better start doing your research, folks. But on the other side, of course, the Revenant Order. Krieve, Allen, King, Shay, you know, Kenshin. Again, these are some star-studded players. They know what's going on. They know what's up. It's just about how they're going to put forward in this draft. And I think, speaking about draft scared, the meta we were talking about earlier, we have conflicting opinions, right? In terms of terms of gold laner. So, I'll put it out there. I don't know if the mods want to put this question in the chat or not. I mean, a poll, if you could, that would be amazing. Do you think Irithel is the best marksman in the current meta, especially here for the Thunder Division? Scared says yes, because it's been working all the time. I say there's, of course, Granger, Wanwan, and Harriet that kind of work better in the gold lane. But then if you kind of filter them down, the Irithel always works out. But I still think Irithel's not such a priority.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly call her a priority, which you rightly mentioned, right? Yes, that is true. But at the same time, if there's any marksman which you're super comfortable with playing on, on which you basically got the mobility, a small dash with a heavy crossbow to run back to safety, and you can also bully your opponent in the lane, so you can really manage that lane well. Pick that will 100% guarantee you a lane win. That is where I think Irithel eventually comes in for the play, right? Because if we talk about the EXP lanes, we know there's CC. Yes, but at the same time, a CC gets hard countered by Uranus and Hilda. And again, you can bring in the Phobius as well to try and pick against those. Glue comes into the picture too to try and, you know, go back into that same triangle or the circular motion of one counters the other counters the third one's counter the first one. But in case of gold lane, that's not really the case. Out here, I picked up a lot of names. One I missed out was definitely an Arlet, and you would not want to let that guy slide into the roam position out here. We know the plays that could be made, but looking at the bans, Kronos, what do you have to talk about that?
Hey man, I like the Boxia ban coming out from the red side. You can see clearly there are some bans that you have to put out, especially on Angela, that Boxia as well. But one thing they left open is the chip, and I'm not looking at Stolen Angels letting the chip go, just because you know how strong the chip is in the current meta. His shortcut, his teleport is absolutely insane. He can turn the tides around in an instant. He can turn a 1v1 into a 1v5. He's the reason that you can go for a backdoor play. He's the reason that you'll be crying come late game. But you know, that's why Scared It likes to play Irithel, because of the late game factor. I mean, hey,
Absolutely. I love it.
I mean, I still think Granger and you know, 1-1 are great. Man, speaking of Granger and 1-1, they're open as well. CC being picked up on the first pick on the side of the EXP lane, so that kind of prevents the Revenant Order from going from tanky jungler setups and also going for a Phoveus probably in the EXP lane. A little bit of a counterplay coming through right off the get-go.
I think so. It's again going to boil down to if you're going to pick a Hilda or the Uranus into that EXP lane, right? Now that kind of dictates your draft in a manner where you will have to pick something in the mid lane that will give you a proper amount of crowd control, or you'll have to go for a roamer that actually sets your team up for success. Kalia has been banned out already by Revenant Order, so the only other one that I can think of is going to be a Cho. So I think so, yes, it's all going to boil down back to the same factor. You lock in the Yi and Shin, have that priority. Lancelot's been banned out on the other side. Joy is still left and open up for grabs, while you also lock in Uranus or something along that lines. But you were mentioning about Chip, how he just eats up all the lays. Most of it is nitrogen either ways, but then roams around through the entire map. I like the idea, I like the setup, but Stolen Angels now need to lock in the Joy.
Yes, Joy, just because of the fact that Yi and Shin can't really do anything against the Joy. And they go for a tanky jungler. I like it. The Fredrin works out better for them just because they have the CC already. So you know the jungle position's already been filled up. They go for a tanky jungle setup. Try to go for, I don't know. I think they're going to go for a little more support in the roam position. Matilda looks really great for them right now. Pairs up well with the CC as well. They got a Kimmy in the mid lane, so definitely not lacking damage already. They got the physical magic split covered up. They have a frontliner. And this is beautiful coming in from the side of Revenant Order. I love the Eve pick. I love it, absolutely. There are WM going to be sitting in the back line, just, you know, dictating the pace of the game. And the Yi Sun Shin is great. Scared, I think you know about the chip already. You know I'm a lover of Yi Sun Shin at the same time. And I like the way that it works. But Yi Sun Shin and Chip don't really work that well together. The synergy between those two don't really, you know, come to my mind, apart from the Dauntless Fleet being used. And then you go for the shortcut play, yes, but you're really looking to snowball. You're really looking to get that 2 levels ahead. But if the Fredrin just starts invading into your jungle, to be honest, it's going to be difficult. And that's why I like the Eve being picked up. And you can see they can figure out that the supports are going to be there, so taking out the Matilda immediately.
I like the idea. Angela has also been banned out, so the only other supports that you can think of which pairs up, or I wouldn't even say they pair up pretty well with Fredrin, but that you can really put in that roam position are Florin and a Rafaela, which we rarely see. But I think so the Rafaela can potentially be a pretty decent pick in this situation, if I'm not wrong. She was buffed a while back, only to counter the slows of the other side. So if Eve really wants to poke you with the Void Crystals and with the Void Blasts, I think so Rafaela can actually be a very X-factor pick, considering you already have a tanky jungler. You've got a pretty solid frontline in the form of CC, which will run in with the Vengeance. But again, I'm just randomly throwing stuff out there. At the same time, the Uranus being banned out by the side of Stolen Angels. I like that. Something that wins the lane against CC. I think so the next one should be a Hilda. Or a Gato?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I can see the. Ooh, Franco. Franco being banned up. That's a pocket pick right there. They don't want to deal with that Franco whatsoever. I think we saw it earlier as well from Stolen Angels, if I'm not wrong. The only team to probably pull out a Franco and make it work. Or was that? No, I think that was Omniglitch, right? Vansky is the one who pulled out that Franco. Yeah, that was Omniglitch. So I think they're kind of sniffing something out. Don't want to get that Franco down just because of how much of a problem it can be to the Eve, the Yi and Shin. But still, I'm not for that pick. I think you're right. They could have gone for a little more support route. The Raphael is a good shout. I don't think the Florin's great just because of the nerf she received. I was thinking Carmilla, but I don't know, Scared. I don't think Carmilla. Gatot Gacha is absolutely great if you're Stolen Angels, right? Absolutely insane.
Both, to be honest.
I think EXP, you're really going to lose out for Revenant Order, right? Because you're going against the CC.
Yeah, that is true.
But if you are on the Stolen Angel side, you pick up a Gatot Kachi, you can counter that shortcut. You can really stop that RWM from going along. And the Sun Shin, once the Traceless is over, he can't really do anything. I like the Phoveus ban, even though CC counters it. They're kind of, it's like a fail-safe, right?
Yeah.
So Revenant Order, I think here, they need to go for something that's aggressive.
Okay, all right. You call for an aggressive pick out here. We've got the Paquito coming in the hands of Shay. You know what? The reason why I said Gutted for Revenant Order is because you're already losing the EXP lane. So might as well pick something that can eventually provide a lot of value in terms of the synergy of your composition. The RWM along with the AOG. That's it. Boom, done. One good combination. Everyone's wiped out on the other side. You also have the shortcut as well and the constant stuns coming in from Creve. So I was thinking along that route, but you know what? If you're ready to one-shot Akimi in the middle of the team fight, I'm totally down for it. And what did I tell you? What did I tell you?
I said the Herod. I said the Herod. Where's the Irithel? I don't see no Irithel.
What if now it's going to be picked up, right? It's still the last pick. It could. And to be honest, it's going to be one of the best pick as well. You have the range, you remain far back, you win out the gold lane with a constant poke coming in. Yes, there's one big thing though. Stolen Angels will get activated early on in the game, while Revenant Order will have to take some time.
They're not gonna have a lot of time. Yeah, Ruby is a great shout just because of the fact that the Herod's gonna be Herod's not gonna be easily moving around. But then again, when you look at that, if you pick the Ruby, the Kimi is so free. The Kimi is left so free the entire time. You pop in a Purify, the Kimi is not gonna be dove upon, apart from the fact that the chip has to go in. So they go for the Granger. I like the Granger just because you get the extended range, you get the ability to try and snipe them down from afar. The Death Sonata, the draft is set scared, and I'll be honest, it really relies on the snowball coming in from the side lanes. You want Shay on this Paquito to start snowballing. You want the Granger to do a lot of damage, at least hold his own in the gold lane as well, to make sure Yi Sun-shin scales up at the right time. And come around the 6th minute, if he's about level 10, I think Revenant Order have a checkbox done for, their win condition. So hopefully they'll be able to do that. But Stolen Angels are looking to turn it around themselves.
It's like the early game of Revenant Order versus the mid-game power spike of Stolen Angels. And then again, a late game turnaround by Revenant Order their side. So it's going to be just one small win condition, one small window for Stolen Angels to close out this one game. And that is when they had to get the power spike. And Enzo on this Kimi is able to poke the heck out on the other end. Yes, I do like the idea of a Granger as well. Irithiel takes a lot of time to get activated. You needed someone else to deal some good amount of damage in the early game. So King is going to make sure he will do that, paired up with Shay on that EXP alongside with Creve with a constant poke on that Eve. And once that RWM drops, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and survive from all of that. The big thing is, can Enzo remain far away from getting caught, ladies and gentlemen? We'll find that out right here, right now as the battle begins in the Land of Dawn. It's Stolen Angels taking on Revenant Order.
Hey, you said it, scared, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you like, subscribe, do all that good stuff to make sure you support Surge Europe while you're watching, of course, and make sure you participate in the chat because the moderators will be giving away a lot of diamonds today. You're watching the first match of the day, the first game indeed, and you can see Enzo already using his range and making sure this Kimi's presence is felt, while Kenshin doing the same for the chip scared.
Yeah, at this point, I think so. Just because of the presence of that chip, he's going to make sure that they will clear out the way perfectly. Hold on a second. Immobilize coming in. Kenshin, pretty low. Will eventually survive. No problems coming in whatsoever as Levi joined into support. Now, this is one of the big things, right? Carmilla can't really go for a full-fledged engage. It needs to be a re-engage from their side. So they do not have any chance of jumping down or starting the fights when they really want right now. But Kenshin, he does not have a flicker. My man needs to run away though. Pem himself being taken down pretty decently though. But it's absolutely fine, all okay. And it falls down to this early game poke.
30 seconds for the turtle, and you can see immediately the chip going on the other side. They're trying to make sure that Yi Sun-shin has a lot of space. They're conquering the top half of the map after he gave vision on the bot side, so he knows where they are. Revenant Order have the information, and that's why they're trying to go ahead and play aggressive, bait something out of Pem, at least that flicker, but Pem knows that better. Knows that the flicker is going to be important. But on the bot side, Shay, we were talking about him playing aggressive, but against a CC, it's really almost close to impossible scared. And here, the turtle's going to come up in 3. Feel like Kenshin wants to have something on his side.
Yeah, one of the big thing is that before level 4, they can't really do anything out here. Pem, though, he's still gonna survive. No problems whatsoever. Should be able to take down Kenshin. No flicker for him as the taunt connects perfectly. And Enzo picks up the first blood. Still a trade on the other side. Instant as Cream, along with Allen, just destroying Kimmy as well as Levi on the other side. That's a 2-for-1 trade, and Revenant Order, they're gonna take that every day of the week.
Yeah, not just that, they get themselves the turtle as well. Should be able to. Somehow Kent is holding his own. Allen trying to get it started.
Oh my
Shay
God.
goes in.
That's a big miss coming in by that Paquito, and that gives option to Levi to steal that one away. And lovely stun connecting as well. The RWM on the other side. Kent immobilized. Levi's got nowhere to run, but guess what? He's the danger as he proves a way for Enzo to move forward. And it's kind of disconnect coming in from the side of Revenant Order. Allen just went back.
Yeah, well, you know, so far, Revenant Order trying to say, Kenshin trying to say he's the one who knocks. But, you know, he's not. Stolen Angels bringing in the danger, like you mentioned, Scared.
Wow.
You can see Kent already trying to do something, some sort of damage. But at the same time, I think that turtle was that a miss from Revenant Order? Shay waited for too long, I think, right, to try and engage onto Kent the entire time, because he had the advantage. You didn't really have to get the knockup. You could have just try and push Kent away, take the damage to yourself. You had the flicker online as well, so you had the ability to try and play it out, at least give some sort of advantage to Allen, because you know you got the late game kind of secured. If Allen's able to snowball from the mid game onwards, we're looking for him to get to level 10 around the 6th minute mark. He's already level 6. And he's not ahead of Levi, though. But you can see the rotation coming in from Stolen Angels is so clean. And I think the Eastern Chin's going to have a hard time here.
Oh, I'm looking at his position right now as he wants to catch Kimmy out there. Flicker being used up. Enzo wants to run away, but guess what? There's nowhere to run. The Retribution's used up on both of the sides. But a lovely support from Kree with the Void Crystal to slow down Levi and Pem. I just was about to mention that look at the aggressive positioning of Allen. That man found a perfect timing, and on the back of it, should be able to take some gold from that mid lane tower too.
And while that was happening, right, you should have taken a look at the map. The Kenshin, after using that teleport skill, was able to zone out Kent after he was taken down low, giving Shay a little bit of the gold shield as well. So they're munching down on some gold shield, making sure they get something in their pocket. 5 seconds until the turtle's scared. This is the second one, and I feel like Stolen Angels want to contest this. Revenant Order feel like they have to give this away.
I think so. They would still want to try. Yeah, they're leaving it all. They're not at all contesting whatsoever. 1.3k gold lead already for them, so I don't even think so it's going to be a big problem. Guess what? They really want to go for the contest as the shortcut comes into play. Right now, every single one caught. Oh my goodness, Kent will need to run away. The Retribution won by Allen out here. Perfect play, and Pem has got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, but everywhere to fall back in the fountain as King finds Kent. There's no chance for them to run out unscathed for this one. A big play, and look at the position of Allen. He still wants to find something more. Guess what, Levi? No buildings for you to soar. He's gonna be shut down too. And Revenant Order not just pick up the turtle, but will pick up a big lead of 3.5k gold.
Yeah, I think that was really good coming up from Revenant Order, right? They look like they didn't want to go in. They look like they were not trying to pick a fight. But guess what? That was just a bait. They had the shortcut. We mentioned it in the draft, Scared. This chip can turn a 1v1 into 1v5. It'll be the reason why your teammates will be trying to type late game in the chat, because that's what they do. That's what this chip does. Dominates the early game. We saw that he gave it about 2 kills quite early on, but then after that, come mid-game, Chip has been a dominant force, and we were talking about holding their lanes for Revenant Order, and you can see the side lanes are standing tall. For Stolen Angels, is not looking good. They're looking for a big team fight. This might be it.
Oh, this could very well be it right now. As again, Levi wants to run away. He's going to be ganged upon instantly, destroyed in a second. Even though the Curse of Blood was used, but now Pem is lost in an island, and there's no way for him to run back to safety. Kent will try and zone everyone out, but the RWM, he should get one more, and that's the Death Sonata. Enzo is bursted through, just like the tier 1 in mid, as Revenant Order control the game.
Yeah, I think this is looking dire for Stolen Angels, and if you're a Stolen Angels fan, because Revenant Order slowly starting to march down, and you can see there Levi picking up a tank jungler. This is where you kind of feel a little bit of a hamstring, right? You're really feeling of twisting your ankles at this point because you're not able to do anything. You need to be the frontliner. At this point, you're just soaking up a lot of damage. Yes, you want to drop that big longsword that appraises Wrath, but if it's not, there's not enough space. If they're bursting you down a little too early, it's not looking good. And speaking of burst as well, King on this Granger, I want to take a look at the items and see if he's got that Sky Piercer, because if he's got that Sky Piercer, then I don't think it's gonna be easy.
Not at all whatsoever. Flicker by KyoQT. But guess what? That flicker ain't saving your life out here from the RWM unless you use it in the perfect way. Instant delete. And you were talking about that Sky Piercer. Yes, he's almost on his way to a Blade of Despair too.
Yeah, and not just that, you can see Alan here as well. He's able to go in and out. He hasn't died a single time. Scared and Creve at the same time. Revenant Order are doing so well.
Wow. An instant Mountain Shocker coming in as well. Levi will need to run back to safety right now as Kyo, he jumps in. Zaman Force has to jump out. Not enough damage whatsoever as Kent is trying to poke down Kenshin. Lovely stun at the tower, but Shay will still survive. Kenshin will fall. They don't care as the RWM will catch them all. That is fantastic from Revenant Order.
Talk about a wombo combo. RWM to catch them at the edge, and then the Detonata connecting to make sure he finishes them off. That felt like what Granger wants. So call it a music, call it a symphony, call that some destruction with the way he dished out the Rhapsody as well. Absolutely amazing. Revenant Order ahead by 9k, 10k right now in gold. Stolen Angels need to find an answer, and so far they're scratching their heads, scratching their knees, trying to figure out what the answer is, because Revenant Order are not really giving them one question, they're giving them multiple. You got gold lane that scaled up 403 on a Granger. That's 3 stacks of Sky Piercer. Creve 406 on a Yve, where you don't have anyone that can catch him from the other side. And then of course Alan, the Yi Sun Shin, level 13, 3 levels ahead of Levi, 303 on the KDA. Shay hasn't gone down a single time. The only kills that Stolen Angel has is from Kenshin, who is the roamer, who likes to dive deep into the back line as well. So it's not looking good for Stolen Angels. 10k deficit is too much to come back from. Conceal play scared.
Yeah, they really want to catch down Pem out here in mid though, but a lovely stun connecting, and that's going to be Kenshin taken down instantly. He did put up a shortcut out here. KyoQT traded off on the other side. So even though Kenshin is falling, it doesn't matter. Everyone on the other end have got nowhere to run. Another RW to force Levi in an awkward space, as it's Revenant Order to take control of every single lane.
Well, every single lane, every single inhibitor, the Lord marching to down bot side. It's less than 10 minutes in. They're looking to end the game in about 11, I would say. Scared another play to try and do something, but I don't think they have the resources.
Oh my god, Kent just bursted down instantly. No one to tank the slot right now, so the crystal's gonna be wide open out for every single one of them. The vengeance being used by Kent to try and survive, but guess what? The wave clearer has been cleared first. Enzo gets run, but the crystal will be taken in return. Revenant Order instantly taking this game number 1 in such a solid fashion. Holy smokes.
That was the definition of hitting your win conditions, right, Scared? That was what they had to do, and that's what they clearly did well. At the same time, we spoke about it in the draft earlier, we spoke about it during the game as well, about how they need to dominate their side lanes, how they need to give the space for the Eastern Shin to farm up. At the same time, they had not a strong mid lane with that Eve. They had the wave cleared, they had the poke, but then if they were dove upon, it's going to be really difficult. But knowing how to maintain their distance, knowing how to kite the force that's coming in from the other side, and I think that was a pure masterclass on how to play that kind of a lineup, a front to back with a lot of dive coming in from their own position. And of course, if you ask me, Kenshin is the one that really did most of the work. He was working overtime in the first half of the game to make sure that his teammates were able to scale up to the latter half of the game.
One of the big factors which I wanted to mention was, yes, that even though Kenshin died a lot of times, every single time his teammates were there to trade him off, and that was one of the most important things. Now, having a look at the items, Chronos, again, nothing on the end of Stolen Angels. They couldn't make a comeback whatsoever.
Not just the fact that they couldn't make a comeback, right? It's just the fact that it was so difficult for them to do anything scared. It was a proper draft coming in from the other side, right? Revenant Order really outdrafted them. Yes, they went for the CC as the first pick. Not something that's conventional, but you go for it if you're trying to big brain, right? I felt like they tried to go too much big brain and ended up just not knowing what to do. Like, I think they were trying to outplay and outplay and outplay. You know, they got outplayed themselves, because what was the first pick was the CC, and the reply came in with the chip and the Esun Shin. Right there, you give away 2 power picks without taking anything in return. You reply back with a Fredrin and a Kimmy. Yes, the Kimmy is great. The Fredrin's good. You're looking at a solid draft from their side. But then again, like, because you've exposed the jungle so early on, because you exposed the EXP lane early on more than the jungle, now you're just like, okay, no one's gonna die onto someone if I pick up the Farsa or the Eve. Yes, the Farsa is great, but then the Farsa is a little more susceptible to crowd control, right? Especially that curtain call. Then you lock in the Eve, and especially after the buff that the Eve has got, it's been slowly coming back into the meta about teams who like to control the mid game, who like to control these team fights. Very well orchestrated, the draft, the gameplay, every single team fight. Very well played, Revenant Order.
One of the big factors which I noticed out here was the fact that, yes, there was a Fredrin on one side, and as soon as I noticed that, I was thinking, you know, all right, now in the mid lane, you need someone who can constantly poke Fredrin out, because you deal with Fredrin just like how you deal with a Minotaur. You make sure you poke him, and then instant burst. So I was thinking of Lilia, because that's what you eventually get in your mind, first of all, once you think about someone who can poke really well from early to mid game. But then Eve was just an absolute bang-on answer there. I could not have asked for a better pick in that scenario. No one could run out of the RWM, and then you also pick up a Harith into that composition without a Purify. That might as well have gone for a Vengeance. I believe that could have been a little bit better, but every single thing that could have gone wrong for the side of Stolen Angels, they made sure that that goes wrong. And that's one of the big problems right now which they have to work with, right? More than the draft, it's just about how your heroes synergize with each other. I was not seeing that synergy apart from just a Kimmy and Fredrin.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, even the CC to a certain extent, because you have a little more free reign rather than being a frontliner.
Yeah.
But you're right, Scared. I'm not. You're absolutely right when it came to synergy, right? Yes, you might have synergy as players, but the heroes in the game need to have synergy, and then the draft needs to prove that as well. And Revenant Order draft proved that 100%. And not just that, I loved that RWM catching them at the edge, and the Death Sonata just hitting. That was a highlight reel right there, folks. You got to go back, clip that, make sure you put it in the Discord, tag a moderator, make their lives a little bit easier when it comes to, you know, trying to make some content for this, because hey, we grow together, we learn together, and of course at the same time, hopefully Stolen Angels have learned from that setback that they got, and then now the next game they come back with a stronger mindset, a slight bit of a different approach into going into this game.
They're going to be on the red side, right? If I'm not wrong, the statistics before the last day of the previous week were very heavily leaned in towards the team who was on the blue side. They were constantly getting those wins. We were seeing those 1-1s most of the times too, yes. And that was one of the big reasons. The team on the blue side had a big advantage. But over towards the later stages, we saw finally some teams realizing that on the red side, if you leave one go, you've got 2 different power picks. And most of the times out here in the entire Thunder division, we have seen 90% of the teams loving that CC first pick, which slowly started to get countered when we saw those Uranuses being picked up, the Hildas being picked up into the mix as well. And now, rightly, as you mentioned, you need someone that can actually burst through, that can attack. Paquito being picked up as well. Now, these are the kind of picks which I feel, yes, sometimes are niche, but you have to keep them in mind. You cannot forget about them, because if that happens, your entire lineup gets destroyed. And in that mid to late game, you could clearly see how Shay was literally bursting down the CC on the other side. Kent was not able to survive through that burst, because guess what? After he's taken down to the last bar of HP, 1 Void Crystal, 1 Death Sonata, and you're out of this game. Vengeance ain't saving you. That's a Sky Piercer on the other side. So I was absolutely loving, and yes, I think so. Revenant Order at this time, I did not put a 2-0 there. My predictions were 1-1 for this one. But they really need to get this win, as they're just dwindling on the edge of elimination.
Whatever, Scared. You just wanted to make sure you got at least 1 point from each side, right? I know
Yes.
you. I know you. That's what you wanted to do. Unfortunately, I predicted a 2-0 for Stolen Angels, and then it just, because of the performance they've had so far, but Revenant Order really bouncing back and showing why they're one of the top teams. But then again, here is the table, ladies and gentlemen. The leaderboard that you're looking at. Omniglitch up on the leaderboard, 10 points, of course. Jackpot's there with 9. Minerva Fury coming in at 9 as well. So a tie between them and Jackpot. Stolen Angels dropping the ball. They could have caught up and made sure and maybe waited for the others to lose. It could have been good for them. Stolen Angels dropping the ball a little bit. Ake still looking for their first 2-0, if I'm not wrong. They've been doing well. It's just not well enough. And tonight might be the night for them. Or this weekend might be the weekend. However, we're going into game number 2, Scared. Revenant Order, Stolen Angels. Red side Stolen Angels. As you said, Revenant Order, what are they going to go for? What do they have to do? Given the fact that Obsidian now is up and available, right? Is available for the tournaments, available for the games, available for the match. People, if you think Obsidian is an absolutely great hero in the tournament, here's Scared Yet telling you why it is not.
One of the big reasons is that it's a very niche, straightforward pick, man. I mean, if you really want someone to dive in the backline like Obsidia does, you've got a better pick than her, who actually gets online pretty early too, and that's Claude. You target 3 people at the same time. One of the worst things that I had an experience with Obsidia was the fact that I targeted the enemy backline, I was with the mage, and then I was the first one to die. Why? Because that mage is carrying me into her tower, and I can't do anything about it. I can't purify my own ultimate. That's a GG's WP. But again, Obsidia, overall, if you think about it, right, in terms of the utility that all the other marksmen are bringing in for you, if you want early game, you go for a Granger, you pick a Harith for the mid game. You want a late game, you've got Irithel, who is literally the AoE damage dealer that deletes everyone in 2 shots. And one of the biggest counter of Obsidia out here is the Purify. And 1-1 without the Purify. So I don't feel really that Obsidia is going to be one of those niche picks, right? Because it becomes very difficult for her to even burst through the enemy front line until and unless you build up that Malefic gun. So it's kind of rocking in the same boat as a Moskov without the ability to move around the map.
You don't know, bro. You just gotta wait for late game. I'm telling you. You just gotta wait for late game.
Go Irithel! Go Irithel! Wait for late game!
Come on, have you guys not, have you never got like someone to play against when you're playing against, and then the opponent is just like typing in the all chat like, wait late game, I'll show you.
Game, yeah.
Exactly, that's the late game. But then I think talking about how we look at the marksman, right? You spoke of the Moskov. The Moskov's already banned on the other side. I was gonna say, we're talking about a lot of bursts, a lot of crit. The Trinity has really died off, hasn't it? The Trinity has really fallen off the meta. The only marksman that I know that kind of uses or likes to use the Trinity is the Moskov. Apart from the Moskov, maybe the carry, but then again, the carry is not the best hero to be there. So, and then you don't really see the Claude so often. Even then, he doesn't really go for the full Trinity. So, not looking good, I would say, for Trinity marksmen. But looking at draft-wise, 3-3, Scared, thoughts?
Seems pretty simple, straightforward niche out here. CC left open, can pick up. Zushin is left open, though. You know, I'm very surprised, Kronos, that in so many of these games, we have seen Zushin left open in the drafting phase, yet no one prioritizes her for the first pick, given the amount of control she offers you in the mid lane, how constantly you can poke the other side with it. But stop with that reaction. We both know it's not a good first pick.
That's why I'm saying, like, whoa, like, why would you go for that as a first pick? This is instant. Yeah, I know. This is more like this is what I'm gonna do. What are you gonna do about it?
Ego.
That's what they're saying. Exactly. It's like, I'm gonna pick this up. What are you gonna do about it? Instantly, Kalei on the other side. You spoke about Jushin. Jushin comes out as well, and I think, yeah, the fan is gonna have a hard time, isn't she? She's gonna have a really hard time already just with 2 heroes right there. Hopefully, we get to see a good Fanny game, because I haven't seen a Fanny game in a long time, Scared. A really long time.
I'm just laughing over the fact that they banned out the Moskov in the first phase so that they can lock in the Fanny.
What's going on?
Oh,
Remnant
man.
Order. They cooked in the previous draft, man. Now I don't know what they're cooking.
Forgot to turn off the oven.
I don't
What I
know.
feel, man.
No, in the previous
Oh
draft,
my
they were cooking
God.
something nice, flavorful, added the spices, you know? This time, they just boiling water.
Oh my God. Boiling water is crazy. Oh my goodness. But you know, at least one thing that I'm kind of liking from their draft is that if they've selected a jungler who likes to dive on the enemy backline, at least they've also got Lapu who can double down on that, right? So they're fully going in for that all dive composition, and they're saying, you know what, we are going to take the fight with you. We will initiate the fights against you. What do you have to offer on the other end right now? And again, into that EXP lane right now, Lapu, pretty solid pick, but I don't know, man. You pick up a Phoveus or an Esmeralda at this point, and I think so this draft from Revenant Order is already done and dusted.
Yeah, Esme sounds good. Phoveus, though.
Phoveus
I mean, Phoveus is great. Phoveus is absolutely great here as well. They don't have the burst to kind of take him down. He's not going to have a difficult time with the EXP lane unless he really fumbles. And then, yes, the Fanny can do a lot of work, but it's going to... the Fanny has to work overtime, so you can completely ignore the backline. Harriet, yes, has the burst, but then with the help of the Vengeance, you need a lot of items. Not looking good so far for Revenant Order. Stolen Angels look solid. Take out the Eve. I like the ban of the Eve this time. They understood what problem they had previously. Maybe it's still gonna take out more Fanny counters, I guess. I don't know. Definitely not the Yi Sun-Shin. You'd want to get with the Yi Sun-Shin when you're playing against the Fanny. Irithel's a good shout here, Scared. Irithel is a good ban.
Yeah, long range counters, Harith on the other side. You don't really want to deal with a... Kind of. I mean, if you really consider in the gold lane niche...
One gets eaten alive by Fanny. I've seen that too many times. Oh, they still ban at the Yi Sun-Shin. Maybe it's just the fact that they know how to play against the against any lineup with the Yi Sun-Shin. But also, I feel like giving the Yi Sun-Shin would have kind of left that Ruby in the gold lane possible, right?
That's one of the big things, right? So they don't really want this one to go forward. We'll have to see, though. I mean, I'm still not a big hater of a Ruby in the gold lane if you're running with Lunox in the mid. Or rather, but they can't really... Or I would have said Lunox in the mid, but again, there's Zushin, so you've got a better pick on the other side. They need a jungler out here, as well as the proper gold laner. Some that can easily survive through that Fanny. Hayabusa ban is absolutely beautiful. Now they're just forcing the members of Stolen Age just to pick a Joy here.
Joy or maybe Fredrin? I don't know.
I don't think so. Fred would be a good choice, let's be honest.
No, absolutely. It's barbaric if you pick Fredrin here. It's the worst thing you could go for. A Joy is what I'm looking at. Maybe a Saber, you know. Genuinely, a Saber is so good for a Stolen Angel. It's not going to lie. You know it's scared. People really sleep on Saber. Saber is such a great hero. You force the Harith on a Purify. You force the Fanny to think twice before going for an engage. You force the Fanny to have a later scaling lineup. You go for a Saber. You already have the Kalea to bring somebody to you, and then you just burst them down. They lock in the Beatrix. I like it with the Kalea as well. Good combo, good wombo combo. People don't start flaming me in the chat. I know Saber's not viable for tournaments most of the time, but Saber's a good hero here. Sometimes you just got to think that way, out of the box.
Here's the thing, man. If we've got BTK picking that Saber pick up against Blacklist International and winning the games out on the international stage, who are we to judge out here? And I would say that, yes, that kind of seems understandable. The only big problem is that in terms of the jungling speed, Saber does not have anyone to help him out in the jungle, considering Kalia doesn't really help you clear a lot faster. But maybe Enzo and Kalia, both of them can help Saber to clear out the first few camps early. And maybe you can have Kyo as well early on to help you out a little bit in that terms, though. But I love it. I absolutely love the Garrod Kacha and the Aurora pick out here. At this point, with the Garrod Kacha, it's just a simple, straightforward counter to Kyo. And Aurora is here that whenever Kent or Pem wants to jump inside, she's going to just freeze both of them up. But I still do not see any kind of synergy from Revenant Order. It seems like they're just power picking their favorite picks.
I was gonna say it feels like a rank match, man, where you're going solo queue, first pick you out the Fanny, and then the Fanny just relies on everybody else to do something. It looks really just like power picks. It's like my favorite hero. I want to pick this. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen this hero in ages. A Suyo in the Land of Dawn. We were talking about some jungler in the early game that needs to power up. Well, we're talking about Saber, but I was talking about Saber, but I think Suyo. If the Suyo gets fed, the goal for both the junglers is the same. Get fed and you start snowballing. But then again, they're not at their best in terms of what the meta offers. So this game is really relying on the gold laners, in my opinion.
It totally depends on if Beatrix would be able to farm up or not. I agree. It's going to fall down to Kyo. Here's the big thing, right? We did see Suyo in the Thunder division itself back in the first day, if I'm not wrong. We saw Suyo being picked up right then and there, and it kind of worked out well too. I'd have to say I was not really expecting it to work that well, but it did work out pretty decently. So yeah, I can see some things going on. I can see that execution coming in instantly by the engages of Stolen Angels. They just have to be wary that they do not over engage in those fights, and they don't elongate those fights, because that's what Shay would want. After the entire combination of his Raging Slashes, he'll get that back up very soon if you compare it to the ultimates on the other side. So it's like you've got one shot with your ults, pick the fight, take a person down, move back, get your cooldowns back up, and then move back into another fight. So that's the idea of what Stolen Angels should follow. For Revenant Order, Patricia.
I don't know what that is, but okay. Eureka moment they're gonna have at this point. I think they're just really relying on Allen to snowball hurt early, right? The really hard snowball coming from Allen. Again, King as well. Win the lanes. They have winning lanes. That's one thing for sure. Except for the mid lane, they have winning lanes coming in from all sides. They have EXP. They have won the gold. Hopefully, it translates into a victory to give them a 2-0. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into the Land of Dawn.
Taking the fight of Revenant Order against Stolen Angels out here right now, which could very well go for a 2-0 of Revenant Order. They're looking forward to go for those early engages out here. And you clearly could see that Allen instantly, he wanted to be the one to dish out some damage. Got, obliterated out here. Can't really go forward for any more than what he did. So Levi is just going to try and zone him out right now. The Retribution coming in. The execution combo picture perfect. Allen still wants to take him down by. Are you running near the walls though? Just for this one outplay. Levi runs out of the harm's way by the skin of his teeth.
Hey man, he's a ninja. He's Sasuke. He is an Uchiha indeed. The way he was able to escape as well with the skin of his teeth, barely alive. Doing well for Stolen Angels, and this is what Revenant Order kind of wanted, plus the kill. But Stolen Angels, knowing that not giving anything away really works out in their favor. Now 25 seconds for the turtle to spawn. They're kind of winning out the mid lane, but again, Revenant Order just freezing it, so they're having a difficult time. Yeah. So Revenant Order so far winning on all fronts, just not able to secure a kill. As you can see the predictions, I predicted for a 2-0. I already lost my prediction. So did Zakota and Nish, but the rest are voted for a 1-1. So let's see if they're able to get it in their pocket. The turtle's up scared, and I think at the moment Levi's in prime position trying to get it.
I think so right now, but guess what? It's going to be creep. Oh my goodness, my man decided to flick up forward. As the delete Enzo instantly, you could not even see what happened in that fight. But every time an Aurora is frozen, you'd want to see her running back, but not this one. This is a battle Aurora.
Oh, a battle Aurora trying to make sure you got plot armor on your side. Revenant Order doing the best that they can, trying to play as aggressive as possible with their lineup. But Kenshin might go down.
Nice Nibiru's, or rather Bennett's Rage coming in at that point, because now Kenshin, he's neither level 4 nor he's got a decent amount of HP. So that would mean Levi will get the turtle for free. Guess what? Kenshin wanted to still run out for more. The AOG is going to be used up defensively out here, but by the time he does that, it's already a tsunami slam into that river and he's been drowned instantly. No chance for that one to go ahead, but still 1-1 coming in. Stolen Angels, lovely way to bring themselves back.
They need to find a way to try and bounce back. They need to find a little more across the map. So far, they're trying to press their advantage, but I don't think it's looking good just because of the fact that the Fanny is doing well. Kenshin might find someone.
Yeah, he really wants to catch someone though, but still gonna be knocked in. Frigid Glacier does not catch anyone, but Enzo catches Allen. That Fanny is not really jumping out of that danger, but rather it's a walking Fanny out here. It's gonna be slammed in, suplex at every single angle as Kenshin tries to run away. And one last shot from Levi will not really land though, but he will make sure to steal away the bear crab. That's some good amount of EXP being lost.
Well, you know what? Scared this Fanny's not able to fly. He's not able to fly. Looks like a fly. Nonetheless, for Stolen Angels, looking 2-1 right now. Revenant Order tried to get the advantage. They played as aggressive as possible. Kriv with an early flicker forward play, getting the first blood. But Levi, being the Uchiha he is, he might just, you know, he might just lock down on someone, just delete them. 30 seconds for the second turtle to start up. Pem's looking good. They're trying to poke down this Gatotkachi as much as possible. Phovius is holding his own, and so is KyoQT on the goal lane. So it's working well for Stolen Angel so far.
And KyoQT has given better rotations as compared to what King has done. So we'll have to be straight up honest with that as well. On the other side, over towards the top right now, Allen really wants to catch Kent out here. But guess what? You can't really take this Phobius down there. He said it too soon. He's able to execute Kent out there. I presume he still had that one bong, but just could not land it at the perfect time. Otherwise, his decision to move in the jungle when there's a Fanny walking around.
Hey, that's what you call Caster's Curse in full-time effect, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, the turtle's up. This is the second one that's up for grabs, if I'm not wrong, Scared. And I think Revenant Order slowly moving in as a Fanny. You don't really want to get that. You want to go for a fight. But Shay here coming into the fray, making sure Shay plus Kenshin, that Gatot and Lapu Lapu combo might be hurt for the rest. And here our team fight breaks down.
Yeah, it's going to be the AOG, not really able to land in at any point, though when it's rage enough to take them down. Now Nibiru's passion. Shay gets deleted instantly. Two of the frontliners being lost for Revenant Order, and now Allen cannot go for the dive. He'll have to prioritize his own purple buff right now. That is a big play coming in from the side of Stolen Angels, and it's going to be an easy turtle for them right now. Levi will pick it up without any problems.
Yeah, not just the fact that he has to prioritize the purple of Scared. He hasn't even taken his orange. And look at King. He's going to get melted down. Mangekyo Sharingan coming.
Oh my goodness. The Zaman Force on the other side will save his day for now, but not the tier 1 down bottom. You know, you constantly calling Levi an Uchiha instead of an Ackerman has been the second craziest thing of the evening. The first one is still the Fanny first pick, though. I'm not going to take that away, but it's still Revenant Order trying to... At this point, oh my goodness, they're legitimately trying something, but none of that is working out because Pem is there with the Tsunami Slam. And now they can eventually force their way on towards that top lane as well.
And the way that they burst him down, they locked the chain CC into effect. That was a title strike, Tsunami Slam, Dark Wave, with the help of Bennett's Rage. An instant delete, but still it took a while for Kenshin to go down. And looking at the items, you can tell why as well. He's building in towards the Dominance Ice. He has a tough boot, so he's able to do that. But you know, on the top side, Shay trying to clear the wave, Scared.
Yeah, he should be able to, but the cannon win is going to be left at the half HP AOG right now, connected perfectly. That's the big one though, but still, Nibiru's flash and cancelled out from the taunt. That's a big play coming in from the other side as Allen on the other end of the map will still take one down. And that's, I'd still say, a 1-for-1 trade. Levi taken down, bottom tier 1 taken, top defended. Everything worked out well for Revenant Order.
Yeah, I think right now Revenant Order are able to win on all fronts. The top's going to be falling down soon unless Kriv has something to say about it. He might just be using that Frigid Glacier as well.
Yeah,
oh, no.
They were able to clear it safely because Shay was there as well with his own ultimate. So it's fine, but oh my goodness, Enzo is not fine in the mid lane. The Zaman Force into the steel cable cutthroat combination absolutely dismantles him. Did not even have the time to use the flicker.
Yeah, it feels like Revenant Order just had to pump the brakes, make sure fill the gas up, try and go into the highway, and Stolen Angels see a freak train coming at them at this point because Revenant Order is in the process of snowballing. Here, Pem might get someone.
Yeah, he really wants to pick someone up at the Tsunami Slams, but he's been stunned up, deleted instantly as the Chrono Dashes connect perfectly. You've got no one to lock down King with the Purifier that he has right now, and Shay wants to catch every single one on the back line as Allen will constantly go in for the steel cable, zoning out Enzo and Levi just to make sure that Shay stays online. It's clear at this point, Kronos, Stolen Angels cannot take the fight in jungle.
Scared, I think after the end of this game, we're gonna find out, is it gonna be Ackerman or is it gonna be Uchiha? Because you're gonna see Mikasa go against Sasuke, and hopefully the best one comes out on top, and that gets some, you know, some anime fans going crazy. I don't know what you're picking, my friend, but I genuinely like both.
I'm down for Levi Uchiha with the way how things have been going right now. That still makes a lot of sense now. Bennett's rage being used up, though still Kenshin survives, and the OG will help him out. But guess what? Shay will delete everyone with the bravest fighter, and the chrono dash from King will lock down that front line and remove them from the game. As Levi, Enzo, and Kyo will run back to safety. That should be a free lot for Revenant Order.
Not just that, here comes Alan.
Oh, he wants to take Levi down, and he will be able to. That is the flying fan which we've been talking about, that Mikasa is still sustaining, and you never expected that to happen 9 minutes into the game.
Oh my goodness, Scared. It's like I said, man, they pumped the brakes because they didn't have any gas, went to the bunk, filled the back up, and now they are looking like a freak train, just ready to run everybody over. And looking at the itemization, you can see 3 items as well on the Fanny. With the Blade of the Heptases, a War Axe for the extra bit of sustain, and the Malefic Roar to melt anyone down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kyo QT has a BOD, is building towards that Malefic gun, so looking for the power spike early on. Gets it, in fact, right now. And at the same time, Levi just not able to get the power spike of his own. You can see on the top side, he's really having a difficult time.
Is lucky to survive out here when its rage being used up as well. Kenshin's going to be taken down, rather it was Shay on the other side as Kenshin runs back to safety to try and survive out of there. Guess what? I don't think so. He's surviving whatsoever. Enzo picking him up with a lantern flare definitely opens things up for Stolen Angels now in the defense.
It opens things up, but look at the goal lead still in the favor of Revenant Order. About 4K, almost 15 seconds for Kenshin to come back up. And let's not forget, he has the AOG to try and make sure he catches up as well. Shay should be walking away fast, but Stolen Angels are doing well not to clear the way to try and rush the Lord.
Enzo is going to make sure that he will be back in the safe distance on the other side. And yes, it's rightly as you mentioned, they're going to make sure that they clear out the Lord right before the 41-second mark. So no second Mega Minion waves. It's only this first one. So it's not going to give any kind of value to Revenant Order apart from just that one tier 2 over towards that top side. It was bound to fall. It was pretty low in the HP, but oh, top side, they're actually going to gank in instantly, Alan, as he gets deleted. And here's the big thing, Kronos. Pem picked up the fleeting time. So he will be giving in more engages as usual.
Yeah, oh my god, look at Creep!
That's a big one instantly coming in as they still want to take that fight on the other side though. Enzo catching the first one. Shay answers back on the other end, but no one's going to be able to save Kenshin. Salmon Force was used up, but King could not do anything as the Lantern player will chase him. No Purify to survive. A triple kill coming in, and Zushin just obliterates everyone on Revenant Order.
I don't know what Creed was thinking, Scared. He went all in. He flickered forward for a Frigid Glacier without even locking them down. It gave them an extra second. The animation of the Frigid Glacier takes a long time. He thought he had them frozen, locked them in their boots, but unfortunate that he did not get that. A wrong shot call pays badly for Revenant Order, and now the gold deficit's about less than $1,000, and this looking good.
Oh, another engage out here, and this is the strength of a fleeting time. As again, though, penetration not connect onto anyone. AOG on the other side, though, got life for Enzo, but doesn't matter. No one has got any kind of backup for Revenant Order as they lose 3 in this fight again.
This is not looking good for Revenant Order. Not just the fact that they lost 3, it's Alan gone down twice in a row with his buff there as well. So he's taken his purple buff, and now he's not going to have that for the Lord fight, and they're in no possible condition to try and contest that Lord. They lose out on the top side tier 1, they lose the tier 1 in the mid lane, and all this has come off the back of Enzo. Look at the KDA, Scared. He's 11, 2, and 4. No one's been able to take down Enzo apart from Alan, and Levi, the jungler, who's running an Uchiha, is 0, 2, and 8. This guy's not even online. He's just been the biggest bait that Revenant Order are looking to bite, and they've been biting that all the time. And now the Lord is started up. Hopefully Revenant Order can get everything in order before Pem tries to pick somebody off.
Shay's positioning is going to be critical out here because Kenshin will make sure that there's going to be chaos on the other side right now. He is charging up a skill too, so no taunt. It is just to close in the gap and be a distraction so that Shay could jump on Kyo. Kyo is going to 1 and 10 at this point. You can't have this Beatrix running wild like that. A while ago, he was struggling to make the second item, but right now, I'm pretty sure he's already got the third one in. Hold on. Shay, it's about time that this man jumps in, but there we go. The initiation comes in perfectly as Alan wants to jump in the back line. He wants to take Levi down, and so gets a legendary. The back line is insane as Alan shuts down Levi. The wind of nature by Kyo into the frigid glacier. He dashes out to run back to safety. It is impeccable from Stolen Angels. They only lose one while catching through. Now that's going to be the third one as Shay has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, as this Zushin is untouchable.
And again, it was Stolen Angels that took the front foot, right? Pem is the one to try to catch someone, and they've been catching Kenshin the entire time. 0, 8, and 4 is not looking good for Revenant Orders. Kenshin, just because of the fact that every time to try and open up the bushes, open up the map, Pem does not care. They have enough burst. They have the Bennett's Rage. They have everything to try and melt him down. And now Kyo QT secures the Lord. Allen's running away.
Yeah, he's going to try and run back to safety, but I don't think so. Enzo's going to allow him. But still, those steel cables strong enough to save him from the falling cliff right now. Stolen Angels, my man, with the way how they made that comeback. And Kronos, it's all been on the back of that one over-engage from Revenant Order down towards that bottom bush. If not for that, this game would have been very different.
Yeah, it's just been it was Revenant Orders to throw, right? And they did throw it away. You can see right now the purple.
Oh my god.
Contest.
Oh, look at the bottom line. King is not surviving that. And that is your gold laner. He was supposed to clear the wave. There is no wave clear for Revenant Order now.
All for a tier 2 scared. All for a tier 2 on the bot side. Not the brightest of ideas for Revenant Order. 25 seconds. I'm not sure if they can hold it. The Lord is already on the top side. Half HP on the inhibitor. They might be looking for the end.
I mean, not the brightest of the ideas out here. That could be the story of this entire evening right now. The AOG is going to be connecting onto one. Enzo still gets the legendary. No gold laner to support your play. Shay alone left on an island out here. It's not going to survive though whatsoever. Guess what? He actually does, thanks to the distraction of Alan. But the Lord is still healthy. Crystal's going to be targeted and it will be destroyed. Stolen Angels steal away the game number 2 to equalize the series 1-1. Nice cat, Kronos.
Hey, man. Yeah. And I think it just came down to the fact that,
yeah,
you know, how Stolen Angels were not able to not able to hold on to the early game.
I agree. You know what? I'm pretty sure that Kronos actually learned a few tricks up from the books of that Uchiha Sasuke and was able to transform himself into that amazing cat. At least we'll not have to see the bright face coming in from that man. Just kidding, man. I love you out there. But amazing play on the side of Enzo, bro. Went for a Sky Piercer, 16, 2, and 5. And 80 stack Sky Piercer on a Zushin is insane.
Yeah, and I think no way for them to try and hold their own as well. That Jushin, absolutely insane. It just didn't work out for them. He tried everything that he could. Unfortunate that they were not able to, you know, for the other side. They tried everything that they could to try and take the Jushin down. This Jushin was absolutely insane. Dealing out the damage. Look, 100% kill participation, right? 100% team fight participation scared, and that kind of shows why you don't pick Fanny as a first pick.
Why you don't allow Zushin to be left in the draft, man?
I mean, we saw the previous game the Jushin was let through, right? The Jushin was let through completely. Not just it. I don't think it was even banned out in the first game, but it wasn't, was it?
Nope.
Yeah, so that's fine, but why would you go for a Fanny in the first pick? Yes, you can be the greatest Fanny player in the world, but there are so many ways to counter your Fanny. And I think Levi, Levi Uchiha, you got to change your name, bro. You can't keep Ackerman anymore. You are Levi Uchiha from now on. But the way, I mean, not just for the fact that he played the game well. He didn't really get any kills. He didn't have a lot of damage. his job was just to be there at the right place at the right time, make sure you bait out some of the skills, make sure you find an overcommitment from the opposition, and that would be the best thing that you could do for your team. And that's what he did, and that's how it just worked out. It was just clockwork for their side. Unfortunate for for Revenant Order, they had the right idea. Again, it just came after bad calls. That one fight on the bot side, the one in the mid lane inhibitor, with Kreve going for a flicker forward Frigid Glacier. It just didn't seem right at that point. And then after that, again, near the Lord Pit, they tried to do something. And I'll be honest, Kenshin was trying to open up the bushes. It just didn't work out for them. He get burst down. Pem and QT with a combo. So well worked out. It should have just been, okay, if Kenshin sees somebody, the rest know that he's getting picked off. I don't know why Kree wasn't using the Frigid Glacier or the Frosty Breeze to try and catch somebody off. It just baffles me that you have the Aurora that can really be a big difference maker, but just not able to do it.
It's just that the animation of the skills are so very slow that by the time he uses it for any kind of engage, Pem is already picking people up in the Tsunami Slam. And one of the big things is that any person he was picking up, everyone, they were being just taken down instantly. They were not surviving. You could be Kenshin and he is the roamer. He's supposed to be super tanky. It's not a utility roamer anymore. It is an actual full-fledged defensive roamer who's built up the dominance eyes, who's built up the blade armor, who's also got the radiant armor, everything. And even after all of that, he's just being obliterated like that. And I think so one of the big reasons was because Kyo built up the BOD into the Malefic gun. You have the early penetration, you have an early burst of damage, and then you really look at the passive of BOD, right? If the HP of the other side is lower than 50%, you deal extra damage to them. So the ones who are already low will be bursted down even faster. Combine it with the 50, 60, 70 stacks coming in from Enzo and the constant damage coming in because of the glowing wand and the wishing lantern, that is just instant melt on the other end. And Alan did not really have enough opportunity to catch anyone off guard.
Yeah, and not just that, right? Speaking about the itemizations a little further, the QT even had the Rose Gold Meteor and the Wind of Nature after that. So prioritizing survivability, knowing that he's going to be the target for Alid, because he was trying to get to Enzo, he just wasn't able to do so, and then just go, and then just you're going to be the next target, of course, for the Fanny. Try and get some items up, try and make it a 5v4. Just unfortunate that they weren't able to do so. Brilliant itemization coming in from Stolen Angels. I'm just I'm just kind of sad that we didn't get to see that in the first game, because first game from Revenant Order was a really clean one. Yeah, Scared, I wanted to see that 2-0. Okay, I know you wanted the 1-1. I know it's a little bit of competition between the talents, ladies and gentlemen, but of course it's Stolen Angels who are good. They can play this way, they can do much better. It's just I don't know why they didn't do it in game number 1. But then again, same with Revenant Order. If you can play game number 1 in such a clean fashion, right? Why? What's with this? What's with this game? What's with the draft? What's with that? What's with the power picks? What's with the fact that there's no synergy between the heroes? You're really hoping for a wombo combo, and it's not something that you get quite often.
They played the first game so clean that they thought the enemies were not that good. And then they realized it in the hard way that, all right, you know what, they're actually pretty good. We shouldn't have done that. And I would have to say, Stolen Angels haven't really been feeling like themselves lately. And one of the big reasons, even in the second game, which will double down on the same, is there was a point when they were fumbling the game. When they had the draft advantage, they had all the advantages that they need, apart from just, dominating in the side lanes. They had everything working for them. Even after that, there was a point when they almost fumbled the game. That is one of the big reasons why we can still see them up on the top 4 with 8 points. Right now, if that would have been a pure fumble from them, we would have seen them all the way down in the bottom, or at least Revenant Order would have bounced all the way up. And I think so that's something that Stolen Angels will need to get back onto the drawing board and then figure out, right? Because you cannot fumble the game when you've already got a massive advantage in the draft.
And looking at the table as well, Scared, the next game that we have come in, of course, the top 2, the game that decides the first place, is going to be Omniglitch versus Jackpots. Not just that, we felt some heat last week between both the teams, right? Scared, you're the one who was there for both. What do you got to say? How is it looking? What's the build up? Give us the deets, spill the tea. What's the storyline?
We just simply asked Vansky if he's got any kind of message for the members of Jackpot, and he directly targeted Walkie on the other side. And then we got Walkie on the interview to ask you, what do you have to say for the statement of Omni Glitch? Eventually, Walkie was like, you know what? We're just going to make sure that we will 2-0 the other side and then we'll move forward. No other thing. We're absolutely cool with that. So there's been a nasty play happening on the other end. Hold on a second. There's a nasty thing happening out there in predictions. I'm rising up. I'm on the 4th spot. I'm not last anymore. Strategy works, my man.
Seems like it's okay. I mean, I make sure I go last place to get everyone else, a little bit of the spotlight. However, hopefully it just comes to fruition. It kind of changes the way it is. Because, hey, let's be honest. Most of the time, I go for the predictions by feel, right? Not with their performance that's been there. I just go with feel and how the players are feeling themselves. Try and try and chat with the players, see what's there, how they're feeling. Not so much as what the beef is like, not so much of what they're practicing, just to see if they're feeling good, if they're able to try and how are they feeling going into the next game, into the next series. Just try and give every player the benefit of the doubt, right? Try and make sure you can get that, and that kind of skews my decision. So usually, when they say you trying to think with your heart and not with your brain, you end up in such a kind of a position, unfortunately. I'm an emotional guy, man. I'm an emotional guy.
It's okay. It's fine. It's totally fine. I know you'll bounce back in those things. We always know. We've known you for the man who's made those big comebacks out there. Be it the live, be it on the desk, be it in the predictions. It's totally fine. I understand out here. There's, again, if we're talking about comebacks, right? I'd have to say Jackpots, the way how they made their comeback after the day 1, day 2, day 3, with the way how they were clean sweeping their opponents, that has caught me off guard. Like, I was not really expecting. Even last week, in the very last game, Jackpots taking on Stolen Angels. No one anticipated Jackpots to do 2-0 in that series, right? People were expecting Stolen Angels. That was one game where no one had their predictions right. Everyone lost onto that because Jackpots ending up 2-0 Stolen Angels, that was a big statement, right? We've known this team to win one and then they fumble on the next one. They probably do the exact same thing that Revenant Order did. But that was that one point where I personally felt like Jackpots have matured up properly and they are controlling the way how they normally used to play those second games.
Yeah, they're controlling the game slowly, and I think it's just because of the fact that they are good players individually. We know them to be great players individually as well, Scare. You and I have witnessed live the transition of some of these players from different roles. Speaking of Kingsta in particular, and the way that how he makes the team tick, right? And especially given the fact that they have what it takes to be on the top, they usually go through a tougher route all the time, these players, and they still come out on top. So I'm just thinking, especially, again, we spoke about this week number 1. You and I did, with Pelemetronio being one of the top goal laners in Europe, and how he doesn't really have the right pieces around him all the time to get him that big name, get him that big top 1 spot. And then it's this, and he needs someone to try and rely on, someone to lean on, not to have all the pressure on himself. While Kingsta has been the one guy who has been activating every single player he plays with, no matter how much of a difficulty the jungler is in, no matter how much of a difficulty the gold laner is in, he's the one that kind of activates them, gives them the space to breathe. So when these two really go together, when these two try and get, when these two are playing together in the same lobby, it just makes it much more difficult for the opposition. So I'm feeling like they're not found the synergy yet. They've matured up to that point, so maturity is working out, but the synergy is still showing. And then, of course, you have Lighto. He's one of the top EXP laners. You expect consistency from him week in and week out. You're not going to get anything less than that. I would say Damsky's been doing well at the same time. The only wild card that they have on their side is Walkie. Sometimes he's great, sometimes he's not. Sometimes he's in a good mood, sometimes he's not, sometimes he's yelling at you on the screen, sometimes he's actually playing the game really well. You know, he's a jack of all trades, but also at the same time he's quite how do I call it, scared, moody, is it? Probably that's probably one word to put it, with his gameplay, not the way that his personality is. You can tell, like, one game he's playing absolutely insane, the next game he's just like, you know, like like you don't really know how it goes on. So
it becomes like a bro moment, as in you do everything so very well, and then what are you doing right now? I agree. They've got those kinds of tendencies, right? And that's why we always talk about jackpots in a way where in one game they look like the best team in Europe, and in the second game they look like, what is this? So it's fine. They're finally finding that consistency. They're finding that middle ground, not to overheat in certain moments, not to really, you know, throw away the lead that they eventually build up throughout that game. But you mentioned about Pelmetronio being one of the best goal laners out there in Europe. I don't deny that, but I'm just going to say that there's been some competitions moving around the block, right? You've got the first Savage in the entire season by Yuichi. You've got another man who basically picks up a Moscow. It's not even a Moscow, it's a Zilong pick, just disguised as a Moscow, when he keeps on pushing those side lanes. And I'm talking about Slarky Boy at this point. We've known this man to be so sneaky. He doesn't care if his SODs are connecting or not. This man has decided he's going to push the tier 2 when the teams are taking the fight at the turtle or maybe towards that Lord Pit, and he eventually gets that, puts the pressure on those sides, and then transitions it into a team fight. So the game style difference is vast between Pelmetronio and Slarky Boy. Pelmetronio wants to be that flashy guy into the team fight who arrives at the perfect time and then cleans up the entire field. While Slarky Boy is the man who pressurizes the side lanes to get some of the pressure off from his team in the team fight, and then joins in first to eventually get that value out of his own pick. I do like what he tries to do, but when it comes down to the Irithel of Pelmetronio, that's going to be the big question as to how he will deal with that.
Yeah, I agree. The Irithel, the Moskov as well at the same time. And, you know, just give them, of course, more information for those of you who don't know Omniglitch. You guys know about Omniglitch already. But, Sakir, I know you know this as well, but you forgot to mention, so I'm gonna take this away from you. It's just the fact that Omniglitch are the same team from that won the EMC. Right? Yeah. Exactly the same team, minus the roamer, that's Vansky, that's come in. They've rebranded themselves, of course, at the same time. So these guys have been doing absolutely insane, and they won the EMC for a reason. They came through a really tough route there as well. So both these teams know how it is to try and come from the ground up. So now that they're at the top of their game, what happens? Does the fact that they're at the top get to their head? Maybe their egos are slightly inflated, so hopefully it doesn't try and change the way that they approach how they're moving into these games, the approach of the communication that they have, approach of how they're trying to execute their plan, and hopefully nobody's able to put one foot or step on everybody else's toes, because that kind of becomes a big difference maker and really creates a problem in synergy of the team.
Yeah, I agree. That's something that you really have to work around with, right? I remember that one big lineup of Memento Mori out there in the EMC as well, where they had Sakamoto, Uzin, Loloi, Wade, Slarky, all of these players. They were absolutely impeccable. I believe that this team really likes to rebrand themselves after every other event by changing one of the other players, but it's fine, it's fine. Something that eventually works out for them is what's actually nice. One of the big things is, you know, I love the fact how Uzin eventually just flipped his name out here to write it as Nizu. It's a niche detail that I noticed. Yeah, it's a niche detail that I know. I'm like, wait, this player is different. And then I realized, hold on, it's just a name in reverse. All right, whatever works for and rocks his boat right now, because everything has been working out for this team. Yes, we have seen certain moments when they have not looked clean. Right, there was this one game on day number 1 itself, which they eventually lost. If I'm not wrong, it was against Minerva Fury. And that was something which I feel that Omniglitch would need to focus on. This team would need to, win on. But you know what? I'm absolutely fine. It's Jackboss on the other side. We're still going to win either ways. Easy matchup, man. I know it's your pick.
Look. You stop talking about my jackpot guys like that. It's Omniglitch. They're going to get swept today. 2-0, boss. 2-0.
You think that's going to happen, man. You think. Do you forget that you've got certain players who like to overextend, like it's their back garden, flower garden, and they're walking around in the field
Garden,
like.
garden.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a garden garden for them, bro. That's how their gameplay looks like certain times. You agree to that yourself, but you know what? It's totally fine. I'm right now going to fully focus on how Omni Glitch can easily sweep this series 2-0.
No, no, look. I think everybody knows that Jackpots are going to come out with this 2-0. I mean, at least not. That's what Walkie said. So I would say we're behind him. I know we got his fans. So I think it's just the fact that you're probably in the Lulu land, my friend.
You think that is the case? You know what? The only man who's been in this Delulu has been you throughout this time, considering that Jackpots will win this one. Not happening. Not happening on the watch of Omni Glitch. They can easily sweep the series. Guess what? You know what? I'm actually going to use something that has happened in this event to try and prove my point there. You know what? There's been quite a few matches that have happened where Jackpots. Remind me, what was their scoreline when they were playing against certain teams which were easily swept up by Omni Glitch? Can't really remember that, right? Can't really remember. You know what? We'll talk about all of that later. We can keep all of this trash talk aside right now. We're going to focus down on the bans. Interesting one coming in.
I like the Uranus being banned out. The Kaleas being picked up as the first pick, so that prevents Walkie from picking up the Ling or the Fanny or any sort of assassins, even the Hayabusa to a certain extent. The Joy at the same time. So the force of the assassin bans being assassin pick coming off the other side from Omni Glitch is gonna be a little. It's really well played there with that Kalea, but I feel like the CC being left open might be something that Jackpots should be looking for. But then again, Pelemetronio has such a wide hero pool of gold laners that he's definitely gonna kick Omni Glitch away.
Let's be honest. We both know he's gonna pick up an Arethyr. Doesn't matter how deep his hero pool goes. It eventually, you know,
It rounds up right there.
Yeah, it moves up, it converges at one single point. You know, can you play a Granger? Yes. Can you play a Harith? Absolutely yes. Can you play a Ruby Golden? Phenomenal. Yes, I enjoy all of that. You know what? Add in the carry, add in the Bruno, add in the Moscow as well. All right, so you can pick either one of those two picks. Yeah, I mean, that's where the problem begins. Sorry, that's not on board. If it's about what I can pick, it ends up at Arethyr. But all the jokes aside right now, Farsa being picked up on the other side. This is interesting though. Into a Hayabusa?
I mean,
That's not, yeah.
Loloy's Farsa has been really, it's been good throughout the entire tournament so far. So I wouldn't doubt the fact that they, you know, trust him with this pick, even though there's a Hayabusa on the other side, unless they're just looking down on Walkie and his Hayabusa and also Jackpots, which I feel like is not going to be the case. But here, with Lancelot already being picked up, Leia being picked up, the Farsa's picked up as well. I like the CC that we mentioned earlier. The Hayabusa is great. The Gatot Gacha, that is peak right there. Absolutely the right pick to go for. But in the hands of Kingsta, it is a playmaker, but then again, you need a lot more crowd control in the mid lane. So the Moscow being banned out, I feel like the Irithel's gonna come off right now. You're right, Scared. It's gotta go. I don't really see Omni Glitch letting Irithel go.
Ban an Irithel, or if you really want to double down on things so to make Farsa's life easy, you know what, ban out a Zushin, ban out a Selena. But I'm pretty sure that should be an Irithel right now. But guess what, Pelemetronio has been one of the best gold laners out here. His 1-1 has also been impeccable, so they're not gonna let this one through. I like the idea of that being banned out. On the other end, we'll have to see. Oh my god, I was trying to ignore the fact that he just DM'd me right now, and I was having a fun time into focusing the game. But guess what?
I'm trying to say the Irithel is gonna be something that can be picked up. That's banned out. Look at the amount of gold laners that have been banned out, right? The Moskov, the Bruno, the 1-1, the Irithel at the same time. So you're gonna see 4 gold laners banned out. I wouldn't be surprised if Jackpot tried to go for a Ruby. I wouldn't be surprised if Jackpots try to go for a Ruby, but then again, do you really want to limit Pelemetronio to playing like a fighter in the gold lane, not having your late game pivot? The Irithel's banner right there. The carry, like you mentioned, is open, but then at carry, Beatrix, Melissa is a hero that, the Harriet being left open. How could we forget that?
I mean, to be honest, it's absolutely fine. You can let the Harith go. I was really thinking that Jackpot should lock in the Beatrix right now. We clearly saw the potential of the Beatrix into the Kalia, and that was absolutely destroying it. Guess what? There was a rumor of Gatot Kacha itself in that previous game. Kenshin, if I'm not wrong, none of that was working out for that man. So that's again the thing right now. You pick up the Granger into the Harith, into the Gatot Kacha, realizing you don't really have a lot of dashes, not a lot of distance that you can create. I mean, I don't know, bro, if it's a death sonata or a death sentence for yourself.
Hey, look. You got the Esmeralda on your side, but she's on my side all the time. But of course, I love the Valentina that's coming in here. You take away the Feathered Airstrike, you take away the Tsunami Slam, you have the Death Sonata as well at the same time. And of course, if you're stuck in a sticky situation, the Phantom Execution can get you out. And if you feel like dancing, just go for the Falling Star Moon and start copying the Esmeralda. You'll be happy. So, Omni Glitch versus Jackpots. The draft is set, scared. Who do you think is going to come out on top? I'm looking at Jackpots to take this at 2-0.
With that Valentina pick, I'm going to say Jackpots, yes. I thought that draft was going pretty well for Omni Glitch, but then again, their mid lane doesn't look strong at all. Or wait, hold on a second. We're going to rewrap that. Yeah, the mid lane looks pretty decent, but since Enzo has picked up that Valentina, that's again going to be amazing on the other side. But if you really think about that Wombo combo, right, Enzo can steal away the Tsunami Slam, go for an engage into the AOG of PEM. So it could be Enzo who starts things off.
All right, folks, we know we're seeing a little bit of glitches here and there. We're just trying to have our fun to make sure you're having a good laugh as well at the same time. Don't worry, production's going to fix it as we speak. And at the moment, you can see, of course, it is Jackpots versus Omni Glitch.
Yeah.
And in this game, we know the trash talk, we know the history, we know the heat that's there behind this. Of course, make sure you put this on your social media. Get that Discord chats up and running, folks. You can tell everyone that it's going to be Jackpot Walkie versus Vansky. That's going to be Omni Glitch for Jackpots, and it's going to be a battle for first place. Nizu already going into Kingsta, and he's trying to dish out a lot of damage. Kingsta, this is the thing, right? He loves to play a playmaker, but with Gatot Kacha, he really needs to be aware and try to find a play. He's looking to take Nizu away, but Loloy able to get that Lethal Wanderer. Or Nizu got it.
Yeah, it was Nizu again. The Phantom Execution, or rather the Thorn Rose combination with the Retribution. One of the best execution lines apart from a Suyu as well. So that's the thing. You know what? Either Synth is cooking with this prediction, or we've all just, you know, with the Unity, we're all just going to win this one. Unless Jackpot's 2-0 Omni Glitch. With the way how they played yesterday, or rather the last time when we saw them playing, if Jackpots continue that kind of form, yeah, I could see that happening. Now, both the junglers started from the opposite side of their buffs, right? They both started from their own respective purple buffs, so eventually ending up on the opposite ends of the map. That's why right now, Walkie is going to be making his way out here right now as Kingsta stands guard with Laito to make sure that they have got the control over towards this part of the map, right?
Oh, Thorn Rose trying to get some damage. Kingsta trying to get some taunt onto somebody. Light though, not level 4 yet. Phantom Execution comes in. They're looking to take down Kingsta. He might go down. Revitalize already popped in earlier, so not going to have that this time to save his life. Jackpot Walkie goes into the Quad Shadow. No Shadow kill commit yet. He could have got a kill, but he knows that they grouped up together. Not the right time, but look at Loloy. He's already going aggressive, knowing that Walkie doesn't have the Quad Shadow. Finally gets the Feather Airstrike to show some damage as well. He's trying to run away. He's cornered. And this one, Nizu might get a kill, and yes, he does. 2-0 for Omni Glitch, but here's the Feather Airstrike of their own with that. Valentina's IMU. Nizu gets caught up as well. Nice clapback coming in from Jackpots. Now letting them know that we're not going to go down without a fight. It is dead even, ladies and gentlemen.
Lovely stun coming in from Kingsta, or rather that taunt. It was impeccable for Nizu to be held down in that ground. Massive play from Loloy, yes, but that one final shot of the Feathered Airstrike not landing, it extended that fight. It wasn't necessary, but here we go again.
Lighto taken down low. Phantom Execution able to get that kill. Way to try to make some space, peel the rest of the team. And Thorn Rose with the Retribution secures the turtle for Nizu and Omniglitch. He's using the punctures to go to the back line. Kingston left in no man's land. He goes for the AOG to try and get out, but Loloy with the wings by wings. Make sure the kill is handed on a silver platter to Nizu.
Beautiful chase from Omniglitch. I was about to mention that after that fight, Jackpot should be getting that turtle for free without any major difficulties, but none of that is happening right now. And even in towards that top lane, that's where you can see Slarky Boy having a big advantage. And this is Pelmetronio that we're talking about. Normally, it should be a Harith who zones away a Granger.
Oh,
but it's the exact opposite.
Nice feathered airstrike from Loloy as well to try and zone out Damsky. And you could see Kingsta's there at the right place at the right time. Vansky trying to do as much as he can to create the space as well. Peel for his Phantom Execution. What is Nizu doing? Trying to bait out something in from Damsky, or is he just trying to show that he got it? But here comes a nice Tsunami Slam onto Kingsta. No feathered airstrike as it was used up earlier. They should be able to get the clear on the way, but here's a feathered airstrike coming in from Damsky, knowing that Vansky cannot get that Tsunami Slam down.
Is going to be moving back, but guess what? Someone's moving in.
Oh, Shadow Kill able to secure that as well. Kingston gets the kill on Nizu. Nice play from Jackpot Walkie. Hits the jackpot.
Oh, hold on a second. AOG.
Ooh, almost able to get Vansky, but he used the Tidal Strike to get out of harm's way. And you can see they're revitalized to make sure he survives. Pelmetronio already uses him on Force. Slarky Boy has the Rhapsody. Note that Sonata, not enough energy. Vansky looking to make a play. They do have the Purify on their side, and it's going to be soon that the Zaman Force is back up. They're low, below half HP. I'm not sure if that's a wise idea to try to go for a knockup on the top side. You can see Kingston's able to survive. Here comes the Zaman Force, and they're able to get a kill. Kingston's able to survive, but Nizu comes to the fray with the Thorn Rose, secures the kill, and Pelmetronio makes sure he doesn't go down alone, takes him down with him, but the one that reaps all the profits is Nizu from Omniglitch.
Yeah, and that's going to help him take control of the turtle maybe in a little bit while. Doesn't really have the retribution for the next 19 seconds though, and considering there's Lighto zoning everyone off, there should be a free turtle.
Yeah, Walkie trying to get the retribution. He's able to get that indeed. Damsky with a feather airstrike. I'm not sure if Lighto's in the right space. AOG from Kingston to try and create the separation. Loloy already uses feather airstrike. This is a clean go signal for Pelmetronio, and he goes in indeed with his Zaman Force. Slarky Boy trying to create the space, trying to zone them out with the Death Sonata, as OGs will have to run away with their tails tucked between their legs, and you can see Kingston trying to provide a lot of vision in enemy territory.
Yeah, just going over towards that purple buff, but again, those heals coming in. Here we go again.
Oh, Walkie, Ogi Shadow Kill Thorn Rose, but that's not going to save him indeed. He gets melted down. And now you can see that Jackpots have evened the score, and so far scared, the goal lead has been dead even.
It's constantly been back and forth right now if you think about it. 6-6. But this is now finally going to change the switch. This tier 1 being taken down towards the top side as we have a look at the itemizations from both the sides. First items being made out there. Interesting to see that Pelmetronio has actually gone in for the Feather of Heaven. Normally we see the Stallium Scythe on the other side. Here we go again.
Yeah, it is all for the damage. Kingston actually pulled under the tier 2s of OG, but able to make it out alive with a... Oh, no, never mind. Spoke a little too soon. The feathered airstrike gets the kill, but look at Walkie. He is taking this assassin battle seriously, and he's able to take Nizu down. That's twice he's got the better of him. And meanwhile, Damsky using the IMU, using the feathered airstrike to try and clear some space for them to get the tier 1 in the mid lane.
He is him at this point. I do like the idea of Damsky constantly picking up the feathered airstrike every single moment. And look at that recall taunt. Just making sure that there's someone who tries to barge in and maybe make that overextension. None of that is happening right now. 7-7, dead even, but finally that 2,000, almost 2,000 goal lead right now in favor of Jackpots. And guess what? Level 10 for Jackpot Walkie. Just a minute more. Maybe he's going to turn into level 12 if they're able to take this one turtle as well. So that's going to be a big advantage on that level 12 Hayabusa buff.
Yeah, that level 12 is that power spike for the Hayabusa that we all look at as well. That's why he's trying to clear the waves, trying to get to that point. He even gets the Lethal Wanderer for himself. Now the Turtle's going to be the next target. They're all 5 over there. Wade has the Falling Star Moon. Doesn't want to charge up, but what? Coming through AOG to try and catch them. And all hell breaks loose. You can see at the same time, they take away Wade. He's the only one to fall. Walkie goes down. Kingsta takes down Vansky as well. That was a wombo combo for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. And the one to start it all up with Kingsta with a nice AOG when Vansky tried to go to the back line. What a way to try and get the Turtle scared. I even missed who got that one.
I have to mention, it was Nizu to pick the Turtle up, but every single thing to set up till that moment was Vansky flickering into Jackpot walking on the other side. Hold on top.
Oh my god, Pelamatroni, this is why he's so good, right? He uses them on force, dashes in twice, and now he's trying to take down Laloy. He might get him. Yes, he does. He went back out, came back in, and now seems like he's going to pay the price. And yes, he does indeed. Vansky able to hold on to him. Kingsta almost getting Slarky Boy. He's able to make it out with the AOG.
What? How the heck is Kingsta alive at this moment? This is just impeccable. Show me his itemization at this point. I'm pretty sure he's got at least the Dreadnought armor. Also, if you consider maybe some magic defense as well, as we have a look. Yeah, it's the full anti-Cuirass into the Silence Robe and is now cooking up the Radiant armor. I love the itemizations from him. He just made sure that whatever the scenario is, this Granger is not going to deal a lot of damage to him until Slarky Boy builds up a proper penetration item, and that is going to be the Malefic Roar. And considering the items that he's got right now, he's going in for the BOD. So, I mean, Kingsta is going to be happy face tanking every single thing in front of him. While on the other side, CC going in for the default build with the Brute Force breastplate into the tough boots. That means all the crowd control that there's going to be by Vansky with a Tsunami Slam as well as another knock up, then the stun by Laloy as well as the immobilizer Wade. The duration of all of that is going to reduce, and that too by a big margin.
Did you see what Vansky got? He got himself the fleeting time, so there's going to be a lot more Tsunami Slams coming down. It's going to be Suplex City all over the land of Dawn. The only thing that is missing is Brock Lesnar. But right now, oh my god, Walkie gets caught out. Tsunami Slam. I'm not sure if that was a good idea. He tried to make a play with a quad shadow, but all 4 corners were covered. And now Omni Glitch are looking to take down this Lord. Wade is trying to create separation, but they're trying to go all in. Pelamatronia, oh my goodness, the damage is real, but so does Slarky Boy with the Sky Piercer, able to get one stack. Laloy's goes down in the hands of Light though, but look at Wade. At this point, he looks like he's unkillable. A lot of poke coming in, but there's not enough burst to try and take him down. The OGs turn their attention to the Lord, and Wade is trying to stop them. Lighto's trying to catch somebody. Phantom Execution from Neeson, try and make it out of harm's way. Kingsta has a lot of damage. He's trying to taunt. He's trying to dish it out, but unfortunately, the passive Unbreakable is keeping him alive. Lighto's going to be the next target. AOG to try and create some space. Again, Omni Glitch get the Lord, and they were not able to get more.
It is absolutely fine. The main game was to survive in that situation because Jackpots were looking for blood. And guess what? On the back of it now, the gold advantage is stolen away. That will help Slarky Boy in terms of building his Malefic gun as well. Now that will penetrate through Kingsta. And he will have to try and look forward to some of the other engages that's coming in right his way.
Oh my god, again, a Tsunami Slam, Rhapsody, Feathered Airstrike, and he's still alive! How is he doing this? Oh my goodness, I thought he'll be able to make it out, but you can see that was too much burst. Meanwhile, on the top side, Walkie's able to deal with the Lord. Tier 1 in the mid lane goes down in the hands of OGs.
Here's the big thing, right? And one of the big reasons why I agree with you on the point that Beatrix is very good with a Kalia and not a Granger is the fact that the Granger is more like the DPS scenario where, yes, you're constantly firing those shots with the Rhapsody as well as the Death Sonata, while a Beatrix just rams a ton of damage into the Bennett's Rage. You're running with the shotgun, yeah, good luck. I mean, that's not the best thing, but yeah, you can delete anyone with that. And then you've also got the Nibiru's Passion that has got a lot of burst damage in a very short span of time. That's why the Kalia and Beatrix combo was working out well against Ghatot Kacha. But this time around, they've got to invest the Feathered Airstrike of Loloy as well to try and take Kingsta down. Once or twice is fine, but if they do it in the main fight, that's going to be a big problem.
Oh, speaking of a fight, Kingsta gets pulled apart with the Tsunami Slam, and now Pelimetronio, Zaman Force, AOG from catching them, trying to make a sandwich out of it, and he's able to survive. Vansky goes down instead, and now Slarky Boy able to add another stack in. Thorn Rose to come up, but look at Walkie, straight to the back line, able to shut down Slarky Boy, and Wade has such an annoying force. Meanwhile, Loloy goes down as well, double kill in the hands of Damsky. Wade still standing tall, I think not for long. He flickers away, falling Star Moon to no avail, but Lito not able to commit. 4 down and out in that one single team fight, all for Kingsta.
Big mess up coming in, and this is exactly what I mentioned a few seconds ago, that if you commit to Kingsta so many resources in a major fight, that will leave room open for Walkie to run you down, Pelmetronio to run you down, even Damsky and Lito to run you down. They just don't have enough damage to shut him right away. And it's again the target prioritization coming in as we have a look at the itemization. Every other person, now look at that. An extra Ares belt added for some extra HP, as now Kingsta is going in for the dominant size. I love the idea. Dominant size doesn't give you any kind of HP. So regardless of you getting high defense, you don't get any major HP advantage, HP buff. So if you add an Ares belt which gives you 900, that kind of adds into the fact with the lack of HP of dominant size. I love the itemizations from him right now. Everyone else, they've been cooking themselves up. Slarky Boy has got a full tank, but he doesn't have the stacks on Skypiercer.
Well, this is gonna be a big one. The Lord already there. They're trying to poke him down scared. Damsky's already poked down. Wade has been having almost like an MVP performance. He's really been but look at Wensky, what a title strike, and what a way to try and get Walkie as well. Down with the AOG being expended. Zaman Force is there from Pelimetronio trying to shut the damage, but he's not going to be the target, and now they're paying the price to let him go, but you can see Lito is able to do quite a lot. Loloy is damage. Vansky goes to the back line. Lito with an outplay. He makes it possible. Now Vansky gets melted down as well. It is a clean 5-man wipeout as Jackpots hit the jackpot indeed.
A big mistake from Omniglitch trying to go for another fight against Jackpots when that's exactly what they wanted.
It could be over.
It is over.
Jackpots able to find game number 1 in this best of 2.
Big mess up from Omniglitch. I'm straight up giving it to them right now. This was not supposed to be an elongated fight considering the amount of kiting availability there was for both Lito as well as if you consider Hayabusa as well. Yes, Walkie himself, he can dodge a lot of those skills, right? But he was picked up early on in that fight by the full commitment. I love that. It was totally cool, totally perfect. But getting those 2 picks, that is when Omniglitch needed to retreat. They do not have the picks that can go for a continuous long fight. You've got Harith that dodges everything. You've got Lito that dodges everything. And Rhapsody is a skill that you can use in a straight line. Same goes for Death Sonata. Doesn't really work out for when there's a lot of dash on the other end or a lot of kiting on the other end. And Omniglitch just does not realize that. They had a big advantage after picking 2 people off. All they needed to do was retreat, reset, get the Lord, and then go in for the end. But guess what? It was Jackpots who was served that last fight on a silver platter, and Pelmetronio along with Lito said, thank you, we will accept it.
Hey man, we said this before in the draft phase while we're talking about the teams. If there's something that you can expect from Lito is consistency, and he has been consistent throughout the tournament. You know what he's gonna bring to the table, you know what he's gonna do, and he's been doing that right all the time. And even in the last fight, especially the last fight, what a beautiful play from Vansky. He got the title strike right at the bush, knocking up 2 of the members, Kingsta as well as Damsky, if I'm not wrong, and then immediately flickers onto Walkie to get him in the Tsunami Slam. He gets melted down, but to the right play for Jackpots, Kingsta went all in with that AOG, which really caused a disruption in the formation for Omniglitch, which was enough time for Light to latch onto someone with that curtain call, and Damsky dished out the damage. And then after everything was done, it took about a second. Then Pelimetronio drops the Zaman Force, and nobody wants to go on top of him. Everyone wanted Lito because he was low on HP. But you forget, the target has to be the damage dealer. You cannot leave that apart. There is even a chat prompt that says target the damage dealer for a reason. And why? Because Pelemetronio can 1v5, let alone any Herod player. But if you give Pelemetronio the benefit of the doubt, you give him a little extra space, he will show you why he's one of the top goal laners in Europe.
And this is again every single time that we see from this man as he outplays all the others. Even though the early game wasn't looking that sweet for him, he was constantly picking up certain timings where you knew that this Harith is going to get a lot of value. Nizu wasn't able to catch him, Slakiba wasn't able to shut him down. The only engage they had was Vansky. Wade was just there as a sandbag for the team. And all he can do is just, yes, eat up a lot of damage. Apart from that, absolutely nothing. And with that one win, it is Jackpots who take the first spot away from the standings. Omni Glitch, because they've got one extra loss in their bag, are now being brought down. That's a massive upset out here on that leaderboard, which no one predicted.
Hey, man, I did. I predicted that. I mean, although my predictions there says 1-1, I know for a fact that Jackpots can make it out with a 2-0. It's just the consistency of Omni Glitch throughout the tournament has been so good that you can't really bet against them. But if there was a time to bet against them, that time is now. With the performance that Jackpots put up, and not just any sort of a performance, they were able to play their cards right. Every single member played their role really well. And the one that was really not the standout of the entire game was kind of the standout, with Damsky being the one to really dish out the damage, the feathered airstrike on point. So it was really a team collaborative effort. And not just that, with Walkie, the amount of pressure that he had on him in the early game, in the mid game, even in the late game, and Vansky just wanted to target him down. And you could tell why, because of the trash talk that took place last week. But the one with the last laugh in that game number one definitely was Walkie. After that one single fight, right? That one single fight where Vansky targeted Walkie to try and take him down in a team fight situation, that was not the right call. Because he still has the Ogi Shadow kill as well, right?
Yeah, but again, one of the big things is that I did understand the idea of instantly picking up Walkie in the fight, because you've also got that burst to finish him off by the time the animation of the Tsunami Slam is complete. So they were able to do that. They instantly bursted down Walkie. He was not a part of that fight. But it fell down to the same fact that you're running with a composition that relies on ultimates, which have got long cooldowns. It's the Feathered Airstrike and it is the Tsunami Slam. Those are your two main engage tools. Everything else is just either they're soaking up damage, or they're DPS, or they're just trying to kite around, get some more damage, right? And that is including Nizu on that Lancelot. With the amount of kite there was, you're going to be lucky if you land in your Thorn Rose and the Phantom Execution on time, considering they are a little bit slow to land right now. So it was, again, pick one person off, retreat back, re-engage again, retreat back. You've already got the fleeting time, so there was absolutely no need to extend that team fight. But that's what's happened has happened. Now it's going to be falling all the way back into this one game, as well as we have a look at the draft chronos.
Hey, well, the sun is setting indeed, but the futures of Jackpots is shining bright. And the same with Omni Glitch, with the way that they played. Hopefully they're able to make the slight bit of adjustments that they could not in game number one. Now that they're on the red side, Jackpots on the blue, the draft looked good from both the teams. It just came down to execution, and Jackpots were just one step ahead, or rather just had that one single team fight that just didn't go right for Omni Glitch. You can look at it in different ways, different perspectives, but the only thing that doesn't change is that scoreboard, and that's 1-0 in this best of two. However, right now with the draft, you can see Scared, Walkie does not like playing the Boxia. So in a draft, you know for a fact that you're not going to give away the Boxia. Same thing with the Angela as well, right? Damsky as well as Kingston don't like playing the Angelo. So there's two picks already gone. And those are two bans rather, that usually come out from the red side.
I think so, yes. It kind of is a big thing right now, as you know, having that hero pool specifically for those heroes which are ban worthy, that gives you a lot of room to work with when you're on the blue side, because that basically means you can dictate the draft on your own. But none of that is happening right now. This is an interesting ban of Eve right away by Jackpots. Now, what could they be looking for?
It's one of those hard reads again, Scared. We've seen these hard reads before. We've seen it work. We've seen it not work. And I think the Eve here being banned out just goes to show that they're looking to pick up a Fredrin on the other side. They're expecting Omniglitch to go for a tanky jungler. The Yi Sun-Shin's banned out. Here, the Jushin's available. That's the best pick that could be there as a first pick material. You go for that indeed. Now there's a Lancelot on the other side. I wouldn't be surprised if Nizo picks up a Lancelot and gives us a Lancelot masterclass.
I think so. That's one of the big things, right? Yeah, pick up the Lancelot, show us what you've got on that one more time. It's totally fine. One match happens, it's okay. In the second match, you can try and bring things back up, but it's going to be difficult when you've got a Zushin on the other side. You know that pick is going to be hella annoying for you. And that's constant DPS every second, a constant poke damage, and that range is pretty difficult to catch in. So maybe they want to pick early Hayabusa. That's not happening. They still lock in the Lancelot along with the Uranus into that EXP lane. Considering that CC is banned out, I was thinking of Phoveus, but you know what? Uranus works as well. I'm saying it's, to be honest, pretty well against a Zushin.
The Lancelot. Oh, you're talking about a Phoveus? I'm lost.
I thought that maybe Omniglitch could pick that up.
That's what I was like. Wait, Phoveus? And I was like, oh yeah, Uranus being picked up. So you're talking, of course. You thought Omniglitch could pick up the Phoveus. That's what the confusion. But I think Jackpots can pick up the Phoveus of their own, which is going to be really well. But the EXP lane is going to be pretty dead. However, they don't want to go down that route. They go for what, why fix what's not broken? So Harith, Hayabusa. But Irithel could come out. I think Kimmy is still there, so maybe Kimmy in the mid lane.
I'm not a big fan of Kimmy in the mid lane right now, considering there's a Zushin on the other side and a Hayabusa early on. Plus, you'd not be able to catch a dashing Harith so very quickly with your basic attacks, no matter how quickly you're trying to anticipate that.
Ooh, that is Scaredit's favorite hero in the gold lane. Moskov being picked up. It's looking good. I like it just because of, again, Slarky Boy doing Slarky Boy things with the Moskov that we already know of. He likes to push those tier 2s and ignore the team fights, as quoted by Scaredit earlier on. And he does that indeed. So, of course, it is a comfort pick. It is a power pick. Hopefully, it works out for them to make it a 1-1. And at the same time, with the second phase bans, the Khalid being banned out for Omniglitch, making sure that the early game presence from Jackpots is slightly weakened because that Khalid and Jushin combo is absolutely nasty. Lunox being banned out on the other side. Again, another comfort pick for Loloy. The Farsa is still up. I'm not sure if they're going to go for it. What I was thinking of Scared is in the EXP lane. No, they already have the Uranus, so never mind. I was thinking of something. I lost my trail of thought.
With the way how absurdly slow this draft has been, and with the way how weird it's looking like till now, you know what? I'm saying that it's fine. It's fair to lose that trail of thoughts in the meantime. But out here, Chip and Khalid being banned out, two of those initiators that can provide a room for Harith and Hayabusa to work with. There's also the Godot Catcher right now, which I'm pretty sure that Kingstar is going to pick up again. And he can also go for his classic Cho if he wants to. But I think so. Godot would look pretty nice here right now. It worked out in the previous one. Now you've got an even better mid laner to work with that. So should be fine. Moskov picked up early on now in the mid lane. What are you going to pick to counter that Zushin?
That's the thought I was having. The counter to the Zushin, you go for the Zask. The Zask is kind of a natural counter to the Zushin, right? It's been an age-old counter ever since the Jushins come out. Every single MPL all across the world, every single international as well. Whenever they were looking to counter the Jushin, they go for the Zask. It's a good counter against the Hayabusa as well at the same time. That Dominator's Descent can be a problem. I mean, I'm not sure if they want to go for it. It really is a good counter here, not just for one, but two heroes, even the Harith to a certain extent. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for it. Hey, but, there's the Aurora still. We saw one Aurora not work out today. Maybe this one will.
Difficult to try and catch all the other people instantly out here, considering you are the only crowd control of your team as well. So Omniglitch really need a roamer that can set things up for you. You don't have the Kalia. You do not have the Godot Catcher. You don't have the Chip. I believe it is time for you to pick up an Arlet.
Ooh, Lito on Arlot. That's looking nice. But then again, against that lineup,
no,
scared.
it's going to be a Roma alert at this point. And no, I'm not talking about jackpots. I'm actually talking about Omni Glitch. Hold on. What? That's... It's done. Omni Glitch have got nothing to set things up for them. I don't see any other roamer apart from a Tigreal or a Cho.
I was gonna say only Tigreal is the good one here, but then again, he's gonna get so bullied. He's gonna get so bullied for a Tigreal. Cho is good, but then again, it's against an Arlot. Yeah, I think Cho is good. What else? But then again, it's a single target. You don't really have that wombo combo effect to come into play. You do have AoE crowd control with the Aurora, Frigid Glacier, Atlas. I've been playing Atlas a lot, scared. So yeah.
Stop. One purify and two of you are absolutely dead meat in front of everyone.
Cho
it's a Cho.
is. Cho it is.
Simple. Tigreal or a Cho is what I thought. So Omni Glitch, they really lacked options in this one. They had nothing to work with. So I like the alert pick in the hands of Lito. It is absolutely fantastic. And on the back of it right now, it is pretty difficult to execute what Omni Glitch have eventually brought on table. So I'm still going to give this one, I think so it's going to be a 2-0 jackpots.
Well, I told you this is what it's going to look like, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 1-0 for jackpots. They're looking to make it 2-0, and so far with the draft that they have in their hands, it is looking so as well. Omni Glitch, will they be able to bounce back? Will they be able to hold on to that first place that they have been doing for quite a long time, or will jackpots ascend to the throne for today, or at least for the next few minutes until the next few games come up? Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. This is the lineup. Scared, we got Gatot Kacha, Hayabusa, Jushin, Harith, and Arlot for the side of jackpots. And of course, for Omni Glitch, the Uranus, that Moskov that you love, the Aurora, the Lancelot, and the Cho. The Cho really needs to put an aggressive early game to make sure they have the space to do something, but I doubt that's going to happen, as Kingsta is going to stand bodyguard for Walkie.
It's going to be a bit difficult out here for Omni Glitch to try and bring this one back in. So yeah, I'm not quite sure as to how they'd be able to pull this one up, apart from the fact that Vansky needs to go in for some insane initiations for his team, while also trying to stray safe of Lito's final slash, because that would mean you would be into the AOG right now. So things are looking a lot difficult, Kronos, as we move in the land of Dawn.
Yeah, we are in here indeed. Game number 2 it is. Vansky already trying to get that wave clear to make sure they're able to keep up. Kingsta a little ahead in terms of EXP, gets frozen down by Laloy. You can take a look at the predictions already. Synth is back. He's predicted for 2-0 on Omni Glitch. He didn't get it right. So
You're
well,
happy.
hey, everybody else is 1-1 at this point. I mean, he was on top of the leaderboard, but hey, look at that. Oh my goodness, what a wave. Manizo's still able to make it out. First blood as Vansky's able to get Jackpot Walkie. What a way. And this is why you don't give Nizu Lancelot. He's done it time and again, Scared.
Beautiful performance coming in from him. And look at that right now. With the Cho, Vansky can constantly go in for those pokes. And Loy, he just needs to clear out with the skill 1 of his right now. One of the big things over in that EXP lane is also going to be that Wade will have advantage against Lito. Regardless of what you say, the Uranus not just is going to brick wall, he's going to poke the heck out of Lito on the other side. While in that gold lane, yeah, Harith will be able to clear the wave, but overall the advantage will go for Slarky Boy. So individually, they're doing good in the lanes, but overall in the team fight, I feel Jackpots will have advantage.
Oh, look at Vansky though. He's able to bypass, right? That's the thing. He's able to bypass Kingsta with the help of the Shunpo and then get to the back line onto Damsky and get that knock-up using that Jeet Kundo. And that really helps out Omni Glitch's position. It really helps them out in how they're approaching team fights, because now you're not really able to stun. You're not able to lock down Vansky, because if you are doing so, then Lito has to really do a lot. And then again, he has that immune skill, so he's able to walk around. He's able to do that. And again, Wade here trying to create some separation. That Uranus is going to be absolutely annoying. Nizo goes in. Thorn Rose, Retribution to the hands of Walkie. And you can see right now, with that, they're able to run away, trying to make sure Omni Glitch tries to get something. But Ogi Shadow Kill finally able to take the trade. Wade goes down 1-1. Jackpot's able to bounce back. They might have to get themselves a purple as well. Ooh.
They will be able to. I don't see Nizu anywhere around, because guess what? He's all the way back in the fountain. And now the Jack was there winning the gold lane matchup as well, considering Pelmetronio's already got his level 4. And I'm pretty sure that by now 2.5 minutes is normally the mark where you get everything on the other side. Hold on, that's the orange stolen as well?
I mean, I'm not sure if the orange was stolen. I was just saying, so you were talking about how they got themselves that top. Oh my god, Nizu goes down to the hands of Walkie. Here, AOG from Kingsta onto Slarky Boy. They might be able to get that wave clear. They're trying to do something. Bansky with the Jeet Kune Do. Yeah, I was talking about how Pelmetronio, you know, pushed back Slarky Boy, and then Slarky Boy hits level 4. SOD comes back into the lane instantly almost, and then, you know, that's why he's your favorite gold laner, Scared.
It's fine, yeah, he's able to guess that goal though, but my question is how will you close in the gap when you've got Damsky on the other side with a Crimson Beacon and Lantern Flare, and Laito would want you to walk as close to him as possible because that final slash is what he needs. The only big thing that's... Yeah, but not really happening right now, it's fine. I don't think so that's going to be the case. Kingsta's one taunt is enough to try and stop all of that. Wait, did Kingsta steal that gargoyle? No, he did not. They're just trying to... Oh, for it.
Final slash. Wade goes down, but this time in the hands of Kingsta. So, I mean, it's working out for Jackpots, but the kills are not going to the right place. However, Jackpot Walkie has two in his pocket. So this Hayabusa is looking to scale and scale as fast as possible. And until now, Scared, they've been dominating the bottom half of the map. They've really left the gold laners all alone. And even then, if he's able to come out on top, Pelmetronio, that's not looking good for Omni Glitch, because the turtle's up now, they get it started, and so far Jackpots are looking like they're going to get this one as well.
At this point from the draft itself is what I was saying, that maybe Jackpots are going to be winning this one. It fell down to that Arlet pick, man. It comes down to that fact itself. I wanted to see that Arlet being picked up early by Omni Glitch to at least have some room in terms of those roamers, but since that was not the case, problems were immense. Right now, Nizu is level 7, but doesn't matter, over towards the top.
Gets caught in the taunt. Nizu has to use the puncture to get it out of harm's way, so he doesn't have the dash available right now. Thorndor's trying to clear that jungle creep as well at the same time. You can see the invade coming in. Oh, nice way to try and get the team fight started. Lolo using the Frigid Glacier. Damsky, though, just going forward with that Crimson Beacon. Walkie goes in. I'm not sure if this is the right play. Nizu goes down. Ogi shadow kill. And now again, Jackpot's on the front foot. It's looking like what Walkie predicted will come out right with the way that they've been playing. They're controlling all parts of the map. And at this moment, Loloy's not able to do anything. SOD misses out as well. Wade trying to get the wave clear. But here comes Vansky with the Jeet Kune Do knockup, but he's not able to catch anyone with the Way of the Dragon.
I haven't seen any of those Way of the Dragons from the other side. So yeah, that's the big thing right now. Maybe this could be the first one.
Oh, Zaman Force. Oh my goodness, what a final slash to displace them. Wade gets taken down. This Uranus pick is not working out so far. He's 0-3-0, and he's not going to be able to scale up to the point where he can be unkillable.
It's one of the big things, right? And you can have a look at the itemization right now. It's a Skypiercer first item picked up by Damsky. He knows that all he needs to do is poke. On the other side, another Feather of Heaven. No changes here. We've seen him go for this Radiant Armor early on picked up just so he can take the poke from Loloy and Wade. I like the idea of Kingsta out here. But on the other side, now he needs to try and prioritize some of those physical defenses as well. Maybe the anti-cuirasses, even the dominance eyes, because Slarky Boy will slowly and steadily come up online. But guess what? That's why you've got that Arlet with the Fury Hammer into the Oracle. So he's going to get a decent amount of HP back, considering there is no anti-heal on the other side apart from maybe Loloy who's cooking it up. And on the other side, yeah, you'll get a nice displacement on everyone on Omni Glitch. Plus, you don't need to be the primary engage.
Oh my god, SOD did connect. Now they're looking to take down tier 1 in the mid lane. They get that for themselves. He doesn't want to make his way. There's Slarky Boy. They've got themselves the tier 1 on the top side, tier 1 in the mid lane. They get all 3 turtles in their pocket as well. And now they're looking to take down tier 1 on the bot side. Omni Glitch are not looking good, Scared. They have only one form of engage, like you mentioned, is that Way of the Dragon. It's not working out. You can see Crimson Beacon coming in from Damsky as well. And they're able to get the kill onto Loloy. And that was a stack on the Skypiercer. Nizu goes down. Ogi Shadow Kill should be able to get Vansky as well. Not going through Insta with the AOG. But nice Shunpo to make it out alive. Jackpots are doing every single thing right.
Omni Glitch can make it out alive. Yes, that's fine, but that's not going to get them the game. Apart from Slarky Boy, there's no late game whatsoever. Nizu's been destroyed on that jungle. Level 9 to a level 11 Jackpot Walkie, who will get the level 12 now in the next few seconds. And a BOD picked up. GG's.
Yeah, it's GG's indeed right now. Vansky, he has to use a Way of Dragons just to keep himself alive. But Lito with the final slash, able to get that kill. Frigid Glacier comes through as well, but a little too late. They're able to make it out alive. It's not looking good. Loloy's level 7 scared. Damsky's level 10.
It's just absolute destruction coming in. It's everyone almost hitting double digits.
Nizu, he went in with a puncture, thought he could make it out.
Wow.
One came in, but look at Pelametronio, dead, diving under the turret as well. They're able to juggle the HPs. They're able to juggle the damage that could come in from the turrets. 8,800 gold lead. Jackpots, they look like they're a different breed. They look like they're built different.
Massive boost from Jackpots, I'd have to say. From the last day of the previous week up until now, this team has looked impeccable. And you know what, I don't even blame Omniglitch at this point. It's again, Cho as a roamer, yes, pretty decent, pretty good, but to pull him off against a composition that right now Jackpots have, Purify of Zushin, Kingsta, who's the roamer, and you don't have anyone to burst him down in the mid lane, Pelmetronio, who's again running with a Purify, it just doesn't work out with that. You need a mage that can instantly burst down someone on the other side. But guess what? Yeah, none of that is really happening. All they can do is just use their skills and stay alive. Jackpots have got everything that they need in this game.
Every single thing. The DPS, the burst, they got the crowd control, they have the initiation tools, they have a disengage tool, they have the ability to kite out, they have the purifies, they have a revitalize, they have the confidence. And they already predict the future with a 2-0. That's what Walkie said. That next week is going to be a 2-0. SOD connected onto the Lord. Lord is already secured by Walkie. 8-1 is the kill score. Now we're looking at the 10k goal diff, right? We're looking at the goal difference of 10k. And if I'm not wrong, I feel like Jackpots are likely trying to end this with this one Lord.
It's going to be big. I don't really see any kind of wave clear coming in for Omniglitch as well. It's a 32,000 goal lead against a 22k for Omniglitch. This is just impeccable. Unless Jackpots throw, this is not happening.
Yeah. But hey, they're notorious for throwing games, right? They're really famous for those things as well. Now they're just trying to make sure they can pop that holy defense in the mid lane. The Lord is coming ever so slowly, scared, and you know they're not going to go for an engage right now. However, looking at the items, I think they're much more better placed compared to Omniglitch.
Yeah, it's the 32k gold that you really need for your itemization to actually hit that power spike. But there we go.
AOG into the back line. You get the Frigid Glacier as well. King's is going to be the target. He has to revitalize to survive. Slarky boy with the SOD, but you can see the OG shadow kill almost catching Wade, but they're still able to make it out alive. The Lord still hasn't been touched. Is still on the bot side. It's being slowly escorted. This is what they wanted. The beacon's not been used, and now we're looking at Damsky. He goes in indeed, and now they're trying to find the opening in the back line. Jackpot Walkie goes in. Nizu will have to run out again using the Phantom Execution. Vansky gets pulled back. And now they get the inhibitor on the bot side. Top side's been cleared as well. Only the mid lane left standing. It is looking difficult for Omniglitch. That is the worst inhibitor you'd want to keep standing. The mid lane, only because of the fact that it's going to be much more difficult to clear both sides. And now you can see they're looking to go in again with the Wishing Lantern purchase. Nice knockup coming through with the help of the Flicker. Way of the Dragon being used as well. Nice Frigid Glacier. And the Ogi Shadow Kill able to clean up shop. He gets 2. And now they're able to pick up a 3rd with the help of Pelametronio. Slarky boy gets melted down. 4 down and out. Loloy's the only one left standing. What can a lonely Aurora do to try and clear the wave? I think Jackpot are going to go for the wipeout. Yes, they are. Nice final slash come in as well. And now with the Pride of Ice being taken down, they're looking for the wipeout. Jackpot Walkie foresaw this Omniglitch get melted down. It is a wipeout. They run circles around the base as Jackpots take this series 2-0.
The carousel of victory again is prime for Jackpots. This is a next level confident lineup that we are seeing finally. And Kronos, yeah, we were talking about the first few days, right, of the first week, where we did not really see Jackpots as one of the teams who would be able to close out the series in such a confident manner. And then came their resurgence in week number 2, day number 3. That's when we started seeing them, when it seemed like a very different Jackpots. And yeah, I mean, against the series they had against Stolen Angels, they just absolutely wiped them off from the map. And it looked so well orchestrated that you could see Jackpots resurging like a very different team. You never could understand that this team would do something like that. And now, as we always talked about, that they've got so much potential in them, but they were throwing the games out there. For the past 2 times, they have been controlling that mid to late game, and they have soared higher than anyone else could right now.
Oh, well, it all comes down to the way that they communicate, right? We've said this before. They have the tools. They need the synergy. And you can see the synergy as well. The way that they were playing the entire time. We spoke about how Kingsta can unlock teammates. He's the one that really lets them shine. He does a lot of dirty work on the ground to make sure the rest are able to shine in the spotlight. And in this game, you could see that come to fruition. Damsky, Pelemetronio, Laito, Walkie as well. They're able to shine all right. The only thing that Kingsta did was land those AOGs on the spot to make sure they either go in or they go all out. And then what Omniglitch did was they had to use their skills, their iframes, to try and immune those, their spells, the flickers. Unfortunately, once that's down and out for an Aurora that doesn't have a dash skill, for a Uranus that doesn't have a dash skill, for a Moskov that already used his dash skill, it's not looking good. And then the way that it just turned out to be, to put the cherry on top of the cake, they never really looked to lock down Pelemetronio or Damsky. Their focus was always on Walkie or Kingsta, and that's why they're the only 2 to get taken down. Apart from that, the rest just had free reign on the entirety of Omniglitch.
It just felt like, again, one of the biggest draft wins for Jackpots. They could not really pull out any kind of rabbit out of their hat as well, right? And that's why one of the big reasons why I was saying that you should pick an Irithel early on, was so that you can have at least some room to work with, given that you will have an extra range to constantly poke down the enemy front line. Even if you're not really winning on all of those fights, it becomes pretty difficult for the other side to move in once you are in the heavy crossbow position. Plus, at the same time, you can have your Cho set things up for you. Vansky can kick people into your heavy crossbow, and that would work out pretty well, considering you also have the Frigid Glacier, and then you can have the Frosty Winds thrown out as well, so that no one else can go in for those re-engages. That is one of the big things that eventually happened out here, and it was, again, I just feel like in terms of draft, eventually it was Omniglitch who ended up choking themselves because of the picks that they did. Yeah, as I said, they needed an early alert pick out there in the second phase, did not walk through, stole it away on the other side. Now you're just brought down to only a Cho. None of that could have worked out given the entire lineup of Jackpots and the momentum that they were carrying, right? It's always about that momentum, and Jackpots were controlling it since the first minute.
Yeah, the momentum, the tempo of the game as well, just on their side. They just know how to make the clock tick, man. They just know how to move around the map. They were looking like a unit, something that we haven't seen coming from them a long time. You spoke about their resurgence. Yes, they made it out. They look like a different team compared to what they did in week 1, day 1. But then again, the evolution doesn't stop. They just go further and further from here. And the other teams are now looking on top, because, hey, the ones that are on top are Jackpots, and nobody is able to catch them right now. Even if Minerva Fury get 2 victories, they're still going to be 11 points. So Jackpots finally hit the top of the leaderboard of the Thunder division. Omniglitch must be kicking themselves for the challenge they laid out, and unfortunate that they were not able to live up to the hype.
The only thing that could eventually help them out right now is that if Jackpots throw away the next series and then Omniglitch clean sweep the other ones. That is the only scenario when they will move back up against Jackpots. Otherwise, that is not happening, which you rightly mentioned here, Kronos. It's going to be 1 extra point for them, but that's, again, if buts and maybes in all of those series, as this one was really a very solid domination by Jackpots. And you could say now Jackpots live up to their word. If they say they're going to do something, they will do something. My big question is, can the next 2 teams That is going to be RK and Void Kids. Can they stand up to that expectation? Void Kids won their one series, surprising all of us on the second day of week number 2. That was day number 4, when they were able to 2-0 Revenant Order. But apart from that, again, back on the last day, that's 28th, we did not really see that form of theirs. Minerva Fury able to shut them down instantly. So now they're back again into the action against the team that always goes 1-1 against their opponents. That is going to be RK. So that matchup is going to be pretty fun too. I know you'd not be with me there for that matchup, Kronos. What's going to be the next one?
Hey man, I'm telling you, Ake versus Void Kids, Minerva Fury, Method Black, those are looking solid games. And I know my predictions for them, but then again, you just take a look at it when you look at it on the screen when it pops up. However, for this one, Jackpot's able to take away 2 games from the from the Den leaderboard leaders, Omni Glitch. However, yeah, whatever. Just looking at it right now. My accuracy, 27.8. I'll get there. I'll get there. I should have just picked on them, and I could have just been 50% right now. But however, it's been going okay, and I think players have been doing the best that they can to try and get to the point in the leaderboard. Of course, even though there's a winner, there's a loser, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the teams really put a heart out. They have a lot of practice. They try and showcase what they can all the time. They try to do their best. But I think we might have a surprise for everyone later on to see what comes out of the entire four games that we witnessed, Scared.
At this point, yes, 4 games. I agree. And here's the big thing, right? For the previous 4 games, we've had a roller coaster ride coming in. In the first one, yes, the first game looked super clean from Revenant Order, but then in the second one, they just went overconfident, and eventually we saw Stolen Angels pulling their string back and closing out that series 1-1. And this one, my goodness, Walkie stood up to his word. And you know what? Since that man has been basically a clairvoyant for his team, let's call him back up on the stage right now for this interview, my man. Walkie, we're going to be welcoming him out here. How are you doing, my boy?
I'm very good, bro. What about you guys?
We're doing good, bro. We're doing good. I thought you disappeared for a second. I see that smile on your face. I see you talking all that on the live streams. You spoke about it last week as well. Unfortunate that I wasn't here. Well, hey, I'm here today, Walkie. And what do you got to say? How was that game? How did you feel? Did you feel any pressure?
I felt pressure first game, like, to be honest. And I didn't play my best on first game. But then after the second game, yeah, even I died on the green there, my team was still willing to win 100%. Yeah. And I was that confident that we're going to win. Even I died many times from my own mistake. We still could manage to win 2-0. That's all I can say. And for the haters who thought that I'm going to lose to this P-Nice, they are wrong.
We're going to let that sink in for a second, because that is absolutely confident jackpots that we are seeing right now. You know, this kind of domination that's been coming in from you guys, we did not really see all of that for the first 4 days of the event. And then for the previous 2 days, we've seen you guys clean sweeping your opponents. Walkie, what changed in the team after those 4 days? What were the mistakes that you were making before, which you corrected later on, which are now helping you win these series easily?
I mean, I had some conflicts with my team, as I said, yeah. And I played without voice chat. That's why there were also games where we lost. And then, like, last week, I could fix it. And we could have won 2-0. And that gave us, like, the whole team confidence that we're going to win this tournament. And, yeah. And that Koi from Vansky, like, he talking so much and now he disappeared, you know?
Well, let me tell you one thing, Walkie. In game number 1, you said that you felt pressure, right? You felt pressure in game number 1. You were playing the Hayabusa, Vansky was playing the Kalea, and in the end of the game, you could see he went for that skill 2 play in that bare bush, and then he flickered to you and he caught you, and that's when, you know, everything happened in the team fight. But then again, you guys turned it around.
But can I say to you something?
Go for it.
Like, after you hitting me like that, I might die, but his whole team lose the whole team fight. because we won on draft.
Yes, yes.
And
That
that's what I can say.
Who's been drafting for you guys, man? Because in the previous 2 games, your drafts were looking so very clean. Who's the one who's making those calls? Or do you all guys sit and cook up the draft together?
Yes, my whole team together. I would say.
That's actually nice. Go ahead,
So when
Kronos.
you have that, when you have a slight bit of a communication error, when you guys are tilting, right? When you guys are tilting in the game. You said that, you guys didn't want to talk until last week when you got on the voice chat. Who's the one to try and, calm everybody down if there's, lots of voices flying around? Because you know how animated you guys get in the voice chat. You can say things that we cannot say here on the stream. But of course, who's the one that calms everybody down? Who's the one that like, hey, guys, let's get together. Now we can win the tournament. Who's the first one to say that?
The first person who say this is Laito, but there's actually 3, Pemetrunio and King Satu. And the mage and me, we always like, you're so bad, stop playing this game, and like this, And yeah.
That's a big one, right, coming in. And here's the thing, the one last matchup remaining for you guys. You have been winning every single one of them right now. And your last matchup is going to be against RK. That is tomorrow, obviously. So any message you want to give to RK?
2-0, and my team going to win tournament. That's all I can say.
All right.
So nonchalant when you say that.
Yeah.
Well, okay, what gives you the confidence, though? Genuine question. What gives you the confidence that you think?
Everyone knows already we the best in Europe, And like people always say, we're gonna win them. But for me, like for example against MTB games, I wasn't really in voice chat, and the draft made the difference, But now I'm in voice chat and everything changed, I would say, for my team, for my whole team. And also how we play and shot calling and everything, like how we play as a team. Before, that wasn't really a team because I'm not in voice chat. Nobody listens to nobody. Everyone does what they want, what they think by their own. And we didn't play as a team. But today we play as a team. Even when I played really, really, really bad, they lose. And my team not tilt at me, and that's what I appreciate, like really for today. Because normally if someone play like me and I have someone who play mage and he play like this, I would trash talk him the whole day, until mid game. Like I'm honestly with you.
Oh my god. All right, man. You've got any last questions, Kronos?
One last question, Walkie. You're full of confidence, my guy. You're doing well. If there's a team, right, that's in the rising division. We know we have the rising division running parallelly as well. Is there any team in the rising division or any other team in Europe that wants to be like you guys? What words of motivation, words of wisdom can you give them?
Be less toxic, guys. Play better and improve day by day. Instead of trash talking everyone in Europe who you see and think you're best player. That's all I can say.
Big one. Big one coming from the man. All right, Walkie. Congratulations for all the wins that you've racked up till now and also the learning lessons. Good luck for your last game tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us on this interview.
Can I greet someone?
Go for it. Your stage.
I greet my team. I appreciate everyone who like supporting me and all my viewers. Yeah, that's all I can say.
That is the words of a lead out here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Walkie. Good luck for your next match for tomorrow. It was a pleasure to be here with, again, taking your interview. Both me and Kronos, we absolutely enjoy that. Thank you so much.
Yes. Good luck. Have fun, guys. Enjoy games.
Thank you. We'll see you in your stream, man. Cheers.
Yes. See you guys.
Yeah.
All right. That's Walkie for you, man. Walkie, one of the most vocal players that I have seen. And you know what? He doesn't mess around. He doesn't beat around the bush. He says everything straight up on the face. And he proves it to the team.
Yeah, he's really good at that as well. I mean, at a certain point, it's not bragging. It's not overconfidence. It's not being cocky. It's just like he's just saying things for what they are. And that was something I wanted to ask just because of how he really wants to translate that to other players, other teams. Like, how can you get there? So just saying that, hey, just be less toxic. Don't think you're the best in Europe. Grind and get it out, and then when you're there, you can prove it to everybody. That's the right way to put it. Right attitude, and the fact that they've been working together as a team really makes a big difference now. And I think we could see that as well in today's gameplay. Couldn't be scared.
Absolutely. We did that. The performance was impeccable, ladies and gentlemen, right here, right now. But that's about it for the first half of the evening. We've still got games of Arcade and Void Gates and Minerva Fury taking on Method Black. All of that will happen after this short break. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be joined by a new guest out here. All right, Kronos, peace out. A lot of surprises being filled here out in the Thunder Division, ladies and gentlemen, as the day of surprises continues with jackpots going 2-0 against the ex-table toppers Omniglitch. But what's going to happen in the next few games? We will find all of that out as we've got the Yakuza boss out here right now, my boy Linville, back in the house. How are you doing, my boy? It's been such a long time.
Very, very long time, Skid, and I am having a blast right now, folks. In this tournament, watched a couple of games which you and Kronos casted, and those games were quite bangers, especially the last matchup of Omniglitch versus Jackpots. That first game of that series was just absolutely crazy. And now, I mean, I'm very excited to be here alongside you in the casting desk, because how many months has it been? 6, 8, 6, 7?
Quite a long. I believe last time when we actually had a vote was somewhere around May, or not even May, March or something, man. It's been after that now we were finally back here. It's been a very long time. Yeah, you're looking smarter than before, bro. I'll have to say. You've been going into that winter saga of yours where you're constantly improving, constantly getting better, man. I absolutely like that.
I appreciate it, man. I mean, looking at your camera though, I mean, this looks like you're sticking with the same style here with Hanabi as always, which, I mean, can't be surprised and really appreciate you for that though. But Skid, don't you think it's time to change up the trend a little bit and, you know, move on to the newer skins, perhaps?
You know what? Every single day when I'm here, when I'm casting, it's a new Hanabi skin. Right, and the only thing is that I'm now trying to find the different wallpapers for the latest skins that we have for even the Starlight ones and all the others. I just can't really find them on Pinterest. So I'm gonna try and do some proper hunting to maybe get them all of that out. That's one part of it. But you know, man, there's one other thing that I've constantly been looking at, and those have been the games out here in Thunder Division, because they've been absolutely immaculate. And now we've got two of the other teams in front of us, RK and Void Kids. Now, just to get you caught up into what has been the history for both of these teams, RK loves Hellcurt jungle. As soon as it's open, they've got a player Maku who will always pick up Hellcurt, and then they also like Lunox in the mid lane. So those are the kind of two priority bans by their opponents. If that's not the case, RK will most probably win out the game. But then it happens where they kind of drop the ball in the second game, and it's always a 1-1 whenever they're playing against other kids. Void Kids, on the other hand, it's a team that out of all the days that we've seen them play, on the first 3 days, they were facing a lot of struggles. They were facing a lot of problems. Every series was a 2-0 against them, so they were on a losing streak. It was then when they were facing Revenant Order against one of the other teams out here, they were able to instantly win that series in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah,
the reason... Order. Yeah, that was my lobby out of here. This man joined in the action, and instantly this team was able to win out that entire series. But again, last day of the week, they could not close that series out. It was still a 2-0 against them. So it's like they had the victory, but it was short-lived. So not really hot shot on that one right now. So we're going to see a lot of things out here in draft. But talking about it, Zushin being the first ban.
Yep, quite so. And again, that match was against Minerva Fury, I believe, and they got 2-0 from that series. But yes, like you said, this match is going to be quite a banger here. And do you think the bans are going to be remaining the same for AK, at least the targets, which starting us off with the Hellcurt has been quite strong. But Void Kids here, on the other hand, what are you thinking?
It's probably going to be those same picks and bans like those CCs coming into the mix and all of that, right? Okay, yeah, you don't really want to let them get that hands on Hellcurt. And to be honest, Nandayo is the mid laner, and he has showcased some good potential even on Kimi. So I do like the ban coming in from Void Kids. I was hoping that they'd probably counter it by picking up a Farsa, but it's absolutely fine. And that Arlet ban is a respect to my lobby. Man, this man was absolutely mind-blowing when he was on that Arlet. Sets things up so very well for the team. Now that you take that away, you take away the playmaking capacities from this team. So now it's going to be interesting to see how they answer back.
And, you know, I like this turn which AK is taking. They are trying to dictate the draft here. Since fairly so, on the blue side, perhaps even could start us off with the next ban here. I mean, Angela, okay. I mean, I guess they don't really want to take it for themselves. Has AK played Angela before?
I mean,
I don't think so.
it's just a niche
They
ban.
don't like, yeah.
Yeah, they don't really like it, so they're like, yeah, it's fine. We're not gonna pick it either way. It doesn't matter. So I like the ban. Angela has been absolutely beast of a pick in the mid lane. You've been playing this game, Lynn. Will you already know that Angela gets her ultimate in less than 20 seconds in the game, and that's the early game I'm talking about. Exactly. It's absolutely annoying, but. Since we're on the topic of new changes, me and Kronos were discussing about Obsidia as a marksman. Have you actually been playing Obsidia, or you're still sticking to your roam?
Well, I mean, it's a mix of all the heroes, I'd say, but Obsidia is kind of in a weird spot, I'd say. It'll take at least a couple of months for teams to settle in to certain drafts, or unless, they are fully prepared for it. If you want to gamble all onto the Obsidia hype train, you just might as well go for it in this case. But, I mean, in this tournament, though, we haven't really seen the teams picked up Obsidia even once, I believe, even though she has been allowed. I believe so.
Yeah, now it's allowed. Now she's allowed as well, so teams can eventually pick Obsidia up if they want to. But it's going to take a lot of time, I believe, right now, because I agree with you. Obsidia is in kind of a weird spot where it's a mix of a lot of heroes, and we don't really like a lot of mixes here and there, right? Sometimes it does not work out that well. So that's going to be the case. On the other side, a CC being logged in early on, absolutely fine, cool. Void Kids answered back with a Lancelot. Zushin has been banned out, Angela banned out. They can pick up a chip, though, if they really want.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, Romer chip could be a great option here, at least for side Void Kids, though. But nonetheless, again, Jungler being picked up early on is... Oh, never mind. Kalia?
Yeah, I love it.
That is very solid. But no hesitation from Ake. It's locking in that Joy and Grok here. Playmakers are going to be quite strong from side Ake. And again, we have seen the CC played a lot from these teams. So again, answering back, you have to. What options are there? The Hilda, maybe the Uranus here, are maybe can be taken by the teams, but it all depends on what you want at the end of the board.
That's one of the big things which you mentioned, right? Hilda, yes, a big pick for CC. Uranus, these are the two main niche counters that you can pick up.
Yeah.
But right now, it's still going to be the 4vs, so my lobby is not going to have a good time in his lane. It's just the fact there's a lot of dash on the other side, right? Mako's got quite a few dashes on that Joy with the rhythm, and then you've got Toby. He's also got a dash in his ultimate, you can say, and then on the other side, Astra as well. So I think so. I do understand the idea. Plus, you're also shutting down the capabilities of any Trinity marksman being picked up, considering my lobby might want to jump in with the Vengeance if he wants to be a bit more tanky, with the Flicker if he wants to be a bit more of a playmaker for the team. And considering you're pairing all of that up with a Kalia, I do like the idea, and this is a lovely ban of Valentina.
Ooh, very quite well. So again, great notice on that. And now on the other hand, Ake answering back, marksman still available. And I saw earlier Cronus mentioned that you don't really like the Moscow pick that much by your teams. Maybe the Harriet or Iridil is a little bit more better, I'd say. I mean, what do you think?
Let's just not talk about Moscow, man. Let's just not talk about him. It's got absolutely no point being picked up out here, man. The biggest problem that I have with the Moscow is the fact that it's got such a small range. This is not the meta where you play with small range. The only one who can do that is a Yi Sunshin because he's got an immunity in his dash. Apart from that, no one wants a small range on a squishy hero right now.
They're scared. It's not that small. Come on. For all the fellas out there, it's not that small, maybe. But
you need 4 items for him to get valid. The game is over by the time you make 3.
Yeah, but with the playmaker here from my lobby and Leverman, I mean, you have the CC knockups. It's a great addition. This we have. You just push them back into the third or in the... Come on.
Banned already. Your argument is actually valid. I'm just trying to randomly rant out here, and I agree that your argument is valid. That's why we're seeing the Moscow being banned on the other side, though. It's just me and my absolute hate against that pick. Just fine. I don't really hate it, people. Who knows? The Ruby ban along with the Harith on the other end. There's been an interesting ban out here since the Yi Sunshin was not really picked up by any of these teams. Banning out that Ruby, I mean, I don't know, man. If in case the Ruby was picked up into that gold lane by either of them, then that would mean that they're lacking a lot of damage in that late game, and they're literally relying on the mid game snowball. I don't think so teams want to put all of their eggs in that one basket. So we'll have to see how the next pick is going to look like right now.
Yep, it locks it in. Claude, okay. Fast rotates and good for team fights. But I don't know if it's the right call though. Because again, you're going to be scaling pretty slow. You need that full item set. If you're going for the Trinity, again, mid-game is going to be a long journey ahead. And now Qsen locking in the Bruno already seals the deal of how Ake is going to play through for the early phase.
One of the big reasons why I don't really like the Claude here is the fact that there's a CC on the other side. You want to dive onto the backline? Good. Very well. My lobby wants to dive on the backline. Mr. Loverman wants to pick someone from the backline. Zedel will dive on the backline. Easy to connect curtain call. And you will not have a BMI to save your life there. You just can't use it at that point. So that is one of the biggest problems which I'm seeing right now with Claude. But I do understand the idea now since the Moscow has been banned out as well. But I still feel an Irithel would have been a much better pick in this case right now. Wrapping everything up with an Eve into that mid lane to have a bit more priority out here. I am liking the draft of Ake. Easy to execute. Simple front to back where they want to protect Nandayo and Kyusen. And rest of everything is going to be just history with the constant bonks by the volley shots.
Indeed, very well so. And now Void Kids, the final pick in this case. Mage has to be the most important key here in whether Void Kids have a good river control or not. Because again, wave clear is going to be pretty slow if you go for a heavy CC teamfight option like which the Aurora we saw earlier picked up a couple of teams, which
Lilia.
I don't really know is the right call. Lilia, maybe, yeah. But one thing though that caught my eye at least is I remember Toby mentioning that he was going to pick off the Grok as a promise next time in the V4 regional finals, which was like 3 months ago. And now, I mean, he came through it. So very excited to see what he pulls up to the table.
That's one of the big things, right? He's been on top with that Grok. I still remember first game, opening game of the Thunder division. It was Ake playing against Method Black, and in the very first game, Toby picked up the Grok, and that was one of the best Groks that we've seen out here right now. But we've got the draft all set for both of these teams right now. Yes, things have not really been looking that very well for Void Kids, but my lobby, he's been back. Things have been shaky, but he still looks pretty solid when it comes to the lineup and the coordination with Zedel. We'll have to see if that one's going to be panning out well for them right now, as we have one final look at the draft by both of these teams. The Grok for the initiation. Follow-up's going to come in from Maku in terms of those dashes and the Rhythm of Joy. Nandayo with the real-world manipulation will push you, or rather stop you from going anywhere. Kyusen will be on the backside. He'll be constantly going in for the volley shots, while Astra will be on your faces. So Mr. Loverman on the far side, as he's ready to counter the range of E, will have to be careful, and the rest of them will have to focus on the objectives as we move back into another game, ladies and gentlemen, out here. Ake taking on Void Kids.
Yep. They're going to be starting us off very strong perhaps here, and both teams having a very swell movement ability, at least in the form of Grok. And here we have ISO Isaac looking over to the top lane, which I believe Skid, which team do you think is going to have the main control over this early phase? Oh wait, hang on.
Yeah, it's going to be back and forth, to be honest, at this point right now. As we have a look at the predictions of everyone, apart from Zakota and Synth, who've gone 2-0, everyone else has been going in for 1-1, and I believe that they're just copying my predictions at this point. They just want to get all those right. I'm just kidding, bro. I've had one of the horrible win rates out here, but it's getting better, and I know it will get even more better. Zedel is pretty low, though.
Yeah. But still manages to farm up, gets back to half HP with a couple of orbs here. And looking at Void Kids, they are looking to maybe counter perhaps Ake's aggression here, which they don't really want to do so. I mean, you gotta wait for the level 4s here, wait for the turtle, wait for the teams to spike up maybe in the form of gold and EXP, which, I mean, eventually is gonna happen, at least for Saif Ake.
Yeah, right now, as you mentioned about that early game, right, I'm just leaning in a little more towards Ake, considering they are winning in the EXP and the gold lane matchup. So they will have that priority. And even in terms of clearing that mid lane, Nandayo will have a better opportunity at doing that right now.
Oh, knockup coming in. Isaac just might be trapped in with the wall, flickers out into safety, but the burn just gets him over, giving the first kill on towards Maku. Ake gonna be the first ones to take the turtle, perhaps doesn't have the retribution though, so we'll have to zone out Zedel perhaps here. MLBB going with the gauge on towards Thunder, goes for flicker, but not being able to predict it. Just gonna be answering back. Meanwhile, MLBB is applying so much pressure on the backline, flickers out into safety. MLBB is gonna be the next one targeted instead as the Feather airstrike drops in, but Maku picks up the kill on towards MLBB, going for a 2-0 towards Ake.
Big play coming in right now from Ake. Instantly going in for those couple of pickups. They realize that they will have an early power spike on Maku. He had that level 4 and he had the positioning as well. It was thanks to the delay coming in from Toby, which did not let Zedel farm up his own purple buff very fast. That gave them the advantage out there in that rotation. And you know what? This has been one of the star plays from Ake.
Yep, very well. So Balkusen just might be in bits of trouble. Just used the Purify, but Xenox again blaze into it. So much burst damage. It didn't even need the Warcry here. Quantum charge here, just enough for him to pick up the kill here.
Yeah, and again, it is also, you know, slowing things down on the other side. Here we go again.
Oh, Zedel being knocked up though. Nanayo can get the kill on towards the kill box there. I show here Isaac trying to pull up someone, but again, just too late. Instead, it's going to be suffering, and 2 more kills go on towards the hands of Arcade here, which rotation-wise is struggling a little bit.
A lot at this point. Again, they're constantly losing all of those lanes as well, the top. But right now, they've got a bit of an advantage out here in bot. Xenox.
Yeah, once again, going for a dive, like Duet, just out-sustain a little bit here. Maku taking down to very red HP here, but the turret's just going to be chunked down by Qsen. A lot of gold going on towards this Bruno here, which is going to be very useful coming into the next possible fights.
Absolutely. He's 0-1 and 0 right now, so they really needed that early kind of gold now. But the big thing is, Mr. Loverman hasn't been able to clear out any kind of wave whatsoever. Yeah. Using the feathered airstrike to finally get those minions in mid, but in the next 40 seconds, they'll have the turtle.
Yeah, well, Qsen, a little bit dangerous there, but Isaac not committing the Tsunami Slam. A little bit surprised. Purify was also on cooldown, right?
That's also very surprising for me. I was just about to mention that, and Will. Purify was on cooldown. I sure Isaac could have gone in for the Tsunami Slam. This would have been a freebie pick for Xenox. And all of that gold they were able to take, that could have basically gone down in drain instantly. But again, turtle down bot. We're still going to see a lot of aggression here, but as MLBB off-camera pick off on the other side.
4 kills already. Isaac though trying to make some play here. Tsunami Slam just not going to be able to connect there with the Purify attack, and a Feather Airstrike dropping in, but it's just going to be a little bit of poke towards the front line of Ake as they slowly push down the bot lane. Qsen picking up Isaac once again here, and her is going to be looking mighty juicy for the side of Ake. Toby looking on towards Mem here, perhaps. So still going to be immuning that. Thorn Rose alongside with the puncture dash out into safety.
Goes back to safety, rightly mentioned, but the mid lane is nowhere safe at all. Ake are systematically dismantling them.
Yep, Isaac trying to maybe help the rest of his team out, but still not going to be finding the right timing or position here as Ake is just controlling the match with the flow of the match. Though we finally have a kill pick up by Zedel here on towards Qsen, much more needed one perhaps here, knocked up as Astra is going to be the next target here. Vengeance to survive a little bit longer, but Loverman picks up the kill and a massive engage on the side of Void Kids.
This is exactly what they need. Void Kids cannot sustain in a 5v5 fight. They have to play pick off with the composition they're running in right now. I love the fact that instantly Xenox picks up the corrosion side, and now he's probably working for a Demon Hunter sword. You know what? Totally fine. DHS or Golden Staff, both of them work later on, but hold on. Maku probably sees something.
Does he want to commit though?
No.
Question still, yeah. Not gonna overcommit.
They did not really get the tower up top, right? So they're not really going to lower down this gold lead whatsoever. And right now, as Harsclaw has been already picked up by Qs, and he is working for the Berserker's Fury. Just 700 something gold needed if he's running in with the Bargain Hunter as well. That is a big power spike coming in for the side of Ake, and that too pretty soon.
Very well indeed. And I mean, it's slowly going to be much more easier though with the knockup here. Toby getting pushed on towards the turret, still tanking it, but Xenox going to be one to pick up the kill though. Zidel diving into the backline, trying to find someone going to be countered here. Perhaps Milo will be picking up the kill on towards Mando. Kusen still surviving, so low on HP, dodges that, but just not enough as he's going to be taken down. Maku with the electrifying beach, trying to go once more. Picks off Isaac, dashes in, but I think he might be overcommitting here, folks. He's going to be able to escape safely.
I like the idea as there was still a BMI placed all the way up and back, but it seems like they still want to go in for the fight, and my lobby should be bursted down.
Yep. Better airstrike dropping in, and Astra going to be the one to pick up the kill here. Karzento also alongside to Mr. Lawlerman, but I mean, Flicker just allow him to be healthy, and Zedel is just so flashy with his combos, but again, it's been working a little bit onto some of the kills here, especially in the backline, Kusen being the main target, but still it's very difficult to break through the formation, I believe so.
Oh!
Hang on. Flicker Tsunami Slam here. Isaac on towards Nadeo, but instead Astro into backline, applying so much pressure. Maku just gonna be joining back the team fight as the rest of Ake slowly melt down Void Kids one by one. Q-Sen picking that kill on towards Isaac here, and Nadeo also with kill box. Oh, Maku, does you want to go in? No?
Yeah. Maku's just constantly poking the heck out of them on the other side, and that kill box coming in from Ake, it's been working so well for them. Even right now, you can clearly see that yes, there's a bit of a damage coming in for ZL2. He's not that far behind in terms of farming, but the big difference is Ake are yet to pick up every single creep in their own jungle. They've constantly been farming in the jungle of Void Kids right now, so they will get the EXP advantage, they'll get the level advantages as well. It's still 80 seconds for the Lord. 3,000 gold lead consistently in favor of Ake. But the big thing is, now Void Kids realize their win condition are Mr. Loverman and Xenox. They are playing pretty good. They're doing their job very well. And they're going to make sure that they apply the pressure into those off lanes as well. Both teams playing in the opposite part of the map right now. Tier 1 on the bottom should fall unless it's been cleared up. But Tier 2 on the other side will be taken down. So that gold lead, which was of 3,000 a few minutes ago, or rather a few seconds ago, has now instantly increased to almost 3.5k.
Yeah. I mean, it's not much, but I mean, just enough here to make a difference perhaps in those last few moments here. And seeing how that the turrets are much more open up, like you said, for the side of Void Kids, Ake is gonna have a very fun time. Perhaps maybe you could go in for more invades, but still has to coordinate those waves alongside. So, I mean, Lord spawning up in the next few seconds is gonna be the matchmaker, I believe so, at least for the next few turrets.
The full map control is in the hands of Ake right now. Void Kids are playing exactly in the opposite part of the map. And I like the idea how Mr. Loverman, Xenox and Isaac, all three of them are playing together. Just making sure that there's no one that's going to be ganking them. Everyone else on the other side has hit the double digits in terms of level. It's only Xenox, ZL Ackerman and Mr. Loverman on this side who can do something. My lobby did pick up the Radiant Armor. Should be tanky a little bit, but you've got to pick up the Blade Armor and the Dominance Eyes to try and sustain through the burst coming in from Qs, and otherwise he'll pick you off with a concealed play.
Yeah, hovering over. Looks like Mr. Loverman might just be the main target though. Xenox gonna go in for the Blaze Duets. Oh! So low on HP and gets a shutdown. Killing spree for this. Claude here gets traded off.
Another?
Loverman with better strike, gonna be knocked up with the technology charge here. Once again on towards the wall though. Void Kids trying to survive and maybe make a little bit more trace. Zedel in the back line here on towards Mandayo. But it's just not gonna be able. No, never mind. Take that back. Killing spree for this land here. And it's just the only one left to go against is gonna be Toby here, who is gonna be marked in. I mean, there's not much of a choice here, isn't it?
Massive shutdown coming in for the side of Void Kids. Ake just obliterated in that fight. And guess what? It all started on the back of Xenox picking off Maku, and then Mr. Loverman outplaying the hell out of Qzen. And the fight still continues in mid right now as the Lord gets taken care of in the top lane.
Yep. Qzen trying to defend the minions and turrets here. Trying to clear it out, but I mean, he's just buying some time here. And like you said, Lord is going to be marching out top lane, which is going to be very important for Void Kids to defend if they want to proceed further. And I mean, Xenox, he's going to melt it down.
gonna be easy for him now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no problem out there. The problem is gonna be the next wave that will barge in mid. That's gonna be the main thing. Right now, it's again a death push set up from RK.
Yeah.
Sitting all the way up in that one bush, you know, there's making sure that a wild Lancelot appears there and they take him down out. Hold on, Maku.
Wait, Isaac, just go in for a Tsunami Slam, catches off the whole team falling through. Seeing is going to be the one to pick up the kill, but the rest of AK is here on the charge. MLBB going in with the demonic forces, and Yusen so low on HP, just going to be picked up by Zedil as Anandayo also gets taken down. That's a triple kill for this Lancelot, folks. It's just Astra left for the side of AK to defend possibly the next few pushes, but it's just going to be Mr. Loveman and Zedil here who are not going to be able to do much in the map afterwards.
But the big thing is right now some major items being picked up from the side of Void Kids. Bloodwings taken by Mr. Loverman. That's going to help him out as well to try and sustain. Already a blade armor being picked up. I love the itemization coming in from Void Kids. This is something that I realized, you know, last week was not happening that well. But now, every single one of them have been doing a fantastic job in that. Look at that. Athena shield picked up to sustain through any kind of magic damage that's going to come in from Maku and Nandayo. Already into a dominant size. And now an Oracle being made up by Isaac. I love that itemization. That's exactly what you need.
Ooh, but Toby here. This might be a trouble though. The backline can be dived there with massive play coming in from the rest outside Void Kids, but nonetheless Maku marching on forwards, double kill, but gonna be shut down. It's just gonna be MLBB and Zedil here left to clean up shop as one by one he dashes punctured in. Andayo the next target, minions ready if he wants to go for Toby, but still holds it back. And Void Kids again, clean sweep. Wait, will they be able to take down the turrets here? Is the question though.
Yeah.
Toby doesn't really have the knockup ready. He gets the push here, but he's just so low. Gonna be overstaying it, and MLBB is gonna be the one to clean him up. And that's just another turret here for side Void Kids.
But here's the thing, a lot of damage has been taken right now by MLBB, Xenox and Zedil Ackerman. He doesn't have the mana to work for this Lord. If Arky decide to take fight right now at this very instant, then they can potentially wipe off two of the players though. But you know what? None of them decided to actually go for it. I've been cooking up a scenario which never really happened though, but imagine if that came to pass. Man, that could have been insane. But look at the KDA of Zedil Ackerman right now. 10, 1, and 3.
Yep, very solid. And you know, he's already full build also, I believe so, which is going to come in very handy for this possibly last fight if Void Kids manage to pull it off. AK though, they are known to have really good defenses, so again, it'll have to come into a very good team succession though. MLBB going for a dive. Looks like Tsunami Slam is going to be landing on towards Maku, and he gets picked up by Mr. Loverman though. The Demonic Forces
MLBB?
Yusen low here. MLBB still committing, and there is Nandayo is going to be answering back, firing those shots here onto the rest of Void Kids there as Zedil finally gets shut down by Yusen, and a successful defend here by Ake. But it's going to be a 3v4 here, folks. Minions going to be walking in for the mid lane. Bot lane next going to be coming soon. Void Kids, do they want to overstay their welcome is the question here. As
I don't think
Isaac
so.
just so low in HP. Xenox looking for an opportunity, but no, they will have to fall back.
That's again Zedil. A lot depends on this man. It's for the both of these teams right now. You can say and think about it, right? If Maku gets picked off early on, Void Kids are winning that fight. If Zedil somehow gets picked off, that means Void Kids can't really do anything. And let's be honest, yes, a proper defensive itemization is exactly what you needed from Isaac. Now I want to see him build more towards utility path. I want those fleeting times to be seen up soon, just so he can use up that Tsunami Slam time after time. When I have a look at this itemization right now, I think so he's probably cooked that up. Windtalker being picked up by Kyusen. There's already a Malefic gun being picked up by Xenox. And yeah, that's an Oracle coming in. Now it's again another defensive item on the other side though. So we'll have to wait and see.
One thing you're scared.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the Claude Winter Crown did come in clutch the previous team fight, and I mean he didn't really have it on off cooldown. So I mean this next one just might be the deal breaker here for AK if Void Kids manage to pull off their engage.
big thing is that I don't really like the position where Void Kids are playing right now. It's already on the opposite part of the map where the, Lord's going to be spawning in. And I like what Marco did in the bottom in conceal play though.
Oh, massive knockup. Oh, Purify gonna be able to escape maybe curtain call. Houston gonna be the one to target out of the back line, but Astra here instead gonna face up two opponents. MLBB going with the demonic
backline.
So Isaac gonna be marching up. Wind of Nature just to out sustain a little bit, but Xenox picks off the marksman here. Two members of AK falling through. Zdel once again with the massive knockup coming from Isaac. Again, immortality to just out sustain that, and all 5 members of White Kids alive. Still low on HP though, will have to rely on ISO Isaac's healing here perhaps if they want to stand a chance against this next fight. But the question is, will Ake take it? Will be scouting out the bushes. Will already been taken though. Aku just might be answered. No, gonna be dashing out to safety.
Not really want to take that fight anymore right now. Void Kids just destroying Astra and Qs, and in that one, I love the fact how Isaac just waited till the last second to find that one man. But guess what? It's not over yet.
Ooh, a little risky play there. Tsunami Slam coming in alongside, but Isaac just too low. Maku being the one to kill him off in this match though instead. Oh. ZL, will you get another one? No, never mind, so low in HP. Let's have the immortality if you want to survive. Toby gonna be the next target, doesn't have to flicker. Xenox trying to get him, but concealed play, just giving him enough movement speed here as the lore is being currently melted by Houston and Astra, but the rest of the side of Void Kids, they don't really have the ability to take this fight anymore.
Can't really go for it. I 100% agree. They'll have to back off right now considering they did not really have Isaac in that previous fight. And this is the big thing which I mentioned as well, right? Have to again focus as to how Arcade can eventually take control of this one back again. It falls down to who uses their major ultimates first and who gets the massive value. Isaac, if he's able to sustain through the burst, he will pick up either Q-Sin or he'll pick up Maku. One of those two are definitely going back home. And as long as he keeps on doing that, it's going to be very helpful. ZL picking up the immortality as well is now going to give him a little bit more leeway and room to work in the enemy backline. So Kyusen will not be able to one-shot him. 80 seconds left for the Lord as the top lane control has been established by Ake.
It's down to the wire, folks, here. Both these teams fighting tooth and nail, wanting to take that victory and perhaps a 2-0 here to get even more points in the system. But Void Kids here looking to maybe have a sneaky backdoor, maybe force a team fight off of this. Obi can be knocked up, Tsunami slammed on towards backline by So Tanky. Maku instead diving on towards that, but Winter Crown just gonna keep him safe. Obi going for a takedown charge, but not gonna be allowing it. Instead, he's the love man, picking up the kill onto Q-Sim with the Feather Airstrike. Astra is so low in HP. Zedel, Lacquer Man is just on a rampage. Puncture after puncture with the Thorn Rose. Getting him a maniac here. And that is just gonna be sealing the deal for this game.
Absolutely, Ake had the better end of that draft too, but still, it was Zedel Ackerman on this Lancelot who made sure that he is not falling whatsoever. And what a farsa being played up, my goodness. You can talk endlessly about those farsa plays, but every single time he was able to take down Q-Sin on that Bruno, that made sure that this Claude is going to have easier time to play around within the enemy backline and constantly dish out the consistent damage of the Trinity. We were talking about that and as to how Trinity marksmen have fallen technically, but here we go, man. You got Claude in front of you, and he was bursting down through everyone.
And I like the fact that even Isaac was not hesitant to pull on more tankier targets because, you know, Claude has the damage burst needed. And again, if you want to overcommit those battles, Winter Crown just going to keep you safe, in which we saw the side of the team. All 3 of them have it, Void Kids here.
They swapped a few of those items up later on, that thing. So, but again, nice itemization coming in from their side. I believe that MLBB was eventually going in for the anti-Cuirass. I like the idea. Astra was able to poke down a lot of their HP, so I'm loving the itemization from both of these teams. Farsa again with the Glowing Wand, Lightning Truncheon, Blood Wings prioritized first rather than the Divine Glaive, I like that too. Not going for the Holy Crystal, it's very expensive item, so you want a bit of sustain and some early burst damage capabilities, so that Blood Wings offer you a lot. And on the other side, again, all you needed to do was target Kyuzen, and you can clearly see that man did not have a good game at all.
Yeah. I mean, and it has to do with Isaac and MLBB just applying so much pressure. Even Zedel Ackerman cleaning up those fights every single time, going in, going out. It's just so mobile, just so tanky. And Kyuzen is just in the mercy of this feather airstrike. Because again, Varsa, I mean, that's a lot of range, right? You don't really have anyone on the side of Ake who can mark her down. Only Maku perhaps, but then again, he'd be diving in too deep. Perhaps though. This was quite a game, I'd say. But
Yeah, here's the big thing.
yeah,
Here's the big thing. Maku later on was being picked off in those team fights, right? Isaac started to target him, and that was one of the big reasons why we were seeing Farsa survive through that later part of the game as well, because yes, Astra was moving in the back line, but guess what? MLBB was there. There was also Xenox out, making sure that all of that damage from the Yo-Yo Blitz was spread out among everyone, was not really going on to one person. And I love that ideology. Yes, you're not really going with MLBB as the main face of the entire team. You're actually initiating through a Kalia, and that worked out brilliantly for them, because once Isaac was low, that's when MLBB would be like, all right, now I'm the face of this team. What are you going to do to me? I've already got the blade armor, so Kyusen can't do anything. I've already got the radiant armor. I will sustain through all the damage that will be dished out by the Eve. Every single thing worked out well for them, and I liked how they play in the later stages as well. But Void Kids, yeah, we're talking about Ake. Void Kids are still 1 point away from being back in the safe place.
Hey, I mean, a 2-0 could be a game changer just to reach into that slot. And speaking of how fluid their gameplay was, at least in the early end, we were talking about how Phobius was going to struggle against the CC. Rotation-wise, it's going to be a little bit more harder also alongside. But still, in the end, it just came down to those crucial Tsunami Slams, right? Scared.
Yes, it came down to that initiation. All you needed to do is just pick up the right target, and then everything else fell off like a perfect piece of jigsaw puzzle. So we're going to have to see how this one's going to be going through later on in the stages as well out here. But here's the big thing, Linville. We've been constantly talking about how it was a back and forth game. Early on, it was Ake. Later, it was Void Kids. But right now, since Void Kids, they've won this one game. They've taken this one away from Ake. Do you think, can they do a 2-0?
It's quite possible, I'd say. I mean, there's a reality where that could happen. But initially, come to this match, I thought that Ake was going to be the ones to do the 2-0. So now I'm thrown out of my usual cycle. I'm not sure, scared. It's maybe.
That's a maybe. Maybe it is indeed a maybe out here. Hopefully they don't let Arlor through, so it doesn't really become just a MLBB game, right? We know if this man gets his hands on Arlor, he's just slashing everyone left, right, and center. One of the craziest plays that he's made. I still know. I think so that was also posted up as a short on Surge Esports. So people, if you don't really know, make sure that you go and check out those shots as well. You can see some of those amazing highlight plays from the past few weeks, which we have been constantly referring to multiple times of the day right now. Ake, Void Kids, side swapped. Void Kids 1-0. Ake really need to equalize the scoreline with a 1-1. Come on, please, you guys have to do that. Yeah, I need my prediction right this time around. But I'm liking how this new Void Kids is showing up. Even though the last day they did not register a win, it was a 2-0 loss, if anything. Now they're working out perfectly. So I'm enjoying the way how they kept their tenacity up, and Zedel on that Lance slot was impeccable. So I think so Ake should ban the Lance.
Perhaps, yeah. Even I'd say that could be a great option here, especially if they want to have a chance in evening the score. Because if things go the way which Void Kid wants, I mean, it's going to be Ake instead who are going to be in the eliminations, I believe, and they will have to fight their way through. So, still, story could go either ways. If it's a 1-1, Ake stays safe. Still, we do have tomorrow, the matches tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
Skid, that one's going to be quite a fun one, isn't it?
Every single game out here has been a pretty fun one, I'd have to say. I mean, all these teams have been playing so back and forth, right? Yes, we've been seeing a lot of 1-1s, but we've been seeing those 2-0s as well. It's like one game goes a 1-1, the second one is a 2-0, then again it's a 1-1, then it's a 2-0. It's been constantly going back and forth. It's literally 50-50 till now. Half of the games have been a clean sweep, and then the rest of the half has basically been an equal series. And this is what we absolutely love to see whenever we are out here in Europe, right?
Yeah.
There's so much tight competition between these teams. I love some of those talks that these players give to each other as well. But one of the big things that I love is always that synergy and that go signal which all of them give to each other. Right now, right here, again, ladies and gentlemen, the draft for game number 2 up live in front of us. Void Kids, Ake, and it has to be, right? That Hellcut ban, you have to respect it when you're playing against Ake.
Yep, very well. So, and I mean, the question is the Lunox going to follow through? Because again, it's been quite 1-1, both through. Now, though, Voidkids on the first spans going to be dictating the draft here. Ake, though, push back here for the 1-0. If it goes for a 1-1, I mean, they're just going to stay in team with how this entire series has gone, at least. 1-1 with every single team, and now again with Void Kids. I mean, could be. I mean, if it does happen, Ake's just gonna have that consistency.
That's exactly what they need right now. I mean, Ake really wants that 1 point, while for Void Kids, they need this one win just to make sure they can propel themselves back up into that rankings. They can eventually lead a little bit more. So that's one of the big things they've got to focus on. Out here right now, Kimmy being banned out again, respect being shown. Don't really want to let Nandayo pick his hands up on that, Kimmy. That man can absolutely obliterate you. Well, one of the big things is, do they really want to ban out that Grok right now, considering that wasn't really creating a lot of problems for them? But it's going to be the Lunox. Respect still being shown. But now there's a CC on the chopping block. There's a Baxia on the chopping block. There's also the alert available, which you don't really want my lobby to pick up. I think so it should be a respect ban alert.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. Unless I mean, you give out the Arlet, maybe bait it out and take 2 for yourselves, which future. What do you think?
It's just that my lobby is too good on the Arlet that both of your good picks will be displaced instantly. That's the only thing. But they're thinking about that. The Zushin has been banned out, right? So they're thinking, is it going to be a Baxia? Is it going to be a Yi Sun Shin? We've seen Zedel pick that up as well. He's pretty good on that. Will it be an alert to take away the playmaking capabilities from my lobby? It's a Kalia though. All right.
Yeah.
Respecting Isaac. Alert pick. Show me an alert first pick.
Come on, my lobby. You know we love it. No.
Okay.
What? Okay.
Okay. Fair.
Angelo match here. Fair enough, like you said. But I mean, this is gonna give possibly Ake the Arlot instead, unless they have a different plan in mind for themselves. Again, Lancelot banned out. You have the Yushinshin available, Joy available. Could even go for an early marksman here or an early EXP here, perhaps. Which a lot of options available for Ake, but they'll have to think fast.
At this point, I think so. Again, if you really need to counter an Angela out on the other side, considering that it can also go into that mid lane, you'd have to draft a bit more smart. So I don't know, maybe pick up the Yi Sun Shin early on. Or maybe you pick up the Fredrin. It's a Baxia and Farsa. I like it. I like the idea. You've got the range for the Farsa, and then you can counter the Angela with the anti-heal that's inbuilt in Baxia, but that means a Fredrin could be picked up on the other side.
Yeah, and that could be a great deal here if they want to. Pairs up well with the Angela, pairs up well with the CC, just, lock down the rest of the front line here, and even press down the back line if possible with that appraisal strat, but still think about it instead. Gonna go with sweet classic Yushinshin. I mean, he's been playing only those assassin junglers, right?
I don't really like this pick against a Baxia as well as Nandayo with a Farsa. That is the only thing. And right now, since there's a CC on the other side, this could very well be an Esmeralda pick on this end to try and counter some of that shield coming in from Angela. And also, it cuts down the possibility of any Mithilda roamers. So you won't even have that in your back pocket. And then again, now since you picked up a Yeast and Shin, the only few viable options for you in the gold lane are going to be some early game marksmen like the Granger. Maybe you pick up the Harith, who can snowball in mid. But if there's a Baxia on the other side, if there's a Farsa on the other side, neither of those would work for you. So this is an Esmeralda pick, as I was mentioning. No Mathilda picked up on the side of Void Kids. Now, what will be their answer? RK has got to ban.
I mean, at this point, it's looking very tough for side Void Kids. But again, AK, like you said, banning off probably going to be either the marksman, I believe so, or the XP laner, which could. I mean, no, they already have the XP laner. I mean, the roam here in this case, which there aren't really much options remaining, right?
Garut Kacha. Ban out the Gato.
Yeah.
Farsa is going to be kept safe in the backline. That's one of the biggest options on the other side. But here's the big thing, right? For as many roamers you're going to ban for them, we're not going to talk about that. Just doesn't make sense. Just doesn't make sense.
They're going for it. I think they're going for it. You know what I'm talking about, right, Skid? They're going for the M here in this matchup. Possibly. You have the SOD. It just has to be it. Because again, Angela, if is going to be slotted in the mid lane, or if the roamer lane, again, the pressure is going to be quite less. And that's where the short range side.
This could very well be an Angela mid, by the way.
Yeah.
So there could be another mid laner to be picked up on the other side. Right now, it's going to be the Claude ban. So Xenox is not getting his hands on his own favorite pick. But I absolutely feel that the Harith ban was most of a waste of a ban. Rather, not even most like a target. I mean, you've got two straight counters for Harith. You've got an Esmeralda. You've got an Baxia. If Void Kids pick up a Harith against this composition, then that's a death sentence. Or on the other side, it could have been an amazing pick for RK. You already have an early game from Baxia. You're going to have that mid-game snowballing coming in from Harith while also winning in your lane. And then in towards the mid to late game scaling, you will absolutely destroy the other side right now. So Kyusen picks up the next best marksman in the role, and that's going to be the Irithel. I've been mentioning I wanted to see the Irithel since the entire evening. Finally, showing us in game number 6.
Finally, after all this while, Kyusen gonna be the one to pick it up, and now Void Kids answering back. I mean, is this draft gonna be cooked, folks? Here, looking at how it is, yeah. I mean, it's. I don't think it's going to be very easy here. At least, I mean, it's going to be easy for Ake in the early phase.
We'll have to see what their gold lane pick is, and is it going to be a roam or is it going to be a mid lane? One of the best things that they can work with, something that can land some of those stuns. The Alet's still available for the roam. Doesn't matter. They're gonna steal away the Bruno and they're gonna lock in the Grog. Kind of fair. All right, I can see it working in some sense. Right. You've got a decent dive with the Grog as well as the CC, and then you've got Bruno who's going to stay in the backline. So it is indeed a mid lane Angela coming in, but that means they're lacking heavily on that magic damage. I might as well would have seen a Nathan in this situation rather than a Bruno, I'd have to say. I have Hayabusa to lock the draft in perfectly. That means he will have the advantage out here in mid. And if you really compare the mid to late game scaling, yes, ZL will be there for constant fight in the DPS form, but Mako is there for that burst. It's the artillery mage coming in for the side of RK. I am liking their draft. It just feels that it's going to be a little bit difficult to execute.
Very much, very difficult, I'd say. Once more, I'm on you for that opinion, but in this case, though, I mean, early snowball is going to be very difficult for the side of Void Kids. Once more, Ake having this solid lineup here with Toby on the Bausha, the Hayabusa, we have the Farsa alongside Irithel and the Esmeralda. So again, engages are just going to go in, go out. You have the poke, you have the magic melt, and even maybe the pick-off potential from the Hayabusa. So a lot of action going on from Ake here, nonetheless. Void Kids, I mean.
It's going to be a lot of ifs, but and maybes, ladies and gentlemen, in this game right now. But we'll have to see, will RK be able to steal 1 point away from Void Kids, or will we see Void Kids soaring through into the top 6 after the atrocious starts that they had? A lot of struggles out there for their side, but finally we are seeing them back in their own groove as we have one more look at the predictions of everyone out there. 2 of the predictions have eventually gone down in drain, specifically of Zakota and Synth. I'm liking that Synth has finally lost some of his pick. But now is the chance for the rest of us to step up as well and be back into that leaderboard of prediction out here right now. Interesting to see that it's going to be Toby into that roam position again. So Maku will be back into that jungle right now. My lobby. It's the one who's holding it now. A bit of a back and forth out there at the bottom side right there. Still my lobby is constantly chunking them down, but the Revitalize comes in to save RK.
Yep, and that's the case though with the CC. I mean, you're perfectly positioning it, and then you have so much burst potential from the early game. You have the tankiness, then really commit on the spell also. So it's going to be providing very useful the upcoming fights here, perhaps. At least Void Kids though, they are popping in the ultimates here. The chakra being used, but wait, my lobby, is he going to be in trouble?
Yeah, I was actually seeing him constantly poking down Astro on the other side now. This could be the strength of RK in unison. Their rotation is going to be pretty fast on the other side. Astro is not going to get that level 4, so he needs this Go Crab out here right now. But if my lobby steals it away, that's going to be big. It's Nandayo actually to take this one down. And the mid lane is going to be another priority for all of them.
Trying to get level 4 with it. Isaac?
Yeah, it's fine.
He can survive. Yeah.
It's fine. He can survive out here right now. He's safe. But now this fight is going to be important and crucial for the turtle right now, as again level 4 is not achieved by Toby, but there it is, the feathered airstrike into the Hayabusa. Wanted to go in, but lovely curtains call, and that mountain shock was impeccable from ZL. A double kill coming in for Void Kids as my lobby will sustain through all of that thanks to the hard guard. A massive start for Void Kids in this game.
Quite a great pick off there, and so much burst damage coming in. Again, Nandayo showing how the Forza is such a strong force to be able to do it in the early stages. But Isaac, this might be for revenge.
Yeah, that's Kyusen being destroyed instantly in the top lane, and again, that is the strength of this hard guard, man. 20 seconds and it's up. All Mr. Loverman needs to do is just clear the waves.
Yep. I don't know if it was necessary though. I guess maybe because I mean it's so low on cooldown, like you said, so just might as well use it nonetheless. But for now though, we are looking for maybe an aggressive play coming from Ake, perhaps. But I mean they took down. They got 3 of the members got taken down. Turtle also was given towards Void Kids, which perfect positioning wise. And so far, the early game, I thought it would be more in the favor of Ake in the first half.
Yeah, but the big thing is, right, again, they've got, what, Astra, who's not scaling well. He is a scaling hero after all, and can't really win the lane against my lobby. So he's going to be pretty slow. You've got your jungler in the form of Maku on that Hayabusa, so that is going to be pretty slow. You've also got Kyusen on Erethiel, who needs Haskell and Berserker's Fury to actually be viable in those team fights. So it's going to be a lot of things out here that are not really working out in your favor, so you can't go aggressive in the early game. RK needs to avoid all the early fights that they can. You don't want ZL to farm up very quickly. He's already going 2-0 and 0 level 8 out here. Wanted to pick Kyusen off as well, but there we go. The fight down towards the bottom side, and that should be done. Toby sustains a lot of that damage though, but eventually will be taken down. Now the back of it, 3 major item power spikes being picked up. Hunter Strike, Haskell for Xenox, as well as the Flask of Oasis for Mr. Loverman. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
That still is not enough. Kyusen is going to survive though, but Isaac flickers out of the harm way, and there's another hard guard to save the life. The Flask of Oasis passive working out as well, and the Feathered Airstrike doesn't do any damage so early on in the game. Another fight breaking out. Astras now is in trouble. Will have to move back. Turtle taken by ZL. That's a lot more damage. Again, the Mountain Shocker to shut down Toby thanks to that wall. Void Kids are just getting a big early game power spike. And Astra, he's not surviving that. Yeah, he's not surviving that. You can do whatever you want to. There's no place for you to move in this map whatsoever. And now in the mid lane, it's Nandayo 1v1 and a lovely wall to stop the feathered airstrike and save the life of Xenox. Isaac doing God's work for his team.
Void Kids so in sync right now. I mean, rotation wise also, they're pretty fast all over the map, and their presence has been quite strong with Mr. Leverman being able to dish out those hard cards every single time just to keep these members safe and healthy here. And with Isaac just being able to provide so much pressure and aggression with the map control here is going to be quite good. Even cancelling out the Toby over there. I mean, early game wise, Void Kids are looking to push this maybe towards a 2-0. Wait.
Level 10 Zedil Ackerman. And look at the backline. It's absolutely stunned up right now. Astra gets taken down instantly as MLBB is going in for the chase on this bird. Farsa Nanda wants to survive though. Look at that. Burst coming in. Perfect feathered airstrike. MLBB will shut him down with a double kill though, but Nanda couldn't make the outplay of his life, but Toby could eventually do that. MLBB is amazing in terms of the kiting. Maku hops in, doesn't want to commit to his ultimate as well, so MLBB will finally fall. But during all of that commotion, the tier 1 of the top side has fallen, and that has given a big advantage to Void Kids.
So much pressure, and so much ultimates just being spammed there from the Void Kids. And I mean, they just go in, they just go out, get the turrets left and right, top taken down, mid taken down, and now maybe Maku looking to equalize turrets, but he's going to be all alone here with the turtle spawning in for Void Kids to take it perhaps here. And Zedil just getting that level 12 might just be enough to seal the deal for the upcoming fights. But wait, Kobe?
Yeah. He's in a bit of a precarious position though, but because he made that early dreadnought armor, so he will not eat a lot of poke from MLBB, but they can't go for this turtle whatsoever. MLBB has just been zoning them out instantly. Hard card comes into the play as well as the curtain call was used up, but where is this man? Where is Astra? He's left alone on an island, and that island is not pretty. It's been haunted by a lot of spirits, and those spirits are all Void Kids. Instantly deleting that man, and on the back of it, everyone pushed up behind that tier 2.
What an engage there. Void Kids just so strong right now, and I don't think they're going to be able to stop their momentum.
It seems like unfortunate for the side of Arcade right now. They just can't do anything. Losing Kyusen and Toby as the FAS go in, but guess what? That's the death sentence for you. In front of everyone, that was an awkward position to use the feathered airstrike by Nandayo, and the tier 2 in the mid falls as well. A 7,000 gold lead in 8.5 minutes of this game.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, it's just 9 minutes in. Like, I mean, it's not even 9 minutes in. Lore is going to be spawning in later wards, and Void Kids, I mean, they are just dominating right now with so much pressure being applied every single time. Tier 2 turret also being taken down. Feather airstrike not being much of an impact in those future fights. If maybe comboed perfectly well with Astra might be an opportunity, but I mean, the goal difference is just too much right now, especially for the frontliners outside Void Kids who are building up on towards their tanky items. Even the fact that I mean, you can't really melt them down with an Angela providing them that extra shield.
And now level 14 on Zedil as well. He's not going to be belted down, and guess what? You can't do anything for MLBB as well with the feathered airstrike now coming into play. Nandayo, he wants to try and do something, but he will be pushed back eventually. Astra sustaining as well thanks to the tower out here right now. Level 10 on Maku on a Hayabusa as he goes in for the Oogie shadow kill. But it's just top to Oogie Shadow. There has been no kill. They barely lost the HP on the sides of Void Kids.
Yep. And, I mean, it's just so tanky right now with the healing provided, but
simple burst down. Perfect wall, no ultimate to survive whatsoever, no chance of jumping through it. That is again a straight up big play coming in for the side of Void Kids on every front. It's a 14 kills to 2 difference, my man. 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah. Not looking great. And I mean, this means, I mean, if things go this way, this just might be a 2-0 for Void Kids here, which great news for Zidel, but bad news for Ake here. Lord gonna be marching down mid lane here. Wave's gonna be synced by Void Kids. Looks like Ake will have to pull all their stops if they want to defend this, but things are looking quite grim with Flicker being available on all members of Void Kids. If they want to engage aggressively, this is their opportunity, and I am looking at Isaac right now with the conceal play.
Yeah, he wants to cook something up all the way towards the top right now. The feathered airstrike being used up though, but a bit of a precarious position out there for my lobby as he still sustains through every bit of it. Thanks to the hard guard right now, the mid inhibitor has fallen. Astra wants to try and soak up some damage down the bottom side, but this level 10 Esmeralda cannot dance well. The moves are just not enough. Toby now, he's the roamer. He's getting chunked down and a big tectonic charge in the back. Maku gets deleted instantly. Nogi shadow kill to help out, clearing in those waves. Another feathered airstrike now being used up. He's trying to disrupt some damage though, but guess what? 3 bonks on top of Xenox. He still doesn't care because there is not enough damage for Ake.
Yeah, definitely so. And even with anti-heal, it's just not going to be enough to pull through. But oh, hang on, my lobby again, just back to health.
Yeah,
You're just going to commit once again.
They just wanted to go in for the chase. I have absolutely no clue why, because now they can't really run away. Astra wants to try and dodge everything, but how can you dodge when there's a mountain shocker on top of you? And on the back of it right now, they want to knock down the inhibitor up top as well. My lobby's still there. Oh my god, look at the damage. Maku is going to be taken down as Xenox flickers forward to the back line. It's my lobby sustaining through everything. And another hard guard to save this man's life. Massive domination by Void Kids as they take on Ake in every single one of those fights. Another feathered airstrike to try and clear out the wave, but they can't do anything. They did the tectonic charge though, but Nanda just jumping off onto the other side of that cliff, surviving through all of that though. But the crystal is now being targeted. Still a cannon minion out here right now, needs to be taken care of right now. Finally, it's the heavy crossbow coming in. The winter crown into the play, but the burst will finally shut down Zedel Ackerman. He flew a bit too close to the Titan and got his limbs bitten in half. Now this could be the chance of comeback on the other side.
Yeah, this is what exactly which Ake needs. Qsin also getting enough gold from that kill to get the Malefic gun here is just going to be enough for the next few couple of fights here perhaps. They need to get a pick off maybe on towards my lobby, but Angela is going to make it quite difficult. Rest members of Ake marching forwards. Oh, curtain ball.
They want to chase all of them down. Curtain call to try and stop them though, but that's exactly what the Falling Star Moon did on the other end. Immobilized still coming in. Nice show. Isaac joins the fight as the Angela was there with the puppets on a string. That is what stopped the charge of Astra. 0-5 and 1 on this Esmeralda, man. A lot of problems. Still an 8,000 gold lead. But the good thing is that Ake have hit the 32k gold mark. They will have their core items on everyone. And now those Divine Glaives will also come into play. So they can fight. But for now, they'll have to run away from this one. This is not a fight to be taken all the way on the back line. There's still my lobby. A big tectonic charge to knock 3 of them up. And this was not the fight he was supposed to take. Ake are running for their lives as that's been stolen away as the Reapers are in their base. One more time. A big chunky cannon minion there. The crystal super low. They are one shot away from ending the game as the Lord marches in. And finally, Void Kids will make another big upset in this series, a 2-0 against Ake.
I mean, that was absolutely crazy coming in from side of Void Kids. Game to 1, game to 2, very smooth gameplay coming in. And I mean, they knew exactly what they were doing all towards the map, getting those objectives, those turrets, while the team fights, which were pretty much in the favor of Ake, even since, I mean, they had just so much pressure, right? With Ake not being able to do much in the early game, because, I mean, they were just losing those trades in the lanes.
It was very difficult for them to make that comeback, right? Let's be honest, yes, the draft was pretty decent, but at the same time, if you think about it, a lot of late game. There was nothing in the early game at all, apart from just Baxia. Toby was there, yes, but then Mako not having a good time. The ZL who had those early first 2 kills over towards the first turtle, and I believe the snowball started right from that moment onwards. So he was not able to do anything in that situation, and now coming down to those itemization as well, Astra, I kind of wanted to see an anti-cuirass from him, or at least that dreadnought armor, but he didn't really make that, and eventually was just being bursted down through those critical marksmen on the other side. Now here's the big thing. There's 2 crit-based marksmen, but I still don't see even a single blade armor.
Well, I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it? So, I mean, just gotta rely with all reliable malefic guns, both the marksman building up alongside the Hasclaw and the Berserker's Fury. But nonetheless, scared. I mean, I get the idea which Ake wanted. They wanted to have fast rotates in the early game stage. We saw that with Nandoyo being able to apply so much pressure with the Feather Strike, almost getting them a double, maybe in the mid. But at that point, after the Mr. Loverman started popping up with the hard guards, again, you can't really stop CC with Vengeance and an Angela healing you up, while the side of Ake doesn't really have burst damage needed to melt down my lobby, since, I mean, like you said, they're all scaling heroes.
The other end of the spectrum, though, you had Isaac. Man, I'd have to say, Isaac, as much as we've been talking about the grok of Toby and all the other players, Isaac has been one of the big playmakers today, be it on the Kalia, be it on this grok right here in this game. The amount of tectonic charges this man was able to land was immaculate. And I thought that in terms of the magic damage, it will be less, since it was only just an Angela on that side, right? There was nothing else apart from that. No other source of magic damage whatsoever. But that was still enough, because they had so much physical burst. And there was Vengeance. Exactly. So that's one of the big things which we eventually saw. But yeah, out here, I was not really expecting this one to be a clean sweep 2-0 from the side of Void Kids, but we are finally seeing this team, being actually pretty decent in this event. So I can see a day where now they will not be eliminated, because now they're not in the bottom 2. This is one of the biggest things for Void Kids, with the way how they started versus where they are right now. I mean, I am super happy to see their progress.
Yep, we all like a good underdog story here, and I mean, they took over 2-0 against 2 teams today, against Ake, and previously, I believe, against Revenant Order on day 4th. So, I mean, props to them for that. Again, not going to be on the bottom of the leaderboard here, but I mean, tomorrow for sure is going to be the deal seal. I mean, it's going to seal the deal for whether if they qualify furtherwards, but scared. I mean, this was, I mean, they, Void Kids, they threw us all for a surprise, right?
And the fun fact is, right now, this is the only team that has lost 8 games. They've only won 4. But the ones they won have been 2-0s. And this is one of the reasons, right, why they're right now above Ake, Revenant Order, and Method Black. And the fun fact is, next game that Void Kids will have tomorrow, that will be against Method Black. As much as I'd like to say that Void Kids are looking in prime position to win that one, I'd have to say Method Black yesterday looked pretty good in one of their games. So I'm not going to put them out instantly right away. I think so there's still a lot of fire left in all of these bottom 4 teams, right? And this kind of has put Ake in a pretty precarious position as well, because they are on the borderline too. So their next game is going to matter so much more, man. There's so many things left out here. Yes, the top 4 are looking untouchable, but there's so close competition in the bottom 4 teams that I'm absolutely loving it.
And Skate, what the funny thing is, Ake will be facing off against Jackpots tomorrow. So that is going to be a very difficult match, I'd say, at least for Ake. I mean, if they are able to pull it off, I mean, props to them. They will be able to qualify. But nonetheless, looking at the predictions, Skate, how, I mean, a rise from glory, just like Void Kids, from 6th position to 4th.
At this point, I'd have to say, as much as it's been my rise, it's the collective wrong guesses of everyone. That's it's also lowering down the stakes on that accuracy, because I believe there's been quite a few games where every single one of us has predicted the wrong result. Either it's been the wrong team for 2-0, or it's either 1-1 for all the teams, and the result has been exactly the opposite. And fun fact is, I just got this confirmation that for the previous 2 games, not a single talent has predicted the correct result. That's how surprising things are for all of us, man.
Absolutely crazy. I believe there was Omniglitch versus Jackpots, and this one Ake versus Void Kids, and none of the predictions went right. That's absolutely crazy. Goes to show anything can happen here in the Thunder division, and I mean, teams which are possibly, you go on with this, kid.
I mean, yeah, there's this thing. Anything can happen in the Thunder division. I agree. And the teams who are considered as the underdogs, these specific teams can rise up anytime, any moment. We've been seeing it consistently throughout the day right now. And I'm pretty sure the prediction of the first game itself would have been wrong for almost all of us if it was not for that first pick Fanny coming in for Remnant Order. I'd have to say, again, they just got a bit too overconfident out there, and eventually it was a punish from Stolen Angels. There still was a chance for them to close out that game considering how it was going, but yeah, it was still fine. Revenant Order, the draft wasn't there really in their favor, so Stolen Angels were able to close that fun out. Now, it's going to be Minerva Fury against Method Black. We did see those standings as well, right? Minerva Fury out here in top 4, Method Black all the way down in the bottom. So not really looking like one of the perfect games for Method Black. But if they want to move out of this bottom 4, they have to win that next game.
Definitely, most definitely. And I mean, still before that though, I believe we will be having an interview with one of the members from the side of Void Kids here. So
we're going to be having that soon, yes. And it's, you know what? Kronos, if you're listening out there, listen to me, my man. Look at me in the eye. I know there's this one interview which you wanted to take. You absolutely been dying to take this interview, but you're not getting this chance. All right, you sit down there in the audience. It's okay, calm down. I'm just kidding out here, man. I don't want to spoil it. Who's going to be here for the interview? I know for that person, as he made those changes possible in terms of what Void Kids has been able to establish. And I really wanted to talk to this man instantly about what were those adjustments and adaptations that eventually came throughout here, because this dude has been the key factor of the success of Void Kids. It is just the amount of confidence that he gives his team that they eventually rise up together as one. So I'm loving it. And since we've been talking about all of this, right, let's also discuss about the matchup tomorrow that Void Kids will have against Method Black, because as I said, Method Black is all the way down at the bottom.
Perhaps, definitely so. And I mean, it has to come down to how many points or how many wins can Method Black get against Void Kids, if at all, because eventually, if it comes to a stalemate 1-for-1, I mean, they're just going to get pushed to the next phase of the tournament, perhaps. But I mean, it's all ifs and whats. Still have to think about it. I mean, they have studied the games here that have happened. So far, it's day 6, so 6 days of progress, watching all these teams. And Method Black, though, which I previously saw at least Kronos and you talking about them, and how they have been well known before in the past and now only resurfacing, but still steady, still shaky on their foothold. Do you think this next match is going to be the one that finally sets the stone for their place in the EU scene, at least?
We'll have to see, right? Because again, I can't really predict at this point. You can clearly see every single talent has got what 30% prediction rate for all of these games, apart from Synth, who's got 40% prediction rate. So none of these predictions have been going right for all of us. It's not just 1 or 2 people. And one of the big reasons for that is because one day we feel that, all right, this team has been dominating, so they should continue that, because based on the momentum that they have, they should be able to win the next one. But then instantly their opponents are like, yeah, you know what, you're not really being allowed to do that. We have learned how you play. We have learned what you do. So we're going to steal it all away. And this is one of the big things which we've been noticing out from every team. It's the adjustment, it's the adaptation during the game, which eventually helps them to rise up in those leaderboards. That is what we've seen from Void Kids as well, and I absolutely love it from their side. I'd want to see that same thing come up from Method Black. I want to see all the other teams who are down in the bottom to slowly get those adjustments in, man. And one of the best teams to eventually look up to in this entire scenario is literally Void Kids. My lobby, impeccable. And it's not just this one man who's been making sure that this entire roster survives. It's also Isaac. It's also Mr. Loverman. All of them have been working together in unison, man. And to be honest, if Xenox can make a Claude work, I'd have to say he can make anything work out here, man. Ladies and gentlemen, but I know you've all been waiting for this one single thing. I know we've been doing the podcast for a long time, but it's time for us to call upon our special guest after winning the previous series, and the man who's one of the big reasons why Void Kids is out of the bottom two. Let's welcome My Lobby.
Hello, guys.
What's up, My Lobby, man? How are you doing, bro? How are you doing?
I'm very fine. Like, we won 2-0. I'm very happy. My team did very well. So, yeah.
I mean,
that's it.
We clearly saw the difference between the performance of Void Kids all the way back in the first 3 days versus when you arrived on the 4th day. There was a downfall for one game in the bit, but then again, now you won 2-0, right? And on the back of those games, now you're out of the bottom two. What has changed with your arrival in the team that we are seeing this result?
At the beginning, when I was not there with my team, there were so many issues, you know. We have problem with the roster, we have problem with the draft. Now it's everything is different, you know. We like a new team. We have the drafter that did really wonderful today. Like, we play like the team, you know. We have one thing to do, just destroy the enemy turret, and we did it. Like,
All right, beautiful. Linville, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, and My Lobby, again, a new addition to this. You guys have won 2-0 for 2 days here. Again, getting 6 points now. Tomorrow, though, you'll be facing against Method Black. So, any preparations from your side there? Or, I mean, you can't spill your secrets.
Obviously, yeah, there is many things I cannot tell, but yeah, we are prepared from anything. I think we just have to play our game, you know. And yeah, basically, I think tomorrow will be 2-0 like today.
Oh, okay. All right. You know, here's the thing. I wanted to ask you this question, My Lobby. You were not there for the game against Stolen Angels, and then if I'm not wrong, even against Omni Glitch. And on the 3rd day, you guys were playing against Jackpots, right? So Stolen Angels, Omni Glitch, Jackpots. If you wanted to face one of these 3 teams again with you in the lineup, which one of these teams would it be and why?
Good question, but I think it will be nice to face Jackpots because they, you know, yapping a lot. So I want to face them.
Any message for Walkie? Any message?
Walkie is not a problem for us, I think.
Right.
All right. Linville, you've got any other questions you have for the man?
No.
All right. You know what? I'm just going to throw it in one more time as well. Which EXP laner do you really like to play? We've seen you make those insane outplays with the Arlet. Now we've seen you play on that CC. Which one is something that you love? Is it Arlet, CC, Lapu Lapu? Which one of them?
I think I choose Yuzong because I play the most with him. So yeah, my signature pick. I didn't pick it yet, but we'll see in the future.
That was my next question. I wanted to ask you, will we eventually see a Yuzhong in the future? All right, man. That's about it from our side. I'm not going to keep you up for long. You can hop back with your team and celebrate this victory because this was very well earned. Congratulations for this one.
Can I say something?
Obviously, go for it. Stage is yours.
So basically, thank you guys. I have a lot of fans. Like, thank you guys for supporting us, and happy birthday to my sister.
Happy birthday to her from all of our side as well, man. Again, what a lovely gift you've given to her right now. 2-0ing your opponents as well. Phenomenal. All right, my lobby. I'm not gonna, as we said, we're not gonna keep you up for longer. Thank you so much for showing up. It was really a pleasure to share this interview desk with you. I was really hoping for this to happen, but now we're gonna see you tomorrow against Method Black. Good luck for that.
All right, thank you guys.
Most welcome. Such a humble man, such a sweet man.
Quite charismatic also, and I mean he knows the right things to say. And yeah, I mean scared though. Were we expecting
I like the
how
fact.
things went? Yeah.
Yeah, I just like the fact how he said, that Walkie is not a problem for us. I mean, all right. Walkie's been very open in the interviews and everywhere, right? So it's absolutely fine. I'm now really looking forward to what's going to happen tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, before we talk about what's going to happen tomorrow, there's something that will happen today. And the last game for today is going to be Minerva Fury taking on Method Black, one of the OG matchups out here between both of these teams in EU. I know you don't want to miss out. I know your grandmas don't want to miss out. I know your pets don't want to miss it out. So make sure you grab all of them as we head for this short break. We'll be right back after this one for the last game. Man, oh man, I had to drink water after such an exciting 3-2 gamer series between all of these teams as we are still in the round robin stage. And ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the last match of the evening right now. Thunder Division MEC qualifiers in the MEC Fall 2025 season. Out here, you've got Linville on the other side. You've got me, Scared Yet, joining you as well as your host and caster. Man, this has been an impeccable day. In terms of all of the predictions, no one's been getting them right. And I hope for most of us, this one prediction comes true, right? Because now we've got Minerva Fury taking on Method Black.
Yep, it's gonna be quite a game here. Both these two teams have made a name for themselves throughout this tournament. Minerva Fury, though, on the upper hand with the points here and with the win. So probably preferred by the rest of the audience. So taking a look at the leaderboard, Minerva Fury on third place with 9 points, 7 wins, 3 losses. Meanwhile, Method Black all the way in the bottom, 3 wins and 7 losses with 3 points. So Scared,
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be quite the challenge for Method Black, perhaps, if they want to prove themselves.
One of the biggest ones if they want to cross in this hurdle out here right now, right this moment. At this point, we haven't really seen Method Black perform that very well, man. All the way down in the bottom, they haven't really been winning a lot of their games. It was day 1 when they won one. Then on day 2, Stolen Angels 2-0'd them. Then Omniglitch did the same thing. And then out of, game against Jackpot, that's when they won their second game in this entire season right now. And then the third one came in against Revenant Order, and that was the game when Method Black were finally looking clean. But the thing is, oh my goodness, your face caught me off guard there that for a second. But now, yeah, I mean, you were close to the camera, man. It was such a shady picture of you. It's like, finally you're walking out of the shadows. Some protagonist of Assassin's Creed out here. This time, Method Black would need to be the exact same protagonist for themselves. They did that. They showcased it against Revenant Order, but they've got to do it one more time against one of the strongest teams in EU, Minerva Fury.
Yep. And I mean, Minerva Fury has gone against a lot of good names here in the tournament. And I mean, definitely here. Now, looking at the drafts, though, seeing that they will be on the blue side. So, Method Black, in this case, a little bit more of a slower pace. And like you mentioned earlier, teams on the red side are slightly more preferred, at least with the given statistics. They have been noticed to take the victory for the first few ones. But this game, though, Minerva Fury, I doubt they're gonna let Method Black control the draft.
That's one of the big things, right? Method Black, Minerva Fury, both of these teams are so very well experienced. They've played so many games against each other with the lineups that they have, that now they really have to dig deep into the draft to try and pick something off. And with all of the picks and bans that we've been constantly seeing, right, this is one of those only few teams that actually ban out the 1-1. And Method Black are doing the exact same thing right now. We've seen a lot of teams now letting the 1-1 go, letting it through. But of course, when you're against Pelmetronio, you don't let that through. But everyone else on the other side, it's just Method Black who bans that out. Now that is a good thing as well as a bad thing in a certain scenario, because there's room in the draft open for the right side to pick 2 for themselves, but then again, you're giving one very solid pick to the blue side.
Yeah. I guess it's the case of they want to give Urek the best opportunity possible in the goal lane against Pankrat, which possibly the early phase of the draft is going to dictate that. But we are seeing a Zushin ban nonetheless from Method Black, and which we've seen a lot of teams pull through with the early game, and even on towards game number 2 for today. I mean, the second series of the day. We did see the side of Jackpots, I believe, pull that off swellingly well. And now, though, the final bans for the first space here, Minerva Fury, what is it going to be? Is the question. Which, Angela? Do they want to take it instead?
Angela could be a pretty decent ban, though, but there's still CC available. There's also Baxia available. So I don't think so they're going to let Angela stick in the banning phase. I think so they're going to let her through, considering if she's picked up by the Minerva Fury, Method Black can take the Baxia. But now, since Baxia has been banned out, this creates a very different storyline. Now, you can't let the Angela through. There's a Joy ban already on the other side. So that means the Lancelot Yi Sun Shin rivalry is going to be absolutely up in front of us. Yes, there's also a possibility of a Fredrin being picked up, but if there's a lot of range on the other side, including a lot of poke, you would not want to go for a Fredrin. That could be problematic. So there's a lot of ifs and buts in the entire draft right now. So it's like you ban one, you pick the next two. What's the ban going to look like? CC, Angela, or maybe even an Arlet? Totally depends on them.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, if I was in position of Meta Black, probably the Angela in this case, because again, you could trade Arlet in the CC, but no jungle ban with the Lancelot here. So again, they're giving Minerva Fury the option here. You want to take the Asian Chin first? Go for it.
And then we don't have either the Joy or the Lancelot to counter it.
Yeah.
I'm not quite seeing the best scenario in that. The only thing is that they will have the opportunity to then pick up the next two good picks. That would be the Angela and add on top of that the CC for the EXP lane. So I think so that could be a pretty nice idea for Method Black. They're like, you know what, we're going to let Minerva Fury take one. We're going to take two for ourselves. So that's something I now want to see as to how Minerva Fury will answer to that ban. Ascension seems like one of the best picks out here. But then even in the mid lane, there's Farsa available, there's Eve available. We've seen a lot of Eve's plays being made today. Last few seconds out here, Minerva Fury. Need to pick up now, we're just waiting on to that. But again, if they pick up the Yi and Shin, then Method Black have a straightforward answer. Pick the Angela and CC.
Well, I mean, that's quite obvious here, like you said, but what about the jungler role here, which we've seen teams pick up with, at least for today, has been the Fanny, has been the Suyo, which is not really a great option, which, I mean, they went against each other here. And I don't think, have we seen Method Black on the Fanny, at least?
I mean, it's not like we've seen them in this tournament. They can pick it up. But the big thing is, would that Fanny work? We've seen Fanny today, yes. We've seen Fanny a couple of more times in this entire event, and none of them have worked out till now. And it's not any question on the Fanny player themselves, but overall just how the draft is being dictated and how the game flows. Fanny doesn't really fit that well in terms of getting those picks, right? In terms of your ranking games, yes, it's absolutely insane. But when it comes down to those tournaments, that's where you see a lot of counter picks coming in on the other side. So you don't really want to go on with the Fanny. There's also Kalia open right now. That could be the prior pick as well for either one of them.
Perhaps, yeah. Now that you say it, a lot of options here for both these two teams. And I mean, speaking of, like, again, going back to the jungle pick here for Meta Black, which, again, if Assassin jungle is not a case, I mean, maybe a tank jungler? It could be an option. Fredrin, maybe. The Akai. Yeah.
Could be. I think so. We'll have to, wait and see out here. We'll eventually see if that tank jungle fits in well, though, ladies and gentlemen. There's a small issue that we've basically encountered out here. We will be fixing that pretty soon. We'll be updating you about the scenario as well. But till the meantime, we're going to be heading into a very small break. It's going to be just 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, for this one game. We are not ready going in for a pause. There's going to be a big surprise for us. You know what? It seems, what date is it? Well, living in October, and it's Halloween time soon, but I've been played pranks like, it's April out here right now. It's fine, ladies and gentlemen. Everything's all cool. It's all fixed up. We've got the Harith being picked up instantly by Pancrat. You know what? We've been cooking up everything that what it's going to be like. Will it be the Kalia? Will it be CC? They're like, I don't care about anyone. We're going to lock in the Harith for Pancrat.
I mean, quite fair so, I guess, from Minerva Fury. They got what they want here, and Method Black could answer back with two great show picks, though. Nonetheless, Angela is going to be a given here. Could be answered by the Esmeralda, but again, you will be laning against a CC against that, and we saw how that went through, at least with Ake versus, I believe it was Void Kids, yeah. So, I mean, options.
Yeah, that's
are there
going to be. There's a lot of them. I like the chip though. Absolutely love the chip. It was the CC Angela which we were discussing. One picked on the other side, two of the instant counters on one. But this chip is something that can actually create a lot of question marks, right? Because now Method Black, I think so. You know what? Just pick an Arlet. Keep the confusion up in the mind of Minerva Fury as to where that Arlet will go and where the Angela will go. Right, and I think so that will help them in the second phase of the draft so very much. Considering they've also got the Fredrin, they can still keep a possibility of either a Eve or a Farsa to be picked up in the mid lane. And if things go haywire, you always have the Lilia to rely back on.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of options here for Minerva Fury. So, again, first draft, again, very flexible for them. But Meta Black, on the other hand, though, next pick is going to be determining what the bans are going to be going through the next phase. Is it going to be locking down the Arlet bans here, perhaps? Or is it going to be an Arlet pick from the side of Meta Black, which, I mean, could be quite good against this lineup, especially for Engage. But against a chip, nonetheless, scared. What do you think that Engage is going to go through?
That's the thing, dude. I like the chip, but I love the Eve pick coming in on the other side. Now, this does reveal that your Angela is going to go into that roam position, so it's kind of telling a big story about your draft. But Eve, again, we've seen this earlier this day, that to work out so very well against the almost a similar lineup, though. But here's the big thing. The chip was on the other side at that time. So we'll see if this one works out well. Farsa's been banned out. You don't want to answer that range with another range. And again, simple bans for Minerva Fury. They picked up their junglers. They're going to try and choke down that jungle pool even more to try and force the jungler of Method Black onto a very awkward pick.
Yeah, quite so. And I mean, other bands here coming from Metal Black probably going to go for another mage ban nonetheless. Have we seen Selena though in this tournament scale?
We have actually. We have. It's pretty viable pick.
One game, right? Yeah.
We've actually seen her for quite a few games. So if you really think about it, that is really viable pick right now.
Could be a great option there. Engage, Vision, and possibly team fights could be great, but nonetheless, final bans will be coming in as Metal Black locks out that Kagura from Minerva Fury. Still thinking about it though. Minerva Fury here. Is it going to be another jungle ban? You're just going to choke down the role. Don't give Jing an option here, perhaps.
I told you Akai, because the only other jungler that can pair up pretty well against that Fredrin is the Akai. So I'm liking the idea of what Minerva Fury are going with. Now Method Black will have to think deep into this draft as to what can they pick out in the jungle. Baxia banned out, Gisanshin, Akai, all of them banned out.
Yeah. I mean, they have to go out of pocket now, perhaps here.
Fanny doesn't work here. It's not good.
Alpha maybe, but nah, not Suyu.
I doubt for Alpha though. Alpha can be bursted down, but to be honest, I'm not quite entirely against that idea. I think so that still kind of works.
You have the hard card here to provide a little bit of sustenance. So other than Alpha, what other options are there? Maybe the Barats, but I mean, at that point, I mean, I'm just... Wait, Urek though. Gonna lock in that Nathan. So it's looking kind of confusing here for Meta Black. What exactly are they gonna lock down for jungle role? But Minerva Fury on the other hand though here, mage and possibly an EXP laner is gonna be the Arlet or perhaps even the Selena here from their side.
I think so. Selena would be good. Kind of pairs up well. Nathan on the other side. A lot of magic damage coming in right now. So the jungler needs to be physical. Now the only other jungler that deals a lot of physical damage that I can see that you can pick is going to be a Hayabusa. But I'm loving this Bane out here. Sensei is going to bring the Bane in mid and an alert. I'm liking it.
Okay.
But it's the only thing is Sensei will have certain problems in the range, but I am liking the idea. Every time there's a real world manipulation, you just send out your sharks to try and eat everyone up. I do understand where he's coming from. I like the idea.
Very well. So, and I mean, with the portal from the chip, you're just gonna have a very good engage, perhaps here. And there are a lot of combos coming from Minerva Fury. On the other hand, though, Meta Black, X-Borg jungle, Skid. How long has it been?
Very long, to be honest. At this point, it's a desperate pick, right? Because you've got a lot of tankiness on the other side. You've got an Alert, you've got a Fredrin, you've got a Chip. So you need something that can actually sustain through all of that, give you a front line, because Elixir's on the CC will not be enough in terms of that front line, since you've got the Angela in the roam position. So you need someone who can soak up some of the damage. Baxi and Akai were banned out. Alpha we've been talking about could have worked in theory. So I'm not entirely against the Alpha. I think so that was a pretty decent pick in this situation. You know what? I think so Kronos would have been like, pick up a Balmering jungle.
Nah, bro. No, that is just pushing it too far at that point, I'd say.
Well,
Maybe I'm still clinging on to the Barats in that idea here. You have enough damage, you can tank for your team, but nonetheless, though, I mean, still, Export, very solid, has enough burst, CC immune also. The only problem, though, I'm seeing here from the side of Meta Black is it going to be enough for those engages here as we move on to the Land of Dawn, folks?
As we move on to the Land of Dawn for this very last series, ladies and gentlemen. 2 games that you've got to focus on. And a very early rotation by Minerva Fury out there towards the bottom side, right? Making sure that Enixis does not really get the EXP crab, and it's Bobber Rusik who gets that early level 2. I like this rotation with the Alpha on the other side, but low HP out there. Oh my goodness, Flicker being forced by Sensei. And this is the big thing that I talked about. Sensei will not have the range. So Jing will be able to poke him down.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have to wait for those level 4s, but again, very risky in the early stage. Like you said, so much burst damage coming from both the Angela and the Eve. And now, wait, Rusik?
Oh, Bobber Rusik, almost. He was taken down out there, almost pretty low in that HP. No one to heal him up out. Macaron also there to try and help his teammate out. Not yet level 4 out here, Bobber. So he will have to retreat back to safety. 14 seconds for the turtle to spawn. There will be no final slash for the turtle. That's another EXP crab right now. It's going to be shared up. I believe it was taken by Macaron on the other end. Just a few more seconds for everything to spawn. Lack has the advantage. Level 4 as well, but everyone else on the side of Method Black, they're working out so very well with that EXP.
Yeah. Which, I mean, has a lot of poke. So again, with the Himipika providing so much sustenance through the healing, through the poke, and the slow, it's just enough for the side of Metal Black to carry on with Alexis being aggressive on to that lane. But now Turtle can be initiated. And level 4 ready on Bobarusik. Final slash.
Yeah, they want to take every single one of them down as the Sharks were sent through. Macaron getting that turtle. It's a 1-for-1 technically. You pick off Primo, but Minerva Fury also get that turtle. I did understand the idea. Method Black really wanted to get those early ultimates up, including Himpika. Just could not get it on time right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's there for the next engage, so possibly towards the goal lane, they will be looking to take advantage of that, perhaps, against Pankrat, though. Nonetheless, Urek playing it safe, doesn't really want to overcommit, and mid lane, so far, is going to have an easier clear now that Bane has his levels up, and alongside Primo, they might go in for a faster rotate.
Primo will always be there thanks to those teleports. And then every single one of them can actually join in thanks to the shortcut. And you don't really see anything else to stop their mobility. Even if Jing drops in the real world manipulation, if they're all inside the ultimate already, then their movement speed will not be hindered that much. Yes, there will be some slow effects coming in from the entire slide animation of that ultimate. But apart from that, yeah, nothing else. The game is going to go dead for the next few seconds right now, as there is no major objective being cooked up for the next 40 seconds. But Minerva Fury, they've made sure that they've got this early lead and level advantage in the jungle.
Yep, definitely so. And it does make sense because, again, both these teams, they want to scale up. They want to get their items and levels ready for the next big objective, perhaps. And gold plating being available, you can't really push that much unless, wait, Lexus though, nah, it's too tanky.
It's just here's the thing, right? We both know
Yeah.
Boborusik doesn't really have a perfect wave clear in that EXP lane. I kind of wanted to see Method Black go for those punishes, but we haven't really seen that at all. Level 7 on Macaron, he just wants to make sure Lack uses up the retribution, but getting that purple into that bush, Macaron doesn't want to overcommit on that one. They will instantly start up the turtle right now. The level advantage has been stolen away on the other side, while Boborusik eventually joins in the action too. Wants to get ready for the final slash. Hasn't really got the angle on the other side as Angela finally goes in for the real world manipulation, catching absolutely no one. But their main target was the turtle, and they instantly get that. Sharks used up, so the deadly catch not really catching anyone with the final slash.
Oh,
1, 2, 3, Boborusik doesn't really commit as Appraiser's Wrath was used up. Still not enough. Jing catches Pancrat 1 for 1 as Primo falls too. But guess what? Alexis was still able to trade out on the other side. A 3 for 1 trade. A massive blow for Minerva Fury. And there's another hard card right now on Alexis as they try to catch Boborusik, who wants to run back to safety.
can't play it on towards the aggression here. We've seen the Angela and the CC being such a great pair in every single team fight and every single laning phase, which Meta Black has been able to capitalize now, getting another turret, Urek here. A lot of goal on towards his hand, but oh. Wait, does he survive?
Yeah, he should survive out there right now. There was a hard card already, and the Flask of Oasis passive used up on Lexus. So he's going to be absolutely fine. Didn't really want to make it a little bit more difficult, right? Didn't want to go for any kind of overcommitment. I love the fact how Lack was just able to push everyone away in that mid lane, specifically Sensei, just to make sure that they could eventually get that tower out there, as Primo is going to drop that shotgun as soon as he gets taken down. The shotgun's going to be taken care of, but guess what? There's Alexis joining in the fight with the curtains call, catches all three people up together, close, he will be taken down. But not before he could eventually set things up for his team right now. Still, Urek wants to catch something as the real world manipulation will catch them all on the edge. No super position to work with. As the Claw Crab Cannon will push Urek back. You can't tank through the magic damage of Bane. But there we go. Overstay from Jing, or rather he did not realize that the chip used up the portal behind him to catch him off guard. A massive, massive play from Minerva Fury.
And Metal Black there, a little bit of misinput, I believe. So at least with how Alexis just went through the portal, meanwhile the rest of his team already back on towards the turret, going for a retreat. Because again, Logic already burst down his Fragga armor, so doesn't really want to take the fight, but still, nonetheless, Minerva Fury capitalizing off of this, getting a couple of objectives. Nonetheless, 2 turtles on their hands. Perhaps a turret could be next option, but mid lane, oh, they do get it.
Yeah, finally with that very last shot coming in from that cannon. Absolutely fine. Sensei is also going to have a little bit more room to work with the rum, I believe. That's the name of his skill too, right? The one in which he actually drinks. I believe it's the rum.
Perhaps, yeah.
I was getting confused between rum and whiskey, but I'm like, yeah, it's rum.
Yeah. But Skate, this is also made me think of one of the possibilities, which Lexus went through the portal. Do you think Minerva Fury here could take advantage of that in the later team fights? You know, just go for a bait, but wait, hold that thought. Primo with the conceal.
Yeah, wants to try and make a play out here. Shortcut's going to be dropped in, and instantly the Fragga armor gets destroyed out here in the back line. A massive play on the back of the final slash as they take down Urek instantly. Man's going to be taken down as the real world manipulation was dropped in to try and disengage, but that's a massive play from Minerva. But here's the thing. It was a 1-for-1 trade for between Pancrat and Urek, so they're not really gaining anything from that. And the fun fact is, Linville, the later this game goes, the stronger Urek will become. Boborusik.
Nah,
really yeah, it doesn't really have the final slash though, so that's one thing. It don't really matter. It's going to be all A-OK under the hood, but still the map is looking a little bit more blue if you really compare.
Yeah, looks like they want to go for a re-engage here. Logic might be in trouble.
Yeah, but he goes in for his own ultimate out here. Primo pretty low in that HP as he gets taken down again by the ultimate of Nathan. But Pancrat will be able to shut down Rick out here. But there we go. The RWM Appraiser's Wrath, the only man who's eventually got into that as Pancrat just moves in and out of that. Macaron up in front of everyone, out left alone in an island. Alexis gets a double kill, only to be shut down by Pancrat on the other side. But there we go. Another lasting insanity, but Pancrat was way too out of that to be caught in anything. But the fun fact is now they can actually go in for the Lord until and unless Slack gets his Firaga armor.
Yeah, slowly. Let's have the healing also from the Angela. Primo is ready with the shortcut though. If the rest of the team does one in a matter of few seconds, and with the deadly catch, just might be enough to steal off this Lord here from the hands of Metal Black. Do they want to commit though, Primo? For an opportunity.
Yeah, but there we go. There's the lasting insanity. Deadly catch was used up, but the retribution will eventually get it for him. And now this is going to be the final slash into the back line. Jing will be moving back to safety right now. 1-for-0 traders. Lack was the only casualty in that. But still the law taken by Method Black right now. It's only a 500 gold advantage. Not enough, but just good since Urek is scaling up.
Yeah. And scaling will be exactly what he does, which is going to be much more needed for Meta Black. Solely the frontliners are very strong from Minerva Fury, but the Nathan can shred through all of that. Pierce, perhaps. Sensei the Creator also going for a magic build. So, wait, hang on. Bobrusik.
Yeah, there's going to be the real world manipulation dropped in by Zing right now. He's going to make sure that they eventually get taken down, but Appraiser's Wrath instantly destroys Himpika. Did not really have the hard guard at that point, so no one can go for any kind of engage now from Method Black. They'll be moving all the way back. No tier 2s being taken down. It's only just probably one single turret down, and the bottom side is also being frozen, which will be cleared up pretty soon. The wave clear from Minerva Fury is actually pretty good if you think about it, but Primo wanted to make a conceal play. Not really happening.
Yeah. I mean, so far, it's been quite a difficult shortcut to pull off, especially with Metal Black being so mobile here. Urek having both the flicker and the real and the entropy to just dash out or go in for those team fights, which successfully show. I mean, Alexis has been the main key important part in all these fights, just absorbing all of that utility, absorbing all of that damage with just Himpika to support alongside with the hard guard has been quite good. And I mean, Zing with the real world manipulation has been very good in setting up those team fights, especially on those crucial map placements. But taking a look at the items, anything unusual that I see here, we'll have to wait for maybe Urek when he gets his Divine Glaive and the Holy Crystal. Only after that, I believe Method Black would have an amazing time in shredding through the defenses of Minerva Fury, because it's just Chip and this.
Yeah, it's Bobber, Rusik, Macaron. All of them, they've got their own magic defenses up. I agree. Already a Silence Robe being cooked up by Bobber Rusik. I don't like this Windtalker pick coming in from this man. And there's a concentrated energy early on just for the sustain. I do understand that, but the Stallium Scythe is the core item of Nathan. You really need to use that constantly to make sure that you're dealing that extra bit of true damage. That stacks up pretty well. Not having that, not going for the Holy Crystal. I just really hope that doesn't bite Method Black in the back, because it's 13 minutes already. By this time, your Nathan should be the one who should be carrying the game.
Yeah. But I don't think he'll have to worry about that in this case.
Hold on. Look at Primo. Conceal play coming in. The Lord stolen away by Macaron. This could be the big play for Minerva Fury as the Sharks come in. Lack will be taken down. Immortality popped up though as Alexis will take all part of that aggression, vengeance to save his life. But Bobber Rusik still wants to go for the chase. Angela was there. Puppets on a string to slow them down. The taunt comes in as Urek falls. The entropy ain't saving him. Neither the real world manipulation Method Black are being pushed back, but guess what? Pancrad overextended now, punished on the other side as Sensei will try to run back to safety, but he has no place to run, no basic attack since it's the magic damage. Bane, nothing could have saved his life at that point. As another chance for them to try and take one more person down, and that's going to be Primo out here. Open shortcut sent out. Angela will fall. Everyone joins in. This is the big play that comes in with the chip as the Appraiser's Wrath lands in. Lasting Insanity, not enough. Bobarusik will still survive as Macaron gets shut down. It's only Bobber who is alive. He's still sustaining as everything gets purified, but his vengeance is still there, supporting him, helping him to try and dash back to safety. He's going to be taken down as he finally accepts his fate. Even the final slash will not save him. A monster kill for the CC with the yo-yo on the other side, as she strings that string around the necks of Minerva Fury and takes them one by one.
Yep, 11 kills on towards Alexis. Like you said, a monster of a player right now for the side of MIB. And even with Himipika supporting alongside, has been quite strong because of the focusing mark, able to chunk down every single member of Minerva Fury, since it's based on the total HP. And you only have Pancrat here, who possibly can match out, and he still needs the support of the rest of his team. So again, team fight has to be the most important thing if they want to, and then locking down on towards Alexis if they want to maybe stand a chance here in the next series, next one.
11-2-2.
Yeah,
you can't burst him down. You've been taking down Urek in every single fight, yes, but you can't burst down Alexis. That is all thanks to the vengeance along with the heart card. So Himpika has been doing a pretty solid job as well. And here's the fun thing. Pancrad will start to fall off now. He already had the Divine Glaive, and Sensei, as much damage as he can do with the Deadly Catch, Rum, he doesn't really have as much damage from the Claw Crab Cannon or even the enhanced basic attacks that he has.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a problem for him.
They have the burst potential for the squishy targets and the jungler for the side of MIB, but again, the main problem, like you said, Alexis here, which now they will be capitalizing on towards this Lord here perhaps, and Impika just playing it safe, just to use the hard card whenever possible, or Rusik here, looking for engage.
Exactly, and that's going to the flicker coming in as Sensei steals the Lord away. This could be the fight that they were looking for. Lovely final slash to start things up as the Zaman Force will slow down every single one on the other side, but they do not want to overcommit. They don't want to overengage, and guess what? They waited for the right time and the opportunity showed itself, but still Alexis is the godlike man. Sensei answers back, will be shut down by Urek as another entropy comes in as this Naden strikes, and he strikes hard. He is ice cold. Double kill by taking Primo down as well. It's a 2-for-3 trade. But the Lord still goes for Minerva Fury.
That was such a huge engage from Minerva Fury. Sensei managing to get that Lord steal was just absolutely crazy. MIB though have to back out. They need to defend the Lord here perhaps, which, Alexis and Urek, they're a two-man team. They can possibly clear off Macaron and Pancrat, but still, Lord's going to be the main option here. And Skate, Minerva Fury, they should have backed off right after the engage, because again, they got the Lord. It was just overstaying. Sensei did get 2 kills off of that engage, but after that, it was just...
yeah, one of the big things is that they could not run away. When it comes down to mobility, that's what Method Black has. And this is the reason why we're still seeing that 500 gold advantage for themselves. As we have a look at the itemizations one more time. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, Urek is going to shred everyone on those front lines. There are 3 Radiant Armors on the other end. But that's not going to be enough. You need to pair it up with the Athena Shield as well to try and sustain through some of that. But then... yeah, you've actually... I kind of wanted to see an Athena Shield too, just to add on to that extra bit of magic defense for your side. And one of the big things is the only physical damage dealer there on the other end is Alexis and Lack, and they both deal skill damage. So all you really need is an anti-Cuirass. So from 3 items, you can technically counter the entire lineup of Method Black.
Very well so. I mean, true damage plus magic burst. So again, like you said, itemization can be a little bit more on the easier side, but still, it's quite. I mean, it's also quite a possibility since the goal level is the same. But wait, Primo?
I'm not quite sure if he's in the right place at the right time, though. It's probably the worst place at the worst time. Shortcuts going to be taken care of right now. It's legendary for Alexis as Pancrad. He's being caught in an island of his own as Boborusik will line them all up instantly to try and run back to safety, but it doesn't matter as the chase begins. Flicker used up to try and sustain through all of that. Alexis out here running wild. Look at Sensei. Look at Sensei. He can try and catch one. Sends out the deadly cats though, but now caught in middle of nowhere still. Delete Shing. Big damage coming in from him, but was it worth it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to leave Boborusik and Macaron to defend this Fire Flash, to use it.
Yeah, but there we go. Entropy up, out, forward, in front of everyone though. But Boborusik's been taken care of. It's all down to just one man. Urek is going to be shredding in that base as the mid wave will pop through. 7 seconds for Pancrad to come in, but 1 minion has made it already into the crystal right now. They're still trying to shut them down, but Macaron will finally be shredded as the Holy Crystal Divine Glaive Nathan in the late game. You cannot sustain through that. Massive win coming in for the side of Method Black against Minerva Fury.
Yep, and again, so much burst, like you said.
Yeah.
I mean, for the side of Minerva Fury, I don't think they could really do much in those team fights, since at the last one, at least, they were so disconnected. Most of the members positioned separately all over the place. Primo was caught off guard, and then that was just that just sealed the deal, I'd say. If maybe they wanted to extend, just sacrifice Primo, defend the next wave, possibly could find an opportunity. But again, that's one of the mistakes I've been seeing with at least Minerva Fury doing. They have been trying a little bit too hard to predict their teammates or play together, quote unquote, in the sense that eventually it's just giving the side of MTB an easier opportunity to pick off Minerva Fury one by one, which they did in the end.
I agree with that. You've got to pick Minerva Fury one by one, and that's what Method Black were able to do over towards the end, rightly mentioned by you. At the same time, I just feel there was this panic tap on the shortcut, and then everyone just decided to hop in, apart from Macaron and Boborusik. So there's a bit of a disconnect, which you perfectly picked up between the players of Minerva Fury right now. You can have a look at the damage numbers. Boborusik, Pancrad, both of them being on top in the charts. Sensei was also there a little bit out here, 69% teamfight participation from 4 of these players. Primo was basically being shut down multiple times, and I think so as good as this lineup looks on paper, it also falls a little bit short in terms of that ranged damage. Yeah, Sensei is there, but the range is just not enough. You've got to be a bit close to the others when it comes to Rum, and you don't want to be close to a Nathan in that late game, but it was actually Alexis who was making their lives hell.
Yep, no one really to threat this CC all the while, and I mean, has all the support in the world, meanwhile giving the rest of his team an easier time in towards the laning or the jungle phase, which slowly snowball into a much larger gap, which again, the idea, like you said, the idea is good for the side of Minerva Fury. You have the chip shortcut, you have the deadly catch, which you can combo with possibly the deadly slash, but these are all in a perfect scenario, which is never going to happen if Alexis is never going to be answered. Yeah.
I think so. It was the Angela pick which made it all possible. Yes, I understand Alexis has got 47% tanking, 219,000 damage tanked. But overall, if you think about it, the only reason why all of that was possible was because Pika was always on top of Alexis with the hard card. Lack was the one who was opening every single bush up. Why? Because he's got 2 chances to survive, or rather 4 if you think about it. His first of all Firaga armor, then the immortality, then again Firaga armor has been taken down, all of that while he can just run around, have his own fun time, right? That's one of the big things. 3 chances for you to run back to safety. So Lack opening up all the bushes eventually into Alexis having his own fun time trying to hit the curtains call with Angela on top of him. These were the two major combinations, and then at the end of the day, to put the cherry on top, you had the real world manipulation to shut down every mobility skills on the other end. Everyone's going to be stunned up, and the constant poke damage was just there. I love the idea from Method Black. Yes, slow start. Eventually, they were able to catch up on out. But on the other end of the spectrum, Minerva Fury will have a chance in this game to come back, as they'll be on the red side.
Yes, indeed, and maybe this time could be the ones to pick off the Angel from themselves. But I don't think Method Black's gonna be giving that out for free. But I mean, scared that game in question, though. I mean, like you said, the Yeef was such a great tool or asset in those fights because again, 4 members of side of Never Fury were all melee heroes, so a little bit of an unorthodox draft coming from them, but. I mean, this win from MB is just gonna give them 4 points though, and the next one, if it's a 2-0, just might push them up further above Ake also.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They'll be right behind Void Kids, so that's something which is going to be, we never really expected. Ake, the team who's basically been pretty solid. Now on the verge of being in the bottom 2, and if Method Black closes the series out, then they will be in the bottom 2. But that is in that one perfect world scenario for Method Black where Minerva Fury does not bounce back. And we have known this team for such a long time that they never stay at one point. They're always ready to make that bounce. Right now, yes, the series does look like 0-1 for Method Black. We've had the 1-1 for the first one, then Jackpots and Void Kids able to do 2-0 against Omniglitch and Ake. And now Method Black are trying to go in on the exact same road. We'll have to see if that one bans out right now, because Minerva Fury, they've always been looking pretty decent, still in the top 3 right now. If I'm about to talk about their season, yes, they started off things on a very fiery note. Omniglitch, Minerva Fury was the opening match on day number 1 in the last game. They were able to win that 1-2-0, but then it kind of felt like they lost that pace instantly. Against Jackpots, it was a 1-1. Against Revenant Order, it was a 1-1. And even against Ake, it ended up being a 1-1. So there's been a lot of 1-1s for them. It was only against Void Kids that was on the day number 5, where we finally saw the same form of Minerva Fury being pulled back. So I kind of want to see the same Minerva Fury out here right now again. Is the last 2 days, the last 4 games that you can play, out of which you've played 1, you've lost 1, and now there's going to be the full focus on this entire team. I don't think so we will see any kind of experiments. I don't think so we're going to see any Bane mids now. I think so it's going to fall down to the same single strategy with a proper controlling mid lane mage on which Sensei can actually, you could say, carry the game. And then the rest of the players getting their own comfort picks.
Most definitely, at least here. Since I mean it's going to be the final match of tonight as well, so might as well go out with a bang here. And drafts though are going to be starting off pretty solid. Basha or the enemy ban from the side of Method Black. Minerva Fury banning off the Angela. Already had a bitter taste of it for the first game, but Kimmy also banned alongside with the Joy here. So the first picks for the side of either team are going to be quite spicy.
Joy being banned basically means now you've got that Lancelot's picking ability, right? Because Lancelot is the main mid laner who's constantly, or rather the jungler who's been constantly countered by Joy on the other side. So I do like the idea. I'm enjoying seeing that. On the other end, though, it's again that same Kimmy ban. Sensei has been pretty solid on that Kimmy. The big question is, what are you going to ban out now? Will it be the CC? Will it be the Zushin? Angela has been already taken away from you, so that roam is now also going to become a bit of a problem. But I guess they kind of want to stick with Urek on that comfort pick in the gold lane, so they're banning away that 1-1 because they don't want to pick it early on.
Yeah. Most definitely so, and like you mentioned, the roam options are quite there, at least with Angela being taken out. But Kaleo also could be quite interesting to be picked here. I don't know if a first pick though for the side Method Black, but yeah, Minerva Fury last ban here. Thinking about it, what do they want to remove from MB here? Which is a lot of options, could even confuse, they might say. into forcing a certain draft, perhaps, like just the way how MB did towards them in the first half. But CC being banned.
Respect being shown out there for Alexis. They don't really want to risk it, regardless they've banned out that Angela, right? They do understand that, but that means the Zushin is open, Lancelot and Yi Sun-shin are open. So you can let the Yi Sun-shin or Lancelot be for the second pick of this first phase, maybe pick the Zushin first, and that's the idea.
Yeah.
They don't really want Sensei to pick that up. And now it's going to be the answer from Minerva Fury. What do you have for those picks? Lancelot or Yi Sun-shin? Either one of those two. I think so the Lancelot works a little bit better in this case.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Yi Sun-shin, you have a little bit of mobility and vision being given, but that's not really needed in those team fights, especially with the immunity the Lancelot provides. Though nonetheless, picked alongside the Lancelot, maybe an EXP laner could be quite solid, but still hanging on to the Kalea could be an option, but force the Purify on towards those squishy targets from the side of MB. Well, oh.
Locks in the Yi Sun-shin along with the Gadot Kacha. That's kind of fair. They want to go in for a bit of a comfortability on that jungler. So I'm on for it. I'm totally cool with it. Macaron wants to go for this one. Absolutely fine. It's not a bad pick at all. It's a pretty decent one. And locking in that Gadot Kacha as well. Now that's a question mark. If it's going to go into that EXP lane, will it be in the roam position? You've got no idea about that. So Method Black will have to keep this into consideration. I think so this should be a time for them to pick up the Lancelot and maybe lock in the Phoveus if they want to. Because I don't see anyone else apart from him that can actually set things up. Maybe an Arlet still yet.
Yeah, a lot of good options here. Even the Uranus also available, but again, MB has to solidify the picks here. Unless they could go for the EXP pick after the draft in the second phase, but nonetheless, it all depends on what they want to prioritize firsthand. Question is though, Minerva Fury, are they also going to go for a mage pick here? Because again, going to the second half, probably going to get banned, especially those heavy burst mages.
That's one thing, right? I know there's been a tech issue, ladies and gentlemen. We're solving that out pretty quickly. Don't worry about that. We're going to be letting you know about any information that we eventually get from the voices in our head. But here's the fun thing. Now, you mentioned about Minerva Fury. Once their chance to pick happens, then they can pick something to try and match against the range of Zheng. I think so, and Eve still makes up a pretty good pick, specifically with a Gadot Kacha. Now that you can have that kill box composition with a real world manipulation into that AOG, I think so that would be a very solid pick. Unless there's something picked up by Method Black that eventually puts Minerva Fury into an awkward position, right? Where they can't really go for a Farsa or an Eve. But I think so that is their idea. That is why they picked up the Gadot Kacha in the first place.
Yeah, most definitely. Because again, jungler is still an option. Yi Sun-shin already taken by Minerva Fury. You have the Lancelot, like you mentioned earlier on. Other than the Lance, possibly the Hayabusa, or even maybe a tanky jungler. But no, nonetheless, Alexis is gonna lock in that Esma. And has the Esma been flexed in the jungle in this tournament? I believe not, right?
We've both got to jump out of the ranking games out here, right? So it's an EXP pick, clear cut, straightforward, no changes there whatsoever. Granger being logged in for Urek early on. Not quite sure if that will work out, but if I want to get my prediction right, I don't want it to work out. But on the other end of the spectrum, yeah, this should be the mage pick right now. Farsa seems to be a very solid option. Eve seems to be even a better option. But they're going to lock in the Arlet. All right. Okay. Now that means the Arlet is going to go into that EXP lane. So even though Alexis picks up the Esmeralda, that doesn't really mean that it's a losing lane. It's still a winning lane.
All right. But now bans are going to be rolling in alongside the Grok being banned out here from Minerva Fury. Fair so they don't really want to get that rocky wall to interrupt all those dashes here from the side of Minerva Fury, but nonetheless, MB here, what could they go for a ban here? Possibly the marksman bans here to give Urek a better opportunity. Other than that, mage bans can be there, but oh, they're banning off the Bane. Okay.
Kind of fair. They kind of want to jump into the lineup of Minerva Fury, so they don't really want that disengaged tool of Bane. So, right, fair. But I don't really feel that should have been the case right now, because seeing what Minerva Fury wants to go for, they really want to dive onto the lineup of Method Black. So, if anything, I'm not quite sure if they're going to pick the Bane here on out. It still should be something along the lines of an Eve or a Farsa, considering she can provide that artillery support from the backlines by staying safe. On the other end, another ban out, maybe an Irithil or a Hadith.
Maybe. Yeah.
Hadith seems like a viable option.
In this case, I mean, since you do... Ooh, wait. Okay, wait. I guess double it down. Just ban out all the mages here in this case.
They pick up on that fact that Eve could be very good pick in this case. Macaron will set things up. Primo with the AOG. If you pick up an Eve, that's a proper kill box. You can't run out of it. So I like that ban on the Eve. I like that double down. This should be a gold in a pickup. So at this point, you should probably lock in an Irithil. If you're not going for that, then maybe a Farsa.
Yeah. One of those two options here available forward side Minerva Fury.
Ubi?
And could be great. I mean, if you think about it, right? Mage last pick could be the best deal. Always keep MB on their toes here. No. Novaria. Wait, okay. A lot of burst potential, a lot of map vision, and the Astral Echo could just give enough rage boost for the AOG to land in those important team fights, which fairly so. I mean, fair enough. It's going to be quite good. And pair it up with the Yishin Shin's vision control with the Mounted Choker. I feel like Minerva Fury might just have a great info game going in.
Could be possible, right? I see where you're coming from. This could very well be possible, but I don't feel like I really like the Novaria pick here. There's a good amount of kiting ability on the other side, and now you add a Mathilda into the mix. Yeah, that's going to add up. Triple down on it. And guess what? You want Macaron on that Yi Sun Shin to get up close and personal? Lax says, no, not happening. I've got the Panda with myself. I will make sure to zone out everyone. And what are you going to pick up at this point? Ruby doesn't work for you at all. There's no way you're going to pick up a Ruby. It should be a proper marksman. But if you pick up anything apart from Irithil, I don't see it working.
Maybe a Beatrix here could be an option. Just wave clear, you know?
Yeah, it could have been. But it falls down to the fact that if there was an Eve, I would have 100% agreed with the Beatrix. Because yes, Baba Rusik will set things up for you, Primo will try to set things up for you, but that CC is just not enough to keep them in one place for long enough for the Bennett's Rage to land. That's the only thing. Like in theory, yes, the final slash and Bennett's Rage could work, but at the end of the day, there's still a lot of range specifically for the Zushin on the other side. That's something in the hands of Jing that will create problems for you. How will Minerva Fury deal with that? That's going to be the big question right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we will soon move into the game. Before that, we're going to have a last look at the draft. Linville, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, like you mentioned earlier, the side of Method Black has a pretty solid composition, mobility with the Matilda, great CC control, and rotation from Alexis here on the Esmeralda. And you have enough cleanup here from Urek with the Granger. So again, if Minerva Fury wants to lock down the side of MB, they'll have to focus on Urek, which the rest of his team is not going to give them an easy time with.
Big early game snowball that's supposed to happen here, ladies and gentlemen, is what they're looking forward to. Predictions on our screen right now. Warren, Zakota, Synth, Nish, all of them went in 2-0 Minerva Fury. Only me and Kronos went in for 1-1. Will we finally break the curse of the predictors who've not been predicting anything right for the past 2 games, or rather the past 4 games? Or will things change right here, right now? It's Method Black on the blue side taking on Minerva Fury on the red.
And this is going to be quite the match here, folks. MB, if they manage to pull this up, we'll be able to qualify. I mean, we'll be able to be higher up on the leaderboard, pushing Ake further down. But now, though, it'll all come down to how Minerva Fury handles this and how MB plays it out. But looks like we're having for an early invade here.
It's going to be Macaron again, man. He's going to be slow in terms of that jungling speed. Lack has got one of the fastest jungling speeds ever. One of the big reasons is that it's Panda. Always is fast. Yeah. On the other side of the spectrum, not going to be prettiest lanes for Boborusik too. So that's why we're seeing some early rotations on the other side. But there we go. That's the first fight. Instantly, Himpika is going to be flickering out of the harm's way as Jing will make sure to keep everyone at bay. A nice shot onto the Astral Sphere out there, the Astral Recall. On the other end, the turtle. You can't really start the turtle now for as long as Lack is standing in front of you.
Yeah, and he does have the spin here, heavy spin also to push them back. So again, Jing,
yeah,
trouble.
Crimson Beacon used up already to try and run back to safety along with the flicker. So that's a big tool being forced out of everyone. Macaron will have to go for the rotation for his own purple. That means Lack will have the priority over the turtle. That's a big play coming in already right now. But again, this should... I don't think so this should bother Minerva Fury that much, as long as they don't really give some early picks away. Considering that, again, with their rotation as to how Macaron is going with, they will go towards the orange buff and then will try to gank Alexis again.
Perhaps, yes. Level 4 also available on towards the roamer for Sev MB. Circling Eagle could be a great asset on towards the next initiation. But lane clear will have to be faster for Boborusik because, again, can't really overstay against Alexis on the XP lane.
Wanted to try something out of here, but not really happening. It's absolutely cool, though. As of now, Minerva Fury not really losing a lot, so only 100-200 gold disadvantage, and it's totally fine. Just a minion, that's all you really need to clear. Out on the other end of the spectrum, though, the constant clearance of the mid is actually helping them. Not in terms of prioritizing the rotation, but actually cutting the rotations of Method Black. From the bottom side, Pancrat is going to be making sure he survives out there with some of the support coming in from Primo as well. The Astral Echo, it connects Himpika. Chung down a little bit out. Zheng will finally zone him too, so that Orek can eventually get some gold from the bottom side. There's another pickup coming in from the Lantern Flare as the Circling Eagle used up. Only to try and zone all of them off. AOG doesn't really matter now. It's going to be in the bloody position of Primo as he eventually gets caught down. Mountain Shocker comes in, but it doesn't do anything. Bare minimum damage out here as everyone will finally fall back for Minerva Fury, and they will lose their purple buff too. Heavy spins being brought in. Macaron is going to be zoned out from his own buff right now, but it's absolutely fine. A bit of an over-engage. The final slash missed up, but guess what? The stun connected. And that was enough for Sensei to land in the Astral Recall. The Echo connects as well, so a lot bigger hitbox for Jing and Alexis. But no one to capitalize on the back of it.
Yeah. And Minerva Fury here, showing that at least in those team fights, Boborusik is such an important piece of the puzzle here needed for them to at least win those engages. Because again, Primo with the AOG, too slow for it to connect. At least we'll need the Astral Echo for the slows. But for now though, so low in HP. Oh.
Wow. Nasty shot from Sensei. Big one, and it's an even bigger final slash. Doesn't really give them the result that they need, but guess what? This turn absolutely did. Alexis eventually taken down. Sensei is doing a lot of job for his team. And we were not really expecting this Novaria to work, but guess what? It's been working out perfectly.
Yeah. Again, very patient with those shots, waiting for the right opportunity, at least in the right direction, and connected successfully though. But Boborusik.
Another final slash though, but doesn't really have the support of Macaron there. They didn't really wanted to go for that engage out here. Bottom tier 1's going to be taken up. No trades coming in on any other part of the map. So Minerva Fury will have to concede. But guess what? They absolutely punish Urek for doing that. And he did not see
got a turret, and now I like the idea of which Minerva Fury are going with. Again, the Arlot and the Novaria has been working. The team has been having a lot of great synergy in all of those engages, and again, still has recalled though, but it's just bide enough time for the side of Minerva Fury to take down another turret, Pancrat securing it, and this equalizing the turrets from both teams, which for now has nothing really much to do, and wait for the next turret perhaps. But wait, mid lane, forcing a flicker onto Sensei.
Sensei's gonna survive, no problems. But here's the big thing, right? This is something we've been constantly talking about right now. Jing, oh, there's the Astral Echo into the final slash. I was just about to mention this combination though, but the AOG will push every single one of them back right now. Bobber Rusik will have to flicker out back to safety as Sensei is constantly connecting the Astral Recall. Oh, not a perfect angle for Lack. He's now eventually getting caught out in an off angle of position. We'll have to move back to safety as this 5v5 fight resulted in no casualty, but still a full-fledged domination of Minerva Fury over towards the Turtle Pit now.
Yeah, and one thing to note, they burned off all their spells here. At least leaving Macaron aside, we'll be waiting for maybe a couple of minutes for the next one. And now Turtle being contested is going to be such an important key here. Since Minerva Fury, I think they'll have to give it up unless Macaron can go for a steal.
I don't think so. As soon as he used up this ultimate of his, now it's kind of obvious, but Alexis, they want to chase him down. It's going to be pick on him, Pika. Lack will be able to take that turtle away, but not before they give a trade out on the other side, and they're also going to lose the tier 2 on the top. I don't think so. That was good for the turtle.
Yeah. I mean, they equalized the goal successfully well, and now Metal Black, they want to take the mid lane turret to maybe fix that, but it's not going to be possible with Boborusik just final slashing the minions out into non-existent. And now there's a small problem that's arising, Skate. Pancrat has been farming for 8 minutes straight without being disrupted, even picking off 2 turrets, and this is going to be a huge problem for MB later on.
Echo sent out Jing. Perfectly sidesteps the Astral Recall too. Realizes. Not really going in for any kind of overcommitments. Playing all the way back, passive and safe. That's what Method Black are doing right now. But here's the thing, Linville. They don't have any late game insurance. The only insurance for the late game is Lack when he uses up the heavy spins to try and push away everyone. Apart from that, absolutely nothing. The Purify used up by Jing to try and survive and run out of the harm's way. But there we go, the heavy spins finally trying to reconnect everyone. And that fight, then lovely play coming in from the other end. That's something that helped them out. The AOG into the ultimate of Yi Sun Shin reveals everyone and keeps them at bay with the flicker final slash coming in. They also wanted to make sure Rek falls, and he probably will. The burn is there, just surviving by the skin of his teeth. So close, yet so far. But Minerva Fury are making sure they will have the priority in this Lord.
Sensei looking for that snipe, but just didn't have the cooldown ready. Again, building on towards the glowing one alongside the lightning truncheon instead of the book here is a choice of that. But Team Pika, HP just gone straight up. Oracle saving him with that extra shield, but Pancrat would have just cleaned it up. And this is the problem that I've said scared yet here, because again, this, like you said, there's no late game for MB, and with the rest of Minerva Fury farming up so fast, it's going to look like the next objectives are going to be much more difficult to contest. I mean, Lack just has to maybe bait out the Purify perhaps here.
Yeah, that's one thing, but you can't really reach Pancrat. And if anything, Pancrat wants you to come close to him. Because Carry is not really having the biggest of the biggest ranges in terms of those basic attacks, right? It's a little bit higher than Moscow, but look at that damage from Sensei, the creator. Takes 50% of it away from Jing. And on the back of it, they instantly get a priority in the Lord Pit as they get some big items right now. Pancrat completing the Trinity with the Demon Hunter Sword, and Macaron picking up the Endless Battle. An extra bit of true damage with Primo picking up the Radiant Armor. Now Jing is not going to trouble him as much as he was doing previously. So it's some big power spike of items by Minerva Fury and a big Astral Echo right now into the final slash. Heavy spins to try and save their life, but guess what? Pancrat is there. AOG on 3. He wants to catch all of them. It seems like they're all Pokemons and all of them are getting caught in those Pokeballs. Another stun lands. No chance for Himpika to survive as it's only Elixir on this Esmeralda who tries to dance away to safety. But there is no safety in her base as the mid will be knocked on.
Looks like this game's going to be going for a 1-for-1, folks, here, as Minerva Fury are looking to clean this up with MB just so far behind right now in terms of farm experience and perhaps even draft here, folks, as that's another second-tier turret going to the hands of Pancrat here. And I mean, he's almost full build after a few moments here, perhaps. Even getting the buffs are going to be pretty solid in melting down the front line.
Yeah, but it's again the Lord being secured as well, right? I like the idea from Minerva Fury, not really giving anything away. It's an 11-1. The only person who's died has been Primo, and he's absolutely fine dying. He's the Garrod Kacha, he's the roamer of the team.
Yeah.
You can take him down every day of the week if it gets you 11 kills for yourself. Himpika has fallen 4 times now. Macaron picks up the Malefic Roar. So regardless of what Elixir has built and regardless of what Lack has built, they're both going to be taken down instantly as Pancrat picks up the Wind of Nature. Now that's going to be big as the Astral Echo reveals everyone. Early heavy spins used up for surviving that. Not a proper wave clearance coming in. Jing losing more than half of his HP. Thanks to that one recall shot coming in from Sensei.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
What a fantastic pull coming in from Boborustic, but they just were not enough to burst down Lack instantly. So the tower should survive for a little bit longer. They're still like trying to soak up some of the damage. Not really happening. Another final slash into the backline. Himpika is going to run back to safety to survive. The guiding winds were there, but they're all just trying to walk up, clear the way, run back to safety, and repeat. It's 10,000 goal lead almost, 8.5. That will increase pretty soon more.
Yep, and look at the itemization again. Carry almost completed further here, but instead it's Yishunshin who has the higher goal. So again, Trinity, you could say. Wow. Oh wait, hang on. Was that so fast? You didn't need Pancrat for that kill at that point.
Yeah, that's the damage of the double marksman. If you talk about the late game, there's no chance for Method Black. They've only got a Granger. And there is Pancrat and Macaron for late game. Astral Echo landing on 2. There should be the flicker used up already. Just to dodge that AOG, but the inhibitor will eventually fall. Minerva Fury are getting everything that they need, and Rick is the man that they wanted to take down. As there we go, another mountain shocker, triple kill for Macaron. Last time we saw him was also a maniac. As this is a chance for a savage. Immortality used up though, but it's only Lack to try and survive as he tries to push all the minions away to buy enough time, but it is not enough. The second savage of MEC, it goes to none other than Macaron.
What an astounding game to end on there. Last few moments burning out the spells and then again utilizing off of that after completely clearing of the turrets. Again, there was nothing left for the side of MB to even, sort of defend, because again, you're in your turret, you're pushed out, you try to dodge some skills with the spells here, and then you're gonna miss out on the next one because again, cooldowns are gonna be faster. And what a way to end this here, right? A savage.
It's like, people talk about adding a cherry on top. I'm a big fan of chocolate, so I'm like adding a proper chocolate syrup on top of the already drenched in chocolate cake. I just absolutely love a lot of chocolate here. But here's the fun fact about that, right? Yes, I loved the way how Macaron was able to shut down everyone. The last time we saw this man play on Yi and Shin, and I'm pretty sure I just saw that shots really recently on Surge Esports' channel. That was of the maniac of Macaron. And that was also on a Yi Sun Shin. You just cannot give this man a YSS and let him play his own early game. It's a 1-17. You can't even comprehend the amount of damage that they've dealt.
And I mean, heading to this game also, I mean, we saw the YSS lock in the draft earlier on with such confidence earlier, talking about whether if the Lancelot was a better case against the Zushin. But I mean, Macaron just full confidence went for the Ishinshin and showed exactly why he did so in this match and bringing it to a 1-for-1, folks.
94% teamfight participation from a marksman in the jungle. That just blows my mind out here. Jing on the other end is going to be the man who deals the maximum amount of damage. Urek just could not get that early game snowball which he was looking for. It's just the fact that we were constantly seeing Method Black play in for that EXP lane, for Alexis. They neither got the shutdown on Bobber Rusik to try and ruin his farm, nor they could play in the gold lane to help Urek farm up early on. Now this is the big thing that we talk about, right? There was only one time when we saw them make a play towards the bottom lane. That was about it. Apart from that, absolutely nothing. And then all the neutral objectives as well going in for Macaron, which should have gone in for Lack. That's also pretty concerning coming in out here, right? Yes, there was a 2-for-1 turtle trade technically, where 2 turtles were taken by Method Black, but whenever a Fury were getting their farm from the other parts of the map, so it did not even matter.
Yeah, and again, quite good patience from their side. Again, sure, let them have the objective, but again, they're focusing on the bigger picture, which in this case was farming up to the real stage of the game. That was the mid phase, which again, Carry and Ishinshin could explosively perform. But we have to talk about the synergy of the other three also. The Arlet, the Gatod, and as well as the Varia, which was the finish at the middle piece, which connected both of them together, which solidified all of the engages, which again, the Astral Echo was such a crucial component on all of those team fights.
I could not even think about that, right? I'll have to say. This one, again, going 1-for-1, that means Method Black not really getting a lot of points out from this one. So RK will be breathing safely. They'll be breathing happily. And they'll be thanking Minerva Fury to eventually win that one game. Now Omniglitz, the ex-toppers of this entire leaderboard, have been pushed down all the way towards that 3rd spot. Stolen Angels, 4th spot. You look at the top 4, yes, the gap is not that high, but look at the first one and then the 4th one. There's a 4-point gap in between them. So now we are finally seeing the disparity show up, and Jackpots is the only team that has kept the consistency up till now.
And again, to face them tomorrow is going to be RK. So will it still continue is a question which we are all interested to see. But scared. I mean, these top 3 teams, they are pretty comfortable, and I'd say they probably wouldn't have to worry about qualifying anymore. But take a look at the predictions here once more. Look at how the great have fallen.
Yeah. Oh my god, the way you're making it sound. Yeah, I mean, Zakota and Synth were the ones who were eventually having that top 2 position in the prediction leaderboard. And me and Kronos were occupying the bottom 2. But eventually, things have been flipping up here right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's been going a little bit back and forth out here. 35% is what I have Synth on top with 45%. I really need to predict something different from this man so that I can have a chance at least, winning against him. But then there's Nish as well, 35%. So it's 3 people at 35, then 2 people at 30, and then Synth at 45. This man is picking up a different kind of lead for himself.
Yep.
Hey, I really wish that you were also on this leaderboard, Linville. But I mean, another new addition for that one more competition. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got that hint. We know that this is the time for interview. And who better than the goal laner for the side of Minerva Fury? Let's welcome Pancrat out here on the stage.
Hello.
Man has been doing so much. What's up, Pancrat? Hi, man. How are you doing?
I'm alright. What? I'm good.
All right. I mean, you picked up the Harith in the first game, right? And you guys were not able to close out that game. I would not even say that it was an epic comeback per se, but you guys had the control in that one.
I think we lost first game because we play like not like a team, you know. We play like 5 randoms, so that's why we lose. We playing so bad, and that's why we lose. That's all what I can say. But in second game, we playing not bad and win it easy. So we lose only because of our mistakes. We do it a lot. So on mid lane, when I gone so far, when we took Lord, it was like big mistake by myself, and another mistake on almost at the end of the game. We should stay and wait and then split push, but we got like miscommunication, and that's why we dead on both sides.
All right, fair. Realizing the mistake is very important. Linville, over to you.
Yeah. But again, Pancrat, though, I mean, this is why you guys are one of the top teams to look out for. Again, you realize the mistake, got over it on towards the second game, and had a tremendously one-sided sweep, at least. Which, again, the score was what, 17-1? I believe so. Something around that, yeah.
Yeah.
Going towards tomorrow, though, I mean, do you have any preparations against Stolen Angels? I believe so.
No, we will try to do our best. Maybe tomorrow. Actually, it's like so much better for me because I'm not working tomorrow, so I can play a bit more before the games. So this will be great. We will try. Maybe we will play some scrims because we didn't play today anything. So we will see. I think tomorrow will be better.
Hopefully. I'm really looking forward for that as well, right? And Pancrat, we've seen a lot of times as Macaron gets his hand on Yeast and Shin, things become very easy for the team. So do you also have that one of your favorite picks in the gold lane that you're like, you know what, just give me this pick and I'll carry that game?
I don't know why I pick carry, but Rusik said it, so I pick it. It was not bad, but it's not the best on a matchup against Granger, but I stand good. And in late game, it was easy with our mage. With Novaria, that's good combo. So I pick carry, but usually my mage, my favorite mage, I think, I will say Beatrix or 1-1 maybe, 1-1.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of fair. Linville, you want to ask anything else?
No, I'm good.
All right. My man just enjoying out here. Pancrat, whose idea was it to draft Novaria in this one? Because normally you would see either an Eve pick, but Eve was banned out, or sometimes you would want to see a Farsa pick. But
yeah, we were thinking about Fasha. Yeah, we were thinking about Fasha, but then we think like we have not the best early game on this game. It's like Yisun Sin, and we think we will pick Novaria and farm our items, and then we can fight. That's what we do. We like dodging fights on early game, get some items, and then make fights, and win it easy.
All right. That was one of the, I'd have to say that was one of the best picks in the entire game. It caught me by surprise, but that was a good surprise. So I actually liked it. Now, just to end things off, you guys are sitting on the second spot, right? You need to win your tomorrow's game 2-0 to have a chance at winning against, or to have a chance at being at the first spot. So any message that you want to give to Stolen Angels?
No, we will do our best tomorrow. We will see.
All right, man. Any last few words for your fans or for your haters? Whichever one you want to give shout out to?
Just keep watching, and let's see how we can do better.
All right. Hoping for that, Pancrat. Thank you so very much for being here.
Thank
Good
you
work
for
today in the second game. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to share this interview desk with you. And now, good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Humble guy, yet again.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward. Yeah, he was like, yeah, these are the mistakes that we made. We're going to fix that. We're going to work together. We were playing like 5 randoms in the first one, but in the second one, we brought it all together. And I like it. Yes, you make mistakes, but fixing those mistakes is the main thing.
Yep, indeed. And again, that goes to show how strong as a team they are, at least with their bonds. So again, moving forward, probably really expecting great things from that guy, but nonetheless, they're scared. It has been a long night here. You've been in it for the long run. 4 games back-to-back casting. Are you feeling hungry?
You're just pulling my leg out here, knowing because I was rapping about the exact same thing. That, yes, I'm pretty hungry, bro. It's 2:30 already. I know, but here's the fun thing, right? I was absolutely enjoying all of the games that happened here because, yeah, a lot of them were so many surprises being thrown our way. Having a look at the schedule one more time, ladies and gentlemen. One last view of that. Revenant Order, Stolen Angels, a series that went 1-1, absolutely dead even, then followed up by Omniglitch and Jackpots, where everyone thought it's going to be a 1-1, but guess what? Jackpots were like, you know what, we're going to steal that victory away. We're going to make sure that we 2-0 the other side. And RK and Void Kids. Void Kids looking so clean with my lobby now back here and him playing with the CC, the Angela combinations, and then over towards the end, Minerva Fury, Method Black, 1-1, where Method Black had the advantage first, and then Minerva Fury stole that back away in the second game. Amazing day that we've had, but my man Linville, it was your first day here. Tell me about your experience.
I mean, it was quite solid here. Amazing teams to watch and cast alongside you. And I mean, the great thing about this kid is that, I mean, these teams, they've been facing off against each other, against some other teams over through various amount of divisions and tournaments. And now finally, again, it just goes to show that a story which is never solidified. There is never a team that is the strongest. It always rotates around. The rivalry goes alongside, and that's what we're here to enjoy in the competition. And I mean, looking forward, I'm excited to see which team ends up on top, at least when we have the finale for this whole program.
I'm absolutely looking forward to it, ladies and gentlemen, as again, finally today after the victory of Void Kids in a 2-0 fashion, they are out of the bottom two but entering into that top 6. That's what they were looking forward to, but now Revenant Order are in the danger spot. Tomorrow's matches are going to be super crucial between Omniglitch and Revenant Order. Void Kids, Method Black, that is something where Method Black would want to win so that they can move all the way back up. Void Kids have just exited the bottom two, so they would want to keep their streak alive. RK are barely hanging by the thread on the 6th spot, equaling their points with Revenant Order, so they would want to win, but their opponent is Jackpots, the top team out here right now. What's gonna happen? We will find all of that out tomorrow, but you guys don't go anywhere, because guess what? Just like the pre-game segment, we've got the post-game segment as well, where you will be joined in by Nish and Sid probably, but you know what? There's been a new surprise happening every single time in front of me, so I believe we're just gonna be going off. This is me, Scared Yet, alongside with Linville. We're going to be signing out for today. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.